Good morning, Ma. The YouTube link, we have not yet started the streaming. Once we start the session, within next 2-3 minutes, you have the YouTube live. Okay? Good morning, sir. Akhil, sir. Good morning. Sir, you have to unmute your mic, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
Good morning,
Fine,
sir.
fine.
Thanks, sir.
Good morning. Good
Nice
morning,
to
ma'am.
have you,
Good
sir.
morning, Patil, sir.
Yes, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Patil, sir. Good morning.
Morning, morning, good morning.
It's Dr. Sudhir from Osmanabad, the speaker of afternoon's first session, sir. Akhil, sir. Good morning, Dr. Somali. Somali.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, Dr. Somali.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Fine, fine, fine.
You can unmute your camera. Somali, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
You can unmute your camera.
Okay, okay.
Video.
Good morning, Dr. Somali. This is
Yes.
Dr. Bharati.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, doing good.
Very
Thank
happy
you.
to meet you all. Very
Sir,
happy.
10 more
We will
minutes.
begin.
Officially, thank you. Yes. Has the lockdown again started in your places, sir? The second
Yes, Maharashtra
wave of.
is serious, and we are worried about situation is serious.
Okay.
So cases are rising, and Mumbai and the Vidarbha region is hotspot now, becoming a hotspot, not actually hotspot. So a week back there was
Okay.
something like 6,000. Last yesterday there were 8,000 cases. So there is a rise.
Oh. Oh.
As far as
Okay.
my place is concerned, well, I'm little away from Pune city, and
Okay.
so there's no concern about it. Somali
Okay.
ma'am, what is the situation in Agartala?
Actually, sir, number of cases are increasing day by day, and it is not more than 100, but within control. But everything is just open. All the colleges and schools are open, so nothing can be done. Everything is going on normally. Let's see.
Yes, as far as
Have you
Pune
started
is concerned,
college? Have you started going to?
Yes, yes. College has been started since December 6th. We used to go there, but all the students are coming from 6th December.
oh, I see, that's good. Pune University opened colleges, and the colleges were open for a week, and then now there is a closure. So the
So we have
situation.
also been working right from December 2nd. Students are coming, batch by batch, not all the students. It's only final year students. Those who need to do practical sessions on campus, they are here.
Yeah, that's good.
What about Anuradha, ma'am?
Uh,
How is the situation?
Actually, we are kind of faring better in certain senses, but then there is a sense of general abandon amongst the crowd, as if, COVID has suddenly disappeared. So, which is obviously increasing our fears that, any day there might be a kind of, bad news again relating to COVID. So yes, the number of cases have come down, and we are doing compared to, let's say, Pune or Mumbai or even Kerala. Yes, we are faring a bit better, but then this abandon amongst the crowd is what worries us, because suddenly there is now talk of a second wave coming over. So I think we need to be a little more careful about that. And people are out on the streets, they are celebrating, they are just doing whatever they like, and hardly anybody is caring to wear the masks these days.
That is the situation everywhere in India. So
Yes, yes. So that is a cause for worry, actually.
So people are not
Yeah.
worried, disciplined. So that's the
People
problem.
are not worried.
People,
And then on 3rd January, I found a huge crowd, flocking to the zoological gardens in Kolkata. And it was unbelievable that there were everybody from infants to elderly people just queuing up, pressing against each other, and just going for the zoo. So I don't know, I mean, what has got into people, but it is really
I think
worrisome.
people are in
A
celebrating
celebratory
mood. People, they've been
Yes.
kept under, yes,
That-
they think that they
absolutely.
were under
That is
imprisonment all these days and all these months, and so all of a sudden they feel that they have to be let loose.
right. That is what I see all around me.
Okay. So have you already started going to the college regularly, ma'am?
No, no, not really, because there was this just about 2 weeks back or so. There was this decision where the vice chancellors of the various universities, met the higher education department, the minister of higher education, but they, said that it was impossible. There are so many thousands of students who live in hostels and pursue their studies, and under the present circumstances, opening of hostels is what they found to be the most challenging, because it would be impossible to maintain the normal COVID protocol. So they advised against it, which is why the colleges have not opened. But the state government has indeed opened classes 9, 10, 11, and 12, especially for students preparing for the board exams at the secondary and at the higher secondary levels. So yes, school teachers are having to go on a regular basis, but not yet college.
No.
What about your place, ma'am? You are officially open or not?
So
the
you're
college?
telling me the same. Yes, officially
Oh, I see. Okay.
in the sense the students are coming here in batches. They are here
Hmm.
for
That they
only
are doing,
practical
and
sessions,
we also
particularly
have to
final year
go.
science, so not literature students. Okay.
I see. Okay.
So
Okay. And of course,
maybe
people
I'll
have to
just
go occasionally, I mean, pretty frequently for official work.
ask that. Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
Okay. So what about the situation there, Sir Patil, sir?
Yeah, we are a little bit worried. The cases are rising. Colleges are closed. I think
Okay.
university closed colleges. This is the first notice till 28th. I don't know what is going to happen
Oh,
after 28th. 28th.
okay.
So again, the situation will continue because the cases are rising day by day. Of course, the growth
Okay.
is not much, but people are worried. And in politics, this is all again a
Yeah.
political issue. So the opposition
Okay.
is worried about, and even people are worried about. So government is
Okay.
taking measures step by step. Now
Okay.
there is control or ban on public ceremonies, social gatherings. For marriages, 200. Earlier it was 50 during say May, June, and then it was increased to
Okay.
200. And then over last 2-3 months, people gathered like anything.
Yes, that is the problem in Calcutta too.
Yes, yes, yes. So now police is ready to file cases against those people who were clocked together. Wearing mask has been a compulsory, so there is fine for not wearing mask in public places. So 500 is the fine, and strict action is being taken. So let us see.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Speakers, I would like to introduce our principal ma'am to you. Principal ma'am is already here. Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, Bharti.
Good morning,
Morning.
ma'am.
Good
So all
morning,
the
madam.
Ma'am,
yeah, good morning. Good morning. All the resource persons are here.
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning, ma'am.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
morning.
Yeah, good morning, sir. A warm good morning, sir. Good
A very
morning.
good morning.
Yeah,
good morning.
yes, sir. Shall we start the program, madam?
Ma'am, Vice Principal, sir, Anguraj, sir.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'll call him.
Just find out.
Yes, ma'am, I will call him. Ma'am, sir will join in a minute. Sir. Hello, sir.
So we can start. Bharati madam.
Ma'am is, sir is unable to join. He's just 1 minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Third B English students, 5 of you can join through YouTube link. I request 5 students from Third B English to join through YouTube link. Leave some space for others. The room is full. Any 5. Volunteer to.
I think on Google, you can go beyond 100.
So our students have to have an institution ID. So they have, most of them have personal ID. So if with institution ID, we can join more than 100. So all the faculty have been provided. Students are yet to.
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sir has joined, ma'am.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, ma'am, shall we begin, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Over to Dr. Pavitra.
Good morning, all. I'm happy and indeed prestigious to have you all for a virtual one-day national seminar, News Perspective and Literary Trends. Now, I hand over the session to Manoj of Second MA English Literature. Thank you.
Greetings to all the distinguished guests who have joined us here. On behalf of Department of English SF, PSG College of Arts and Science, we welcome you all to this virtual one-day national seminar on the topic, New Perspectives to Literary Trends. We hope this day imparts a lot of learning in you. The introduction to many minds into many fields of learning along a broad spectrum keeps alive the accessibility, if not the unity of knowledge. We have lined up some fruitful and engaging experiences to take home for the day. Every strong empire has a pillar of strength. Now, I invite the pillar of strength of our department, Dr. B. Bharati, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English SF, to welcome the August gathering. Please, ma'am.
Yes, Manoj, thank you. I wish you all a warm morning. It wouldn't be too good a look for a seminar on the trends in literature if I told you there aren't words to express how proud I feel about all the work and the effort that has gone into organizing this event during these testing times, although that isn't far from the truth. Literature may not seem very volatile, but it's ever changing. It moves, flows, and even ebbs with the massive confidence of a continent. That is precisely why both a semantic interpretation of literature and an analysis of the interpretation itself is an indispensable part of the study. With that out in the air, I would like to formally welcome you all to this seminar where we will discuss new perspectives to literary trends. I would love to welcome the Principal of Arts and Science, Dr. D. Brinda, who has been an exemplary leader in these turbulent waters. Welcome, ma'am. I extend a welcome to the unyieldingly admirable Vice Principal of PSG College of Arts and Science, Dr. A. Anguraj. Welcome, sir. I take a lot of pleasure in welcoming our speakers for the day. I would also love to digress and thank them for their gracious acceptance. I welcome Dr. Somali Shaha, Assistant Professor of English, Women's College, Agartala. Welcome, ma'am. Forward to hearing your insights on something spoken about often. I welcome Dr. I.G. Patil, former head, Department of English, coordinator of Arts Faculty, Anantarao Thopte College and Research Center. His theoretical approach to the interpretation of literature itself should be extremely interesting. Welcome, sir. I welcome Dr. Sudhir P. Matpati, Assistant Professor of English, Adas Mahavidyalaya. His ideas on post-colonial literature are as charming as post-colonial literature itself. Welcome, sir. I welcome Professor Anuraza Mazumdar, Professor of English, Prafulla Chandra College. Her observations of Marvel's metaphysics are going to be truly entrancing. To welcome the professors of the Department of English, PSG College of Arts and Science, who are unparalleled as colleagues and as fellow academics. Welcome one and all. Finally, I welcome the students, whom I hope will take home as much as they can from all the analysis, insights, and perspectives that are to follow. After all, any piece of art is only as good as its interpretation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Leaders
Thank
become
you, ma'am.
great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others, said John Maxwell. Yes, one such leader who empowered us through this hard time of COVID, giving us hope and encouragement at all fronts. Now, I request Dr. B. Brinda, Honorable Principal, PSG College of Arts and Science, to render the presidential address. Please, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Manoj. A warm and a courteous morning to all gathered here. It gives me immense pleasure to be here virtually for the inaugural function of this one-day national seminar on the topic New Perspective to Literary Trends, organized by the Department of English. First of all, a hearty welcome to our renowned chief guest of the today's seminar, Dr. Somali from Tirupura, Dr. Patel from Pune, Dr. Sudhir from Osmanabad, Professor Anuradha from Kolkata. It gives me a great pleasure in having all of such an eminent speakers amongst us today. And as the head of the institution, it's my foremost duty to first of all extend my gracious welcome to all of you. I also am very happy to welcome our Vice Principal, Dr. Anguraj sir, and the head of the department, Dr. Bharati, and the coordinator of this program, Dr. Pavitra, and the dedicated faculty members. First of all, I would like to congratulate the head of the Department of the English, Dr. Bharati, and her dedicated team for organizing such a wonderful one-day seminar, which will have a very good impact to our students. I should also congratulate the coordinator of this one-day seminar, Dr. Pavitra, because who has taken meticulous effort in making this seminar a fruitful one. Congratulations, madam, and also to all the faculty members who have made this program a grand success. Now, at the outset, I should recollect the golden words of the Bharat Ratna, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji. Unless India stands up to the world, no one will respect us. In this world, fear has no place. Only strength respects the strength. So climbing to the top demands strength, whether it is the top of the Mount Everest or the top of your career. Let us all follow this great man who had made our India proud. Now, I would also like to share with you a few points which, as a student, you all should have this in your mind. My dear student participants, I would like to impress upon you one of the important qualities that you have to develop and continue throughout your life. First point is update yourself continuously, for which only this wonderful seminar has been organized. Second one, develop interest in your career. Always try to interact with the expert or the resource person chosen in your field. And next one is you have to upgrade your knowledge. Next, worship your duty and be sincere in whatever work you take up. Be punctual and stick on to the schedule of the workplace. Be regular, honest, and result oriented. I'm sure by following all the important characteristics which I have said, you will definitely excel in your career and you will attain higher positions. So even I can also say that a good seminar always will be more than just an exchange of the papers and ideas. It is also the experience which you're going to face with the eminent speakers as Rightly, Mahatma Gandhi quoted that in a gentle way you can shake this world. So, with this few words, once again, I congratulate the HOD, Dr. Bharati Madam, and the coordinator and the dedicated faculty behind this program for making this program a wonderful one. So, wishing you all the best, my dear students. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving us an insight on endurance, courage, and learning, and emphasizing on the points of being updated on our fields, being passionate towards our work, and be dedicated to our life. Thank you so much, ma'am. It is not the oath that makes us believe the man, but the man that makes us believe in the oath. We have one such person of honor. Now I request Dr. A. Angaraj, Vice Principal, SF, PSG College of Arts and Science, to felicitate the gathering. Please, sir.
Thank you. Respected Principal, distinguished persons from various parts of the country, Head of the Department, Dr. Bharati, Coordinator, Dr. Pavitra, students coordinators, faculty and staff members. Good morning to one and all. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Department of English for conducting this virtual one-day national seminar during this pandemic period with their busy academic schedule, because we are in a hurry to complete the event semester before Zoom. I congratulate the head of the department and the staff members and students once again. Now, the title, New Perspective to Literary Trends, is the need of hour. Nowadays, the literary trends concerns only daily life and depends on the target readers and audience and more commercial. Bestseller books and huge collection movies are trend now. People have been exposed to other cultures and languages and so on. Nowadays, everywhere there is a war. Not only national war, there are political wars, religious wars, cultural and language wars, and even caste wars. Majority of the literatures or literary trends are now, or any one of literary themes are any one of these. This is the trend now, but it must be changed. Literary trends must educate people how to live in present and future instead of exploring the past unless it is necessary. Hope this one-day seminar will give new perspective in literary trends which will be very useful for our students. Hope with these few words, I will conclude my felicitation address. I congratulate the Department of English, the HOD, staff members, and students. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, sir, for emphasizing and telling us about the importance of literary trends and how to change for a better future. Thank you, sir. The national seminar will happen in two parts. The first session will be presided by Dr. Somali Saha and Dr. L.G. Patil, followed by the afternoon session presided by Dr. Sudhir P. Matpati and Professor Anuradha Mazumdar. Now, I invite Ms. Nandita from 3rd BA English Literature to introduce the first speaker of the day, Dr. Somali Saha, Assistant Professor of English Women's College, Agartala, West Tripura.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manoj. Warm greetings to all present. Today, I hold the privilege to introduce an esteemed speaker. With 17 years of teaching experience, she specializes in Indian writing in English, Dalit literature, subaltern studies, Fourth World literature, and Northeast literature. She has done around 20 seminars, lectures, and conferences, both at international and national levels. Further, she has organized around 13 national and international training programs, including those sponsored by the Honorable UGC. It is noteworthy that she has also organized a question and answer session with Professor Clooney of Harvard University. True growth lies in aiding others to grow alongside us, and she has helped various students as a project advisor since 2016. She also has voiced her views on subaltern identity, feminist approaches to traditional literature, the lives of Dalit and tribal women, and gender disparity in over 11 publications. A staunch proponent of women empowerment, She has also edited 2 books published by the Government of Tripura and Eastern Book Publishing House. Dear staff and students, it is an honor and an ultimate pleasure for me to introduce to you this wonderful speaker for today, Dr. Somali Saha, Assistant Professor of English, Women's College, Agartala, West Tripura. I request you, ma'am, to give us your insight on the topic, Voices of the Unheard Other, a peek into select personal narratives of Dalit women. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Nandita and Manoj. Very good morning to everyone and Vanakkam. I actually got to know this particular term from Dr. Pavitra. And first of all, I like to pay.
Ma'am, Somali ma'am, you haven't unmuted your camera. Somali ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Now, am I audible and visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Good morning, everyone, and Vanakkam. First of all, I like to pay my gratitude to the Principal Madam for inviting me in this virtual gathering. I am also thankful to the Vice Principal, Sir, HOD Madam, and the Coordinator Madam for inviting me in this e-seminar. And I'm just really very happy today to you that you have given me this opportunity to share my little knowledge, whatever I know, and I will be able to share with you. And here, before starting my presentation, I want to pay my deep regards to the other resource persons, Dr. L.G. Patil sir, Dr. Sudhi sir, and Anuradha ma'am, and hope to see an excellent session ahead. And least but not the least, I want to congratulate all the students who are joining through Google Meet and YouTube streaming, and particularly Manoj, because you are conducting this e-seminar very nicely, and also to Nandita. So I have made a PPT. Let me share the screen. Is it visible?
Ma'am, it started presenting.
Ma'am, it is visible.
Yeah. Okay. The title of my narrative, particular article, it is Voices of the Unheard Other, a peek into select personal narratives of Dalit women. So basically, I want to concentrate on the voice of the unheard other. Here in the Indian society, the situation of Dalit women, what is the situation, how these silenced people are voicing and how their voices are being heard by the audience, by the mainstream people, and how through their autobiographies, through their personal narratives, the women are voicing themselves. So this is actually my motto. And through my presentation, I will just try to give you an overlook about the situation of the other of Indian society. Please give me 1 second. Is it visible? What is this in the post-colonial scenario? Actually, we know that since time immemorial, society is divided into 2 hierarchical structures of power and powerlessness. And what we may say that one is the dominant section and the other is the dominated section. One is center, the another is other. And actually the center, it is the dominant one, it is the in-group. And marginalized by this colonial center, the native other was always subdued into silence. They became voiceless, and even if they are attempting to articulate themselves, their voice remained unheard. And actually, with this particular concept of other, we may consider them as a member of a dominant outgroup who are outside the center and whose identity is considered lacking, and who may be the subject of discrimination by the dominant group, by the in-group. And in the post-colonial scenario, even the post-colonial literature tends to depict the non-Westerners as the native other, as a homogeneous mass who are portrayed as carrying all the dark human traits. And this other is often represented as being exotic, hostile, or violent, and even mysterious. And they are either stands in opposition to, for instance, or is portrayed as being completely different from the Westerners. And pushed into the periphery of existence, the silenced other nevertheless does lose their voice and awaits for the opportunity to break free of the confines of silence and subjugation. And language and literature, which was employed by the West to colonize and civilize the East, was gradually adopted, assimilated, and even appropriated by the native to return the gaze by the superior center, and thereby breaking down its hegemony and to write back to it. So there is the concept of other, othering, otherness, which is very much important in the post-colonial theory. Now, let us see who is the other in the society of India, especially. So let us see this particular sloka of Purushottam Veda. And in this particular classification, it has been stated that there are 4 orders or the 4-tier system of Indian society. And it has been referred here that Brahmanasaya Mukhamasid, Bhurajanna Kruta, Urutadasaya Yadavaisha, Padabhayam Sudra Ajayat. So in this classification, the 4 orders of society are believed to have originated from the self-sacrifice of Purusha, the creator, the primeval being, the Brahma. And Purusha is said to have destroyed himself so that an appropriate social order could emerge. And the Brahmin is said to have been born from the head or mouth of the creator, the Kshatriya from arms, the Vaishyas from the thighs, and the Shudras from the feet. And outside this 4-fold vertical social structure, there was a 5th group. They are the Avarnas, they are the Panchamas. They are outside the 4-tier caste structure of the Indian society. And actually in the Vedas, in the Upanishads, and even the religious text of Hinduism, for example, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Manusmriti, there were plentiful references which we got to know about the social structure of India, which was prevalent at that time also. To the next slide. So this is the symbolical structure of the 4-tier caste structure of India, and this is the symbolical figure of Brahma. And we can just see here how from the head of Brahma, the Brahmins, who are the priests and teachers, they are believed to have been immersed, and the Kshatriyas, they are the warriors and the rulers of the society. The Vaishyas, they are the farmers, traders, and merchants. The Shudras, they are the laborers. And here, beyond the social structure, the Dalits are there. They are the street sweepers, they are the latrine cleaners, they are the sewage cleaners, and they are considered the polluted section of the society. So this is a 4-tier caste structure of India. And I want to refer here Manusmriti, which established that caste system is a birth-determined fate and is a universal phenomenon. Manu defined both lower caste and women as impure, polluting, and subject to detailed regulation. Now let us see what was Ambedkar's take on that, because we know that Ambedkar was the Messiah for all the Dalits. He was the apostle for the Dalits. And Ambedkar is while he was analyzing the caste system and its effect, gives a sociological reading of the famous Stotra. Is my voice clear, Dr. Babita? You mentioned that my voice is low.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. When the video was on, it was clear. Now it has little gone down, ma'am.
Let me check. Is the video off now? The audio is on. Everything is okay. Let me check. Am I audible now, Dr. Pavitra?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. It's fine now.
Yes, ma'am. Continue, please.
Yeah.
Somali, ma'am. Hello, Somali, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is the screen
Continue.
visible now? Is the screen
Yes, it
visible
is
now?
visible.
Yes, ma'am, the screen is visible. You can continue, ma'am.
Okay. So this is the symbolic structure of the fourth year caste structure of India, and I was talking about the Dalit, sorry, the Messiha of the Dalits, about Ambedkar, and in analyzing the caste system and its effect, he actually gave a kind of a sociological reading of the famous Stotra of Rig Veda when he explains its content as well as the form. He utters, I quote, the equation of the different classes to different parts of the body is not a matter of accident, it is deliberate. And the idea behind this plan seems to be to discover a formula which solves two problems, one of fixing the functions of the four classes and the other of fixing the gradation of the four classes after a preconceived plan. So that was Ambedkar's take on that. And let us see what was yes, this is another structure which is prevalent in the Indian society, and this is the Brahminical patriarchy. It is also kind of a structured patriarchy, and this is maybe known as graded patriarchy because the Brahminical patriarchy was the term which was just innovated by Ambedkar himself. And in this graded patriarchy, we may say feel that in Indian society there are two categories. One is the privileged section, and another one is the deprived section. And in the privileged section, there are people who are the most privileged, and of course, they are the upper caste men. And upper caste women are more privileged. And in the deprived section, there is the two sections again, lower caste men and lower caste women. Sorry, it is mistyped as the women here. It will be lower caste men who are more deprived, and the lower caste women, they are the most deprived section of the society. And specifically the Dalit feminists, the Dalit writers, they are trying their battle to smash Brahminical patriarchy from the structure of Hindu society. So now let us see who are the Dalits. So this is a very crucial question in this particular presentation, that who are the Dalits. If we look back to the pre-Vedic age and the Vedic age and the period of the pre-colonial times, we will see that those particular Dalits, they were termed as Avarna, Panchama, Chandala, and during the colonial rule, they were called exterior class, depressed class, or backward class by the British government. And after that, we will see that Mahatma Gandhi was using the term Harijan, which was vehemently protested by the Dalit activists. And then in the post-colonial period, we will see that there were so many regional terms which were used for them. In Punjab, they were called Chura. In Maharashtra, the Marathi people, they called themselves Mahar. In Tamil Nadu, they are called Paraya. And so the particular term Dalit, it was actually first used by Dr. Ambedkar in his journal Bahishkrut Bharat.
for those who are excluded from the services and rights of the central portion of the society. And actually, this particular word is derived from Marathi language, the term which is used for a community and an identity that are in the making. And to call one Dalit means ground down, somebody who is broken to pieces, somebody who is crushed. And since 1970s, the term has been used generically in India to represent the constituency of peasants, workers, the women, tribals, and extractable castes put together a scene to challenge the upper class, the Hindu Brahminic hegemony in the national political scene in the post-independence India. And actually, Dr. Ambedkar, he chose the term broken man in this translation of Dalit to refer to the original ancestors of the untouchables. And after that particular scenario, it was during the 1970s that there was the emergence of the Dalit Panthers. It was a group of the young activists from Dalit community, and they revived the term in their 1973 manifesto and expanded its circumference to include all the members of the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, new Buddhists, the working people, the landless and the poor peasants, the women, and all those who are being exploited politically in the name of religion. And where we can find the Dalit, it is another question. But there are some critics who used to say that in India it is easy to find out who is Dalit because he is found in every nook and corner of Indian society. According to R.K. Nayak, almost every fourth Indian is a Dalit and is easily identified. He may be a beggar near a temple or a church, a permanent squatter, a prematurely old person in his 40s, a child laborer in a factory, a pauper in a village, a child domestic help, a potter, a rickshaw puller, a bonded laborer, a slum dweller. So he can be found anywhere in Indian society. We should not go in the lower caste lanes to find them out. And who is a Dalit woman? Actually, she can be visualized as an ill-clad, a bag of bones, often with a malnourished child in her arms, or a temple devadasi. Although they constitute a significant number of country's population, they remain unseen and unnoticed, since unseeability and unnoticeability are the hallmarks of their identification. And the thing is that in Indian society, these Dalits didn't have access to the main village, but they used to live outside the periphery of the village. They were not allowed to take water from the village well, and their touch was seen as polluting to the extent that if an untouchable had been in contact with the well, the village well, it had to be ritually cleansed before it could be used again. And the Hindu temples were close to the untouchables. They were not even allowed to read the religious scriptures. They were treated like animals. They were bound to hang clay pots from their necks so that they may not pollute the streets of the privileged by their spittle. And they used to carry brooms tied to their bodies so that while passing through the upper lanes, they can wipe away their footprints. And if the untouchables were at any time allowed in the village, it had to be at high noon when the shadow is at its smallest, because even their shadow was considered as polluting. They are marginalized as objects rather than being treated as subjects, subjugated and exploited at every point in their life. Let me move to the next slide. Now, who are the Dalit women? By the Dalit feminists, they are called the Dalit among the Dalits, the subaltern among the subaltern, the downtrodden among the downtrodden. And in the Dalit society, the women actually, they are not only struggling against the dominant ideology and cultural hegemony, but also battling against the gender disparity for which they are marginalized in their own society by their own men. Here we can recollect the famous line of Simone de Beauvoir. In her book Second Sex, she says, "He, that is man, is the subject, he is the absolute, she is the other." But a Dalit woman is an other for the upper caste people and also an other for her own community. And even among women, she is other. She is other under the impact of centuries-long alienation and loneliness, which is created by the patriarchal and Brahminical values. And she is actually at the receiving end of an extended socially engineered pecking order, which asserts the relative superiority of one category of human being over the another. She belongs to the lowest of the low, as manifest in her condition of total social, physical, economic, and political vulnerability. These women are the subalterns who do not have the ability to express their feelings and do not even the right to speak. Here we can recollect the comments of Ruth Manurama, the famous Dalit feminist, who used to call the Dalit women as the thrice discriminated, meaning that women are discriminated against that is on the basis of caste, class, and gender. And actually, this is the term through which we may just call the Dalits. They are not only the women who are thrice marginalized or doubly marginalized, but they are multiply marginalized. It is not only the effects of caste, class, and gender that through this interwave of through these things they are being suffered, but it is also religion, it is also patriarchy, it is also ethnicity for which they are suffering. And what was the description of Dalit women as seen by Dr. Ambedkar? Because Ambedkar was very crucial in understanding the position of the Dalit women as the lowest of the low. Ambedkar saw Hindu caste system as a pyramid of earthen pots which are put over one another. And in this structure, the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas, they are at the top, and the Shudras or the untouchables, they are at the bottom. But within each earthen pot, men are situated on the top, and women of that caste lie on the bottom. And at this bottom of this particular social pyramid is at the Dalits, and even below them are the Dalit women. So on one hand, a Dalit woman shares with her male counterpart the deprivations due to her situation at the lowest social ladder, and on the other hand, she, as a woman, has to bear the tortures imposed upon her by the patriarchal social order. Even in the discourse of Dalit consciousness, the concern for the position of Dalit women for their multiple marginalization is very significant. A Dalit woman labors outside her home from morning till evening, and when she comes back home, her husband will be waiting to snatch her hard-earned money, which is often the only source of their family. But when she refuses to give him that particular amount, her husband beats her up. And Dalit men react to the victimization they suffer at the hands of the upper caste people by pouring it out on their wives and daughters. Perhaps it is the worst tragedy of humanity, because here one oppressed is oppressing the another oppressed, and by this way they are trying to fill their emptiness. But the thing is that the women are not there only to just suffer this kind of tortures. They are going in the journey to speak for themselves. So here is how they are trying to speak. So this is a very pertinent question. Can the Dalits speak? We may here recollect the famous essay by Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak because it is a phenomenal essay, and it was titled as Can the Subaltern Speak? In 1988, it was published, and there Gayatri Spivak was very much worried about the failure of the subaltern to represent themselves. She argues that since the subaltern cannot speak for themselves because of the double bind of colonialism and patriarchy, any intellectual project must seek to make her visible. And in this essay, Spivak examines the positioning of the subaltern women, who is most often silenced because of the tendency historically to prioritize men in the representation of subaltern agency. And according to Spivak, the subalterns have the capacity to articulate things well, and they can go to any extent so to make their stand clear before the authorities. But the real problem lies in the receiver. and whether he or she is ready to listen to the sender of this message. And of course, the noise is there in the society to distort that proper reception of the message. And when a subaltern tries to speak, the dormant element of communication becomes the prominent one. And the society doesn't give room for the person to speak. And in this particular essay, Can the Subaltern Speak? Spivak makes the point clearer when she says there is no space from which the sixth subaltern can speak. But if we try to extend this particular thesis to account for the gendered identity instead of situating identity in woman's body, it is argued that the gendered subaltern subject can indeed speak, because the subaltern cannot remain mute for a long time. There is always a return of the request. But according to Freud, we got to know that there is always a return to the request, so the return of the request. And the question of identity is always there, which plagues a repressed man in his quest to carve a world for himself. And here, MacLeod, when he was saying that the muteness of the subaltern people is created by the fact that even when women uttered words, they were still interpreted through conceptual and methodological procedures, which were unable to understand their interventions with accuracy. And it is not so much that subaltern women didn't speak, but rather that others didn't know how to listen, how to enter into a transaction between the speaker and the listener. The subaltern cannot speak because their words cannot be properly interpreted. Here, the silence of the female as subaltern, it is just the result of a failure of interpretation, not that of a failure of articulation. So here we will see that the Dalits, especially the Dalit women, can speak. They can articulate, but it is only the society and only belongs to the transaction process between the speaker and the receiver. If the society is interested to listen to her words, obviously the communication will take place. And these Dalit women, they got inspiration from the revolutionary social activists like Phule and Ambedkar, and now they are given the voice to establish their identity through the voice of their own. Now they are on their journey from marching to mainstream. They are not in a static position. They are starting to appear in literature as a speaking subject. Now she is being able to change her identity, which is repressed. Now she wants to extend her identity beyond the biological and sexual configurations to the historical and cultural specificity. Now she starts writing with a view to oppose the systematic erasure of her presence in the mainstream literature, because this is a very hard fact that in the mainstream literature, people were trying to focus the situation of the Dalit women through their literature. But in the works of the upper caste people, or in the works of the upper caste of women, and even in the works of the Dalit men, the picturization of Dalit women was a kind of a stereotypical one. It was a kind of an idealistic picture. But the real situation was not portrayed in those writings. It was a kind of best appearance. A kind of a systematic erasure was there. So here, Dalit women starts writing, and their motto is to oppose that systematic erasure of her presence in the mainstream literature. Now, we will see that what is the condition of Dalit literature now and how it is a little different from the other genres of literature. So actually, we know that since the dawn of human civilization, literature is instrumental in propagating and perpetuating human values. And of course, Dalit literature came into being as the forum and the medium of expression of the Dalits. And it is not a literature which is giving you pleasure, which is giving you a kind of an aesthetic and spiritual relief, but it is a literature which is carrying the seed of protest and rebellion, because it is faithfully mirroring the stark and the hard realities of the Dalit situations. And it is actually an important weapon to strengthen the Dalit political and the social movements. And actually, it started during 1950s, 60s in Maharashtra. The first Dalit Literary Conference was held in 1958 in Maharashtra. And actually, it was Marathi literature which has a great role in the development of Dalit literature. And people were trying different type of literary forms. People were writing their hands in Dalit poetry, short stories, fictions, even in dramas. But it was, of course, the Dalit personal narrative through which they were just trying to faithfully present their experiences, their hard-earned, that is the story, whatever is going on in their society with their own people, with themselves. So it was not that a kind of a sympathetic portraiture which they wanted to focus, but it was the stark reality. And with this motto, the literature was coming into being as a separate literary genre. And now let us see what was the aesthetics of Dalit literature. So Dalit aesthetics is actually different from the traditional aesthetics because it is based on the theory of negation. And the attempt and the endeavor of the Dalits to confirm their own identity by expressing assertion, resistance, anger, protest, mobilization leads these writers towards forming a new kind of aesthetics, which will be based on this theory of negation. These aesthetics intends to threaten the Brahminical hegemony from literature, which has reduced them to an object of pity and laughter by putting them at the periphery. And if we quote the words of C.B. Bharati, I quote, the aim of Dalit literature is to protest against the established system, which is based on injustice, and to expose the evil and hypocrisy of the higher castes. And there is an urgent need to create a separate aesthetics for Dalit literature, an aesthetics which will be based on the real experiences of life, an aesthetics which will be materialistic rather than spiritualistic. The Dalits are using this discourse actually to reveal their pathetic existences and also to effectively implant the kernel of rebellion in the mind of the fellow Dalits. And I want to quote here the opinion of Arjun Dangle. I quote, a feeling of rebellion is invariably accompanied by an extreme psychological commitment. As Dalit sensibility seeks to bring about compatible changes in the social consciousness, it is rebellious as well as fundamentally optimistic and revolutionary. And here, Dalit literature is the manifestation of cultural conflict of the socially, economically, and culturally deprived groups of the society. So here, the aesthetics of Dalit literature, it is not a pleasure-giving literature, but it is a literature which is based on the theory of negation. It is not going to give us a kind of an aesthetic or a spiritual pleasure, a kind of a cleansing thing, or a kind of pleasure, something which is associated with pleasure. But of course, it is a kind of literature which will give us a kind of purgative effect. So its aesthetic is little different from the traditional aesthetic of the mainstream literature. Now let us see what was the situation of autobiography as a literary genre. Here, autobiography is actually what I am going to focus the personal narratives of the Dalit people, and it is becoming the most potent tool of self-expression, and it is a particular genre which has emerged from the conflict as well as the creative dialectics between self and society. And as far as the volume of Dalit literature is concerned, we may call it a broad and varied one because it may be categorized into two sections. One is the literature written by the Dalit writers and the literature of Dalit issues written by the non-Dalit writers. So actually the writings of Dalit women are focused around the struggle and agony of these women and have a unique color for its multiplicity of marginalization and of poignancy of experiences. And Sharan Kumar Limbale, another Dalit writer, he actually claims that Every autobiography is a representation of a caste, a group. It gives expression to the group's language, culture, tradition, the injustices of the status quo, and the suffering of exploitation. And here, Dalit autobiography, it is challenging the dominant ideological politics. And with this, it also sensitizing the upper class privileged reader to their century old exploitations. And this is a particular literary genre which is a little bit different from the other literary forms because it is a study of the way in which one's own experience is transformed into creativity, transformed into creative outpourings. And these autobiographies are very crucial as the most potent weapon of the self-assertion, and especially for the Dalit women, who are the multiply marginalized section of the society. As Dalit movements, we know that they are basically dominated by men, and even in Dalit literature, we have seen that there is a tendency to sideline the issues concerning Dalit women. And most of the Indian upper caste male writers, they are also biased towards Dalit women while giving them representations in literature. But here, the autobiographies written by Dalit women, through these narratives, they not only challenge these stereotypical presentations in the upper caste men's narrative as well as in Dalit men's narratives, but they are also voicing the concerns shared by all women across all strata. They are creating alternative accounts which openly criticize the patriarchal structure in the society and reflect on the problems of all women with specific issues in a Dalit society. And thus, the hardships faced by these women under the patriarchal order are articulated. So, this is what was autobiography as a literary genre. And now, let us see the autobiographies written by the Dalit women. So here we will see that these autobiographies, especially, they are having a seed of resistance, an element of protest in them. And for the Dalit women, it is the medium of self-portraiture. And through this particular genre, they are meeting with their self and they are introducing themselves to the readers because they got to understand that if we are not able to empower ourselves, so we will not be able to serve the community. So it is a kind of resistance literature. Actually, resistance is the theme which is coming from the mind of the Dalit people, and it is a term which is used by Barbara Harlow. And actually, Dalit women writers are using their personal narratives as something which is the accompanying with the modes of resistance. It is a particular genre which is maybe called resistance literature because through these particular narratives, they attempt to deconstruct the identity which were imposed on them by the society, that kind of stereotypical identity. And they are in their attempt to reconstruct their original identity. So here we will see that how the autobiographies written by the Dalit people and especially the Dalit women, these autobiographies are crossing the genre boundaries and they are being treated as testimonial. So testimonial is another type of writing which is called the most authentic voice of the subaltern because here the focus is on activism rather than aesthetics. So the Dalit autobiographies are actually very crucial as the medium of self-expression, and uh, they are consciously actually violating the genre boundaries which was set by the bourgeois autobiography. Here, Dalit life narratives became testimonies, that is, summoning the truth from the past, truth about their poverty, and the helplessness of the people in the pre and the correct era, and also the resistance and the progress of the people in the post and the correct era. And actually, if we want to define a testimonial, it is a narrative in book and pamphlet form told in the first person by a narrator who is also the real protagonist or witness of the events. Or, and it is actually something which will giving you the narrative of a particular life story of a particular individual. And with this, it is a blending of the story of the individual with the story of the community, with the group of the people. And actually, testimonial writing may be defined as an authentic narrative told by a witness who is moved to narrate by the urgency of the situation, and it is a type of a collective memory and identity. And testimonial has actually been celebrated through the years as the most authentic voice of the subaltern. And since testimonial has emerged as important document of the subaltern struggle, it can actually be said that it is an answer to the pertinent question that Steve raised. Can the subaltern speak? Yes, we know that the subalterns are able to articulate themselves, but there is some problem with the transaction process. So here, when the subalterns are attempting to speak, they speak in testimonial. Here, I want to quote one line of Waverley. It writes, "The situation of narration in testimonial has to involve an urgency to communicate, a problem of repression, poverty, subalternity, imprisonment, struggle for survival, and so on, implicated in the act of the narration itself. And Dalit women writers, through these testimonies, they attempt to transform the narration of a life story of a group of people, and they try to present a collection of testaments to record the experiences of their life. So here they are violating the genre boundary. They are crossing the boundary of I, and they are merging with the we, that is the collectivity of the Dalit community. So this is the particular thing about the autobiographies which are now being treated as testimonial. Now, let us see here some tenets of feminism, because whenever we are saying something about the Dalit women, their struggle for equality, their consciousness towards affirming their self and identity, which is actually giving birth to a particular movement which is called Dalit feminism. But whenever we are just going to discuss Dalit feminism, it is very essential to look forward or to look back at what is or what was mainstream feminism. Because we got to know that mainstream feminism emerged as an important force in the Western world in the 1960s. And the earlier feminists, we all know that they were actively engaged in the civil rights movement. And actually, they were struggling for all the women, and they were struggling for equality, equal rights, social awareness, social rights, social justice. They were calling for equal pay. So many things was going on. And here is another concept, is that feminism, we know that it is an attempt to analyze the problem of women's marginality and subordination in all spheres of life. And feminists try to give actually a ray of hope to the dark lives of all the suppressed women. And we can quote here what was the famous statement of Simone de Beauvoir in her work, The Second Sex, which was a wide-ranging critique of the cultural identification of women as the negative subject, who was the other to man as the dominant subject. And in that particular text, she argues that women throughout history have been defined as the other, a deviation from the normal. If the male defines himself in terms of this other, the male is actually is able to exist and identify himself in terms of his difference from that woman. If he is the sun, woman is moon, man is practical, woman is emotional, man is strong, woman is weak, man is culture, women is nature. So those are the themes, the concept of man and women. And this particular book, The Second Sex, actually sets out a feminist existentialism, which presents a moral revaluation. And as an existentialist, Beauvoir believed that existence precedes essence, and hence one is not born a woman, but becomes one. She asserts one is not born, but rather becomes a woman. No biological, no psychological or economic fate determines the figure that the human female presents to society. It is actually the civilization as a whole that produces the creature intermediate between male and image, which is described as feminine. So, actually, in mainstream feminism, while they were asserting the female identity, they tended to ignore the peculiar socio-economical environment which made the Dalit women's experience totally different from the upper caste female. And even in the Dalit movement also, there were a tendency to sideline the issues concerning Dalit women. So here there was another need to the emergence of another particular theoretical paradigm which is called Dalit feminism, which is a little bit different from mainstream feminism because uh, the Dalit women, they had been left in lurch by both modern feminist and male-dominated Dalit movement, as noted by the Dalit activists like Anupama Rao. She wrote that the women's movement has, in its enthrallment of sisterhood, failed to note that caste factor, while the Dalit movement has remained patriarchal and sees the Dalit women's oppression merely as a caste oppression. But where the so-called mainstream feminism claims to speak for all women, Dalit feminist discourse not only reflect the position and anguish of these multiple marginalized Dalit women, but also questions the hegemony of Indian feminism in claiming to speak for all women, and also the hegemony of Dalit men to speak on behalf of Dalit women. So it may be called that the Dalit feminism, it is a feminism within feminism, because this particular paradigm is marginalized within that vast paradigm of feminism. It is a discourse of discontent. It is a politics of difference from mainstream Indian feminism, which has been critiqued for marginalizing Dalit women. But in Dalit feminism, the emphasis is given on the issues of self-consciousness, reactions, their rebellion, their self-realization, and self-assertion. And the Dalit feminist standpoint acknowledges the significance of the experience of oppression and resistance among Dalit women, acquiring a perspective against an unjust social order. But it doesn't celebrate oppressive traditions merely because they are practiced by the oppressed. Now, let us go whatever Sharmila Rege actually stated about the Dalit activism and about the genre of the Dalit women, because Sharmila Rege, she was a great Dalit writer, a feminist Dalit writer, and she had written a great book on writing caste, writing gender, narrating Dalit women's testimonials. And in her article, Dalit women talk differently, critique of difference, and towards a Dalit feminist standpoint position, which was written in the year 2005, she states that the Dalit feminist standpoint, which emerges from the practices and struggles of Dalit women, may originate in the works of Dalit feminist intellectuals, but it cannot flourish if isolated from the experiences and ideas of other groups who must educate themselves about the histories, the preferred social relations, and utopias and struggles of the marginalized. A transformation from their cause to our cause is possible for subjectivities can be transformed. So here, Sharmila Rege, she is also articulating that if we are isolating ourselves from the experiences of our community, of our groups, we will not be able to express ourselves. We will not be able to know the other people. So the main thing is we have to know ourselves first. The inner journey is the first thing. And it is we have to transform ourselves from the mean-mindedness, from I to we. So from their cause to our cause. So this is the transformation which should be taking place if we want to just serve our community. So that was the particular quotation which I wanted to quote about Sharmila Rege, the famous Dalit feminist writer. Now, this is another term, Dalit womanism. Actually, this is a consciousness which is providing a framework to redeem and redefining the understanding of justice in a new way, in a new language. And here the womanism in Dalit women is entirely based on their real life experiences, on their consciousness. And a womanist in them, she is always looking out for ways of affirming human relationship in her community and in celebrating her empowerment. And Dalit womanism is actually it is broad enough to include the experiences not only of the Dalit women in general, but also sensitive enough to provide space for the expression of the diversity of experiences of all the minorities. Maybe they are from tribal and ethnic categories, or who are the subalterns. They are embracing all the people. And let us got to know that who are the Dalit writers. I am not going to speak about everyone. Let us see who were the eminent Dalit writers. First of all, it was Bama. We all know who was Bama because she was a very eminent Tamil Dalit writer. She was born at Puttagutti village in Tamil Nadu in the year 1958, and we got to know that her ancestors were all landless laborers, and her grandfather converted to Christianity to escape from the disgrace which was attached with them for being a Dalit. And actually, Bama took vows to enter the convent in her passion to serve her community at the prime age of 26. But later on, she got to know that she didn't do the right thing, and she left the convent to seek an independent life. And during that period, she was encouraged to write her memoirs by her friend, and she wrote 3 books for which she received critical acclaim. And she subsequently won the Crossword Prize in 2008 for her work at Crew, and hailed as the first Dalit writer in India. She has become one of the finest contemporary writers of India and also a powerful voice of Dalit consciousness in the post-world literature. Then we may know Shantabai Danish. She is also a writer, a politician, a social worker who wrote primarily in Marathi language, but she was also attached to the Ambedkar movement and to the plight of Dalit women. She wrote a lot, and she is very eminent as far as the group of Dalit women writers are concerned. Her name is always counted. And another writer is Mukta Sarvagod, and she is also a very eminent writer, and she had written an autobiography titled Closed Doors. And in that particular autobiography, she delineated her experiences in exploring the nature of Dalit community. And she is the fourth one is Vinda Power, and she is obviously a very well-known figure. She is a literary personality. She is well known for her short story writings in Marathi literature. He is also a renowned feminist writer and a leading figure in women's liberation movement. As a Dalit writer, she has been actively involved with the work and all the political activity of the Dalit feminist organizations in Mumbai and Konkan region. And with her short stories, travelogues, and research writings on women, she has established herself with the eminent writers like Daya Power, Baby Kamble, Shantabai Gokhale as the prominent voice of Dalit literature. And she also wrote an autobiography. The title was The Weave of My Life, a Dalit woman's memoir. And in that particular autobiography, she relates how Dalits have, for centuries, have been shamelessly exploited by the upper caste, and how they are reduced to a status of beast of burden, being extremely marginalized in every phase of their life. And Baby Kamble, she is another eminent Dalit writer. She is one of the Dalit women writers and activists of Ambedkar movement, and she was very senior. She was born in the year 1929, and she actually stayed in a small town of the Satara district of Maharashtra. And she is also well aware of the oppressions under which the Dalit community people have to suffer, and she is also proud of being a Mahar community woman. She asserts herself as a real inhabitant of the land which is named after their caste, that is the land of Maharashtra. And being a true activist, she was very much upset by the social condition of her community people. She wanted to orient them, and she desired to bow the seeds of resistance and protest in their life. And that was her intention to write her autobiography. And her autobiography was The Prisons We Broke. And through that autobiography, she was actually done her duty to bow the seeds of resistance and protest in the mind of the Dalit women. And through her autobiography, she lays bare all the pangs and problems of the Dalit women, the poverty, the discrimination, and violence which are the part of their life. And I want to just to refer here about a story about a particular incident which was there in this particular text that recently broke. There was a particular Dalit woman, and I want to share this incident because it shook me like anything. And I was very much moved whenever I got to know the reality, because those autobiographies, those were not about any kind of an imaginary tale or any kind of a fantasy writing. Those were the reality. Those were the actually the fact which was just suffered by those people. There was a character, and she was a lady of a Dalit family, and of course, in her family, she was triply, multiply burdened by so many works. She used to do all the household activities, like she was doing everything, but she was pregnant. She was in her advanced stage. Now, we, as the modern women of the modern society, if we are expecting a baby, actually we are dreaming of a particular hospital or a nursing home which is very much sophisticated with so many scopes and all, so many things. But that particular lady, she was doing all her household duties during the day. And after doing all these duties, she went to the that is the field to cut the crops. But she was in her advanced stage, and while she was cutting the grains, she felt a labor pain. And in the field, there was nobody to help her. And what happened when she was suffering with the labor pain? She didn't lose her hope. She gave birth to her baby. Actually, she was all alone there in the midst of the field and under the scorching heat of the sun. And she took her own sickle, which she was carrying to cut the crops. And with that particular sickle, she cut the placenta. She took her baby on her lap, and of course, all the grains, the food, crops. She took that particular bundle of crops also. She carried it to her home, and coming back to home, she did all other household works. So this is a thing we can't imagine. Whether we will wonder whether it is an imaginary story, or whether something is writing it to just emphasize the situation of the Dalits, but it was the real life situation. So the Dalit women, they were working, they were contributing for the reproductive value as well as the productive value of the family. And do you know that there are some women characters, and there are some tales where we got to know that those women, they didn't know the concept of using detergents. They didn't know the concept of using soaps to clean their clothes or to clean themselves. And actually, people used to say that the Dalit women are, or the Dalit men, they are just like animals. They are not treated just like human beings. And of course, in our modern days, we cannot imagine of a day without powders and puffs and perfumes. And those women, they didn't know the concept of soap and detergent, the basic things to clean themselves. And actually, they used to change their saris, or they changed their clothes occasionally during some occasions. And it was clad, it was mud, through which they used to clean their bodies as well as their saris. So that was the excruciating, painful tale of suffering, their reality, which was there in the writings of the Dalit women autobiographers. And actually, the prison still broke. It was excruciatingly, what will I say, you will be deeply moved whenever you will got to know these original autobiographies. There was nothing, there was no imagination, nothing fanciful, but it was the reality, the harsh reality of life, which was suffered by those people. So actually, this was the journey of Devi Kamble, and Shantabai Kamble. She was also a Marathi writer and a Dalit activist. He wrote the first female autobiography, which is translated in English as the kaleidoscopic story of my life. So she has also a very great contribution in the growth of Dalit female writers. And Kumud Powder, he is also a writer and a feminist and social activist. She was born in Nagpur actually, and she was also a member of the Dalit community. But in her autobiography, we will get to know that how the Dalit women, they were barred from learning the classical languages like Sanskrit. And in this particular autobiography, she clarifies that how uh, those Dalit women, they were not allowed to learn Sanskrit. And she took the vow that I will learn Sanskrit in my life, and this is my motto. So it was about her struggle, how she just got to know the classical Sanskrit, and he became a teacher of that. She wanted to teach Sanskrit to the others. So it is not only the protest against this prohibition that is presented in her book, but also the discrimination, overt and covert discrimination, and discouragement that she receives from people in her struggle to learn this classical language. So let us move to some particular writers. I am crossing the limits, I think. The time limit is just going to over. So she is Bama Faustina Mary, and I took the courage of just expressing my little knowledge about Bama Faustina Mary in front of you, because you are the famous people from Tamil Nadu, and she is also a very great Tamil Dalit feminist, and who actually was she was actually the first Dalit writer in India who was just winning the Crossword Prize for her debut work, Karakru. And hailed as the first Dalit writer, she has actually becoming the finest contemporary Indian writer in this modern scenario. And of course, her voice is very much powerful because she is voicing the consciousness of the Dalit people in the fourth world literature. Now let us see about her novel, autobiographical novel, Karakum. If I am not pronouncing it in the proper manner, please forgive me. Karakku is the first Dalit autobiographical novel in Tamil Nadu, and it is written in Tamil. Originally, it was written in Tamil. Later, it was translated by the great translator Lakshmi Holmstrom. And actually, Karakku means, you all know more than me, that it is actually the saw-like double-edged stem of the palm leaf with the serrated edges on both the sides, like saws. And actually, with this particular leaf, Bama wanted to resemble the life of the Dalit woman who is tortured by the doubly-edged sword of Apatas patriarchy as well as Dalit patriarchy. So, in this particular novel, as an exponent of Dalit feminism, she is actually found here in Karakku, right platform to express the hardships and agonies of Dalit women. And the books enjoys the unique recognition of being one of the sweeping feminist discourse by a Tamil Dalit woman. And actually, it is being started with the first person narration. This particular novel moves from the past to the present in exploring the varying manifold sets of different incidents which was taking place in Bama's life. And in this particular work, she expresses various forms of violent oppressions which were unleashed on Dalit Christians from her region. And through her world, she has just presented before us a kind of the relationship between the Dalits and the upper caste people. And she identifies herself with the movement of Dalit feminism in Tamil Nadu, which actually believed that casteism must be annihilated drastically. And the word Karaku, it is just giving you an expression of the life of the Dalit women where they are doubly marginalized. And this particular metaphor of the palmier relief actually comes alive in Bama's presentation, her self presentation, and of course in the representation of various women in her life. Like the interlocked knife like edges of the Karaku, Bama highlights the interwoven layers of caste, religion, and gender structures that strangle this women's subjectivity. But with this particular word, she just gives us another ray of hope, because another Tamil word, karu, means seed, which also means freshness or newness. And this seed, with this seed, Bama actually wanted to refer to the Dalit consciousness, which is the symbol of a new revolution and which is aiming at bringing a new social order into the Indian society. So, apart from scratching and tearing with the double-edged uh, leaves, Karaku, has a different function of sprouting new consciousness with its fresh seeds. So it is the creation of through this particular novel, she wanted to give us the idea how autobiography has been used by the Dalit women as the most potent tool of self-expression. Here it is a relief from the conflicting identity from which the Dalit women were suffering. Because we got to know that whenever Bama was suffering from being a Dalit, she actually decided to join the nunnery because she believed that whenever I will be a Christian Dalit nun, I will not be deprived or rejected by the society. But here also she got to know that she was just jumped from the frying pan to the fire. So more deprivations were there in the nunnery because they were tortured by the original Christian nuns. So after some time in the nunnery, she again left the nunnery and joined the Dalit women, her own group. So actually, there was the identity which was a kind of a stereotypical identity, and another identity she took on her own, and it was a Christian Dalit identity. And then she shifts to. Hello, is there any problem? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can get it. Somebody, Suresh Kumar, 19 billion. Please throw him out, ma'am.
Yes.
Justin, please throw him out.
No, it happens. It happens.
Sorry for that, ma'am. Sorry for that.
No, it happens. It happens. I was wondering whether there is any problem with the audio came through now.
Ma'am, please wait for a minute, ma'am. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay. Actually, my principal is also calling.
Justin, please throw this fellow out, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am, I do not know these 1 or 2 numbers of fake IDs. Usually, we'll never have this problem. Ma'am, can you hear me? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Pavitra, I can hear you because here is also another problem. My principal was calling, so simultaneously there were so many things.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, 1 minute, ma'am. Students, can you please identify the fake IDs, respective class representatives or students? Please find out the fake IDs.
Whether the page is visible of Sangati?
Everything is visible, ma'am. Everything is fine. Just give us 2 minutes, ma'am. Dear students, please kindly find out the fake IDs from your respective classes and please let us know immediately. 20 billion, please check. 19 billion, please check. 18 billion, please check. Please check. I hope everything is fine. Ma'am, yes, ma'am, you can continue. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
No, it happens. Let me continue to the next novel of Bama, which was titled as Sangati. And here, this particular novel came out in 1994. And here, we will show that it is a move from I to we, and she is moving from the individual to the community. And actually, whatever I told earlier in my earlier slide, that autobiographies are actually crossing the genre boundaries and they are becoming testimonials. And actually, here in this particular autobiography, we will see that how Bama was surpassing the boundaries of I, and she was blending the I with the community, the individual with the community. And in this sense, it is a community manifesto. Actually, this particular novel, it came out in 1994, and it brings forth the irony of a caste hierarchy functioning inside the Dalit community. And this text shows how, despite all the penury and all oppression, the Dalit women are still proud of their status and not at all envious of the upper caste women. Bama's contribution to the Dalit literature is very much significant because in both of her novels, through Karaku and through Sangati, she is also using her vocabulary, which is very much confessional, which is very much conversational mode of narration. So another thing I want to articulate here is that whenever Dalit women are writing, actually it is not the the formal words, the formal vocabularies that they are choosing, but they are choosing the vocabulary of their own. They are deliberately keeping those words, those slang words, some words which are related to their body parts, some activities, some sounds like that of ululating and all, because actually those things, those slang words or those activities, those were their mode of resistance. They deliberately wanted to retain the terms. And even in the translated versions, when the translators were translating their works from regional languages to English, they were also just for the that is the keeping the terms intact. So that was the thing which is very much different from the other literary genres, and this is specific in the Dalit women writers with the Dalit women writers. And here in Sangati, just Bama makes her readers to delve deep into the life of the Dalit women through the occurrences of the confrontations to which they come across. And we will show that here is a move from I to we, as Bama moves from the individual to the community. And the frequent use of we instead of I and the very personal note of addressing the reader create a collective experience, since the writer gives an impression of directly addressing the reader. So it was a very fascinating experience when we got to know this type of autobiographies, and it will seem to you that you are not just reading a book, but you are just witnessing these things in front of you. So here, as a reader and even as a writer, you are not a person who is detached from the society, or you are a guest, something like that. You won't feel like that, but you will feel that you are among themselves. You are among themselves, you are in their society, and you are suffering. So that was a very good blending between the author, between the narrator, and the that is the reader. So that was the specificity of Sangati as another novel written by Bama. So now I want to just summarize the things, whatever I got to know in interpreting the literature. Now, these are the challenges that the Dalit women, or even the Dalit women writings, the Dalit men writings, or even in general the Dalit literature is facing. So it is sometimes difficult to understand the predicament of the Dalit autobiographies, because we know that primarily these are written in regional languages. And of course, being a Bengali, I am not able to know Tamil. Being a Bengali, I am not able to know Marathi. But it is only through the translated text that I am going to read those things. And sometimes there were some confusion whether the literariness or the flavors got intact in the original version, and whether there is any difference between the original version and the translated version. So there are some problems, whatever the literature is suffering with, and of course the language barrier is there. It is actually, it is also a blessing. It is also I will not say it is a curse, but it is actually a barrier also, because the main Dalit writers, they are not writing in English, they are writing in the regional languages, and later on those texts were translated. So, and of course the literacy rate is very low among the Dalits, and it is not easy for them to write in even in mainstream regional languages also. And if you are writing, then there is the issue of publication, and it is also very much difficult for them to publish their works, because their works are very much radical in substance. So these are the issues through which they are suffering with. And another thing is that there are some critics who actually used to say that Dalit literature is something which is a kind of a violent one, and it is sometimes resented as denounced for being propagandistic, something which is very monotonous, aggressive, unaesthetic. But these are the charges that are just often come against Dalit literature. And but the Dalit writers, they are not at all bothered about that, because they are enjoying it. Because they, first of all, they told us that we are not writing anything to give you kind of a spiritualistic or a kind of an aesthetic pleasure. It is not a pleasure giving literature. And for this reason, we are changing the aesthetic itself. So we are committed to give something which is the embodiment of protest and literature. We are just going to inject the seed of rebellion in the mind of our fellow Dalits. So they are welcoming their charges as well. So these are the challenges that we may call these as challenges that the literature is facing today to establish themselves in the gamut of Indian literature. Now, let us come to a very brief conclusion that yes, Dalit literature, though it started its journey in 1970s and all, and nowadays we may say that it's only 50 years of age, very young, and it has to go a long way. But with the translated works, with the published works, it is about to reach the stage of self-authentication. And of course, these are being translated day by day, but of course, it has to cross a long journey. It has to be written, published, translated, read, critiqued, researched more and more, so that it will be able to break the century-old age of silence and to have the desired effect of abolishing the load of caste, class, and gender biases from the Indian society. And this was their motto. This was the motto of the literature. And one thing will come in the society that we all believe in the positivity. We all believe in our self-realization. The one thing that the Dalit women felt is that the first thing is that we want to know ourselves. We want to empower ourselves. If we are not able to empower and just know and realize ourselves, we will not be able to just able to serve the community. So this is the self-realization. This is the self-empowerment which is emphasized by the Dalit writers in their writings. And we all may hope that in the end, there will be no margin. In the end, there will be no center. In the end, there will be no other. In the end, there will be no play. In the end, there will be a free play of playlessness. And with this hope, I want to end my lecture. And thanks for your patience hearing. So that's all.
Thank you, Professor Mami. Manoj?
Thank you so much, ma'am. I deeply apologize for the inconvenience that had occurred. Nevertheless, it was a wonderful session, ma'am. Thank you so much. You greatly outlined the plight and suffering of the Dalit and the Dalit women who are treated as an outcast among the outcast and the downtrodden among the downtrodden. I had the opportunity to read the book Ants Among Elephants a couple of years ago that gave me insight and new perspectives to life itself. And now, thanks to you, I will be reading Karukku and Sangati to gain more awareness and to create awareness in my field of work. And I hope this inspired a lot of our students as well. We hope your work and that of others alike bring awareness and change among in Dalit consciousness, bringing support and dedication among the oppressed. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj, and you are doing it very well. And I hope that you all people will go through the Dalit text, especially the Dalit women writings, because you will all be moved by that, and a kind of a new experience, you will get to know if you go through those texts.
Thank you, ma'am. When I read Ant Among the Elephants, I was mortified. Like, can society be as such? Can humanity go to even the lowest depths of life? But then it gave me a new insight to life itself. So I hope others will also have the opportunity to read the books suggested by you, like Karukku and Sandati. So hope we can make the change and bring, make this world a better place to live in, ma'am. Thank you once again.
Yes, the day will surely come.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, it was excellent presentation. As far as my experience is concerned, so in Maharashtra, Dalit literature and Dalit movement is a very strong movement, and there are a lot of writers, and they have come out and they're coming out with their own literary texts. There are a lot of novels, a lot of stories, a lot of poems by Dalit writers, and basically education has given them chance to explore, to talk about their experiences and their forefathers' experiences. So through Dalit literature, we come to know about how a social structure was there in the past, and it is also there in the present to some extent, and how the social structure is shifting now. Nowadays, the new authors are talking about new trends coming in Dalit or new experiences of Dalit people. Thank you very much, ma'am, for presentation, beautiful presentation.
Thank you, sir. And when I was just preparing for my lecture, I was thinking about actually you also, sir, because I know that you are from Maharashtra. And basically, the writers, they are from Maharashtra. They were writing in Marathi language. And basically, whatever text I chose, actually, those were also beyond Bama. There are also other writers who were writing in Marathi language. And some translators were also there. I took their interview also. And they used to tell us that whatever was written in Marathi, it was actually the real patience of the Dalit people, Dalit women specifically, were coming out through Marathi literature. And translators like Maya Pandit, when they were translating the text of Baby Kamle and all into English, they were just telling me in an interview that they were deliberately retaining some Marathi vocabularies, some Marathi words, so that that particular seeds of resistance or the seeds of rebellion can remain intact. So that was the thing, and of course, the contribution of the Marathi writers as well as of the Tamil writers will always be felt in the journey of the Dalit women from margin to mainstream. Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Yes.
Now, I invite Ms. Nivedita from First BA English Literature to introduce the second speaker for the day, Dr. L.G. Patil, former professor and head Department of English of Anantarao Thorpe College and Research Center, Bor, Pune. Ms. Nivedita, over to you.
I find immense pleasure in introducing a truly multifaceted personality, an erudite scholar, an ardent researcher, and a devout teacher, Dr. L.G. Patil, former professor and head of the Department of English, Anantarao Thorpe College and Research Center, Bor, Pune. Dr. Patil did his postgraduate program from Ferguson College, Pune, his postgraduate diploma in teaching English from the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, and his doctoral research from the University of Pune. Dr. Patil has a long list of academic and administrative experiences. Besides his 36 years of teaching and research, he serves as a coordinator of arts faculty, coordinator of IQAC, member of several boards of studies, chairman of board of exams, visiting faculty of various institutions, and many more. He is the editor of Dhyan Sarita, a multidisciplinary research journal. He is also presented several research papers in national and international conferences and seminars. His noteworthy academic areas of interest are literary criticism and theory, research methodology, English language learning and teaching, linguistics, phonology, pragmatics, modern British and Indian literature. In addition to being a good teacher and a passionate researcher, he's also involved in extension activities. He's a charter secretary and past president of Rotary Club of Bor and has conducted more than 100 social activities in a year. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Patil to deliver his lecture on the topic, Significance of Literary Theory while Interpreting Literature. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for a nice introduction.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Manoj.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Am I audible enough?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes, sir. Please do.
Okay. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for considering me as one of the, able speakers on this platform. I thank the principal, vice principal, the head of the department, and especially Dr. Pavitra, who is the coordinator, convener, and who is very instrumental in organizing this particular seminar for the students. This is a different kind of seminar because it is for the students. And there are seminars for the teachers and scholars, but this is different in nature. So your efforts are towards students. So our whole system should be student-centric. That is what NAC expects, and you are doing the same. So thank you for that. Congrats for that, in fact. And I thank the other people who are instrumental, like Anuraj and then Manoj, Nandita, and others. I also, I'm happy to listen to Somali, and I'm going to listen to Anuradha and other speakers, Dr. Sudhi. Let me begin with my topic. My topic, I intentionally took this because I always think from students' perspective. We always expect that students know everything, students are scholars, etc., etc. But still, even a bright student finds difficulty in simple things. And there is a kind of relationship between literature and language. And T.S. Eliot, as you know, is a very popular, very famous 20th century, early 20th century poet, dramatist, and critic. And he said that every nation has a creative turn of mind and critical turn of mind. While he was writing the essay, critical essay, tradition and digital talent in 1919, he used this term, and he was talking about the English writers and creators, critics, and French writers and critics. So he started with this particular, say, prominent, statement that every nation has a creative turn of mind. There are creators as well as there are critics. So critical turn of mind. Now, when we talk about literature and criticism, we see that these are interdependent activities. Criticism is considered as, say, a dependent activity on literature. But if there are no critics, what is the use of literature then? There are three purposes of literature, as you know. And these three purposes are: first is entertainment. It entertains us. So every poem, novel, drama in any language, maybe in English or maybe in Malayalam or Marathi or Hindi or any language. So it entertains. A text entertains. A literary text entertains. Second, it gives us a lot of knowledge or information. It gives us knowledge about the society, the community, the family, the customs, traditions, faiths, beliefs, the people's experiences, as Somali has talked about the experiences of the Dalit people. So these experiences and this knowledge we get. So as you said, Manoj, that, well, I'm interested in reading this book. That is, you are interested in getting knowledge, how people were subjected. So how there is oppression and suppression of these people. So this is the second purpose of literature. So literature, it gives us a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. So through English literature, we get knowledge of the English life, culture, and systems and customs. Through American literature, we get American, say, experience of American life. Through African literature, we get experience of African life. And then the third is very important. And the third purpose of literature is to teach the values of life. And this is very, very important. It teaches us the principles and values of life. You know, literature deals with life, and life experiences, though external experiences are the same, internal feelings, emotions, passions, reactions are on an average universal. They're common. And so external influence and internal influence, or external reality and internal reality, there is always a difference. And so this internal reality is common to all. The experience of love across the globe, across the time, across the space is the same. But the external realities are different. And so that is why there are thousands and thousands of poems written about love, because it is the same experience. And so writers have been talking about it. Similarly, a lot of experiences of life are there, and writers project the experiences, and they make selection, they combine, and they reflect it artistically. You know, literature is an art. Literature is one of the 5 fine arts. And the 5 fine arts are poetry, painting, dance, music, and sculpture. These are 5 fine arts. And from these fine arts, there are now new arts devised over last, say, so many years in modern times and pre-modern times. So poetry is a common term used for literature. Earlier, all literature during classical times, all literature was written in the form of verse, in the form of poetry. And so poetry is first and very important form of art, form of literature. So it is a fine art, and it is reflection. Now, when we try to go into the definition of literature, or what literature is, We see that it is a reflection of life, it is mirror of life. Plato called it as representation of life. Aristotle called it as imitation of life. And nowadays we talk we use common terms like it is a mirror of life, it is reflection of life, it is projection of life. Now, this imitation, reflection, or representation is artistic. That's very important, say norm for, as Somali said, that one of the challenges for Dalit literature or protest literature is it is unartistic. So it has to be artistic. And so when it becomes artistic, it is praised by all the people. It attracts larger audience. That is very important, larger readers. So it is artistic, it is emotional. No doubt literature is highly emotional. It is reflection or projection of the emotions of the people concerned, the characters concerned. Then it is highly imaginative. You know that people have been talking about history and literature, and well, history and art. History is real, history is fact, it is reality, it is representation of reality, in fact, projection of reality, which needs the proof. Whereas in literature, it is imaginative representation. It does not need any proof. So cinema is imagination. Serial is imagination. A song is an imaginative work. A poem, even religious books or a lot of religious texts are called as epics. An epic is a prominent form of poetry. And poetry is nothing but literature. And literature is imaginative. So it is necessary for the students to think about what is imagination, what is reality, or what is close to reality. Some literary texts may be very close to reality. For example, there are a lot of literary historical texts based on history of the world or of different people at different places and locations. So it can be or it may be very close to reality, but not reality. So literary text, which is historical, cannot be prescribed, or it is never prescribed for the students of history. That is a greater difference. Okay, so it is emotional, imaginative, artistic representation or reflection. Literature is necessary. Now, why it is necessary? It is necessary for civilizing our minds, civilizing the people. It is a great therapy. It soothes us, it cools down. Sometimes it also excites us. For example, a lot of protest literature helps us to excite. It disturbs our psyche. As you know, psychoanalytic critics say that the moment we read a sentence from a poem, it disturbs our blood pressure. It changes, it creates an impact on our mind. It may be positive, it may be negative. So it is necessary. Of course, it is a kind of therapy. So light literature or non-serious literature, you can say, can be used as, or say literature which does not lead to say tragedy. It is prescribed by general medical practitioners for the patients to cool down. So normally people love literature to enjoy, and not only to enjoy, but gain something, learn the values of life. So it is necessary for society. A society which has abundant literature is considered as a cultured society, a civilized society. We see that Indian society is cultured society because we have tremendous literature. Similarly, the Western countries also are civilized and cultured in the sense that they have a lot of literature. But again, literature may take a different turn. It may go away from the, say, expected standards of writing. Now, students, while learning literature, there are certain objectives stipulated by the universities. And one should keep this in mind. Why do we study literature, or why do we learn literature? It introduces to the major movements, major figures, major authors, major writers, major works of arts in literature. It enhances literary sensibility of the students, because the moment we read a poem or a novel or a set of say plays or novels, it enhances or it enriches our sensibility. It leads to emotional response. We go on responding. As you respond to movie or song, generally. Similarly, when you read literature, you respond to literature emotionally. Through literature, we understand thematic and stylistic preoccupations of the writers and the concerns of the writers. What do they talk about? What are they talking about? For example, as Somali Saha said, people in, say, India who are at the lower strata of the society talk about their experiences, their concerns. Or people in Africa talk about African concerns. People in America talk about their life in the, say, maybe concerned period or concerned time. So literature is for the purpose of, say, critical examination and analysis of works and analysis of the writers. Then it introduces to the socio-cultural, political, as well as historical developments in the community, in a society, in a particular nation, as well as it introduces us to the developments in literature. For example, we account for, say, Shakespeare, and then as one of the important Renaissance writers. So he is a milestone in the history of English literature. Wordsworth is another, Pope is another, and then Matthew Arnold and D.S. Eliot. These are the milestones, or so many writers are milestones. So in order to understand the trends, literature reading or, say, assessing or analyzing is essential. Literature helps us to assess universal values. We live our life at, say, our own perusal. So we are the people from India. We belong to a particular society, community. We have customs, certain set norms of life. Whereas when we read literature from other countries or from other people or from other nations, we try to understand the universal values, the values of their life and their society and community, as well as universal values. Then literature reading helps us to apply critical principles, and then it helps us to understand the language used by the writer. There are a lot of writers who use a different kind of, a deviant kind of language. For example, Dylan Thomas is very famous for using, say, deviant structures. I was green as grass was green. So we try to understand how he can say that, well, I was green. Then we take the help of, say, linguistic theories to understand what is the meaning of this. So it helps us to understand the potentials of language. For example, George Orwell won Nobel Award for Animal Farm, or a lot of literatures that were literary works that were produced by him, like 1984, etc. And if you read his novel, you'll see that it is very simple. So the language used by George Orwell is very simple, but still it appeals. So what is it that earned him or achieved, that made him earn Nobel Award? Why he is so important? Or there are so many writers who are so simple. Take the case of D.H. Lawrence. It is interesting to study the language of D.H. Lawrence, because in many novels, his one paragraph runs into one sentence. So by reading literature, we get access to different styles of writing, styles of language use, and then it helps us to, identify or correlate with our use. Then literature reading helps us in application, the potentials for research. The moment you go through, say, complete your BA and MA, over 5 years, you go on thinking about what are the potentials for research. Further, how can I proceed? And which topic should I take for MPhil and PhD? So this helps us to make a research in a particular area. It develops, certainly, reading of literature helps us to develop critical ability as well as creative ability. The critics say that, well, in order to write a good poem, there are good writers, no doubt. In order to write a good poem or a good work of art, produce a good work of art, the writer should read a lot. So reading of literature helps us to develop our own thoughts, our ideas, and write them and reflect them. Now, this is about literature. Now, we are primarily concerned about criticism and theory. So why theory is essential or indispensable to the interpretation of literature? Now, Somali has presented one interpretation of literary text. So she has looked at, say, Dalit literature from a particular perspective. So this perspective is very important. This is one of the, say, approaches to literature, approaches to body of literature, chunk of literature as Dalit literature. Again, when we look at it from different perspective, Dalit literature is one of the important offshoots of protest literature. So what is protest literature? So one has to understand this, and that is why criticism is very important. Now, what is criticism? Let us try to understand what is criticism and what is theory. In fact, there are a lot of people who make a confusion between criticism and theory. They are well connected, they are interdependent, and there is a very narrow boundary between the two. Okay, so criticism is value judgment of or analysis of, description of, classification of, or interpretation of a literary text. Whereas theory is nothing but, theory deals with theorizing, laying down the rules, defining literary texts or genres, or maybe even literary criticism. So that when a particular literary text, or sorry, critical text, when a particular critical text theorizes, for example, Wordsworth's preface to Lyrical Ballad defines poetry. So in this preface, Wordsworth defines poetry as spontaneous surplus of powerful feelings, emotions recollected in tranquility. Poet is he defines poet. Poet is a man speaking through men. Or in Shelley's defense of poetry, he talks about poetry as expression of imagination. So he has given one definition. So this is a theory. Or let us go back to Aristotle. During the classical times, Aristotle wrote Poetics, and in Poetics, he talked about the different elements of drama, 6 elements of drama. Then he talked about what is plot and different types of plots. So he is theorizing. He is a critic primarily, but he is a theorist. So that is a borderline. Okay. So one should understand the difference between criticism and theory. Criticism is a general covering term used for theory also. So criticism deals with description, classification, analysis, and interpretation of literary text, and even the, say, chunk of text, or even the authors. It formulates rules to some extent. I mean, in fact, criticism gives rise to theory. It value judges, and it is significant activity. It is a very prominent, it is an important, it is essential activity. It separates good from bad. It sifts good from bad. It sifts sound from unsound. Matthew Arnold, in his text, critical text, talked about what is the role of criticism. It is the role of a critic and criticism to sift good from bad, sound from unsound, excellent from ordinary. Or Samuel Johnson, when we talk of Samuel Johnson as a critic, we say that he talks about the merits and demerits of the writers. So literary criticism deals with the merit and demerit of a particular text, or a writer, or a set of writers, or say a particular age also. For example, the moment we take a poem for analysis, we talk about merits. What are the merits of John Donne's canonization? And what are the demerits? You know, Samuel Johnson talked about the demerits of Shakespeare. And so one of the demerits is he has a disregard for the 3 unities. So he points out the fault with the writer also, or writing. So it is the duty of a critic and criticism to talk about the merits and demerits, to value judge. A critic is a judge, and a critic has to judge a literary text or author. There are different types of criticism. The very prominent, very popular is aesthetic criticism, where, in classroom, when a teacher teaches a poem, basically we go for aesthetic criticism. Why this poem is beautiful? What is it that makes it more important, or excellent, or better, or a sound poem, or a good poem? Okay, good is a very basic term that is used. So what are the, say, beauty spots in a poem. Okay, why it is so impressive, why it is so effective, so aesthetic criticism. Then the next type of criticism is impressionistic, where the critic gives his impression. The moment you read a novel, a critic develops some kind of interpretation, or there is impression on the mind, impressionistic criticism. Then judicial criticism. It is neither, it is not subjective, it is purely objective criticism. Judicial criticism is value judging, giving the value judgment. Then mimetic criticism, that is testing it on the certain basic, say, facts of life, mime or mimetic. Then subjective and objective, then expressionistic. These are different types of criticism. So the moment we come across someone talking about something, you can place him somewhere. He's talking about aesthetic values of a poem, or he may be talking subjectively or objectively. And nowadays, a lot of people take a subjective stance, which is not expected by people like Coleridge or Matthew Arnold or T.S. Eliot. As far as the objectives of learning criticism, criticism is prescribed at, say, BA level as well as MA level. This paper is prescribed, and it teaches through this. The university expects that students should be introduced to different critical trends and critical movements. So, what are the basic objectives of the university for introducing? Or what are the objectives for learning what is criticism and learning certain texts within criticism? It helps us to introduce basics of notions of criticism, literary criticism, as well as theory. It helps to understand the role of a critic and role of criticism. It helps us to understand what are the norms for a critic to pass judgment. It develops awareness about historical developments in criticism. Criticism sensitizes a student or anyone who studies criticism to different critical approaches. And through criticism, we can learn different canons. For example, one of the canons is, say, deconstruction, or feminism, or eco-criticism, or LGBT. So these are different, say, approaches. So it helps us to introduce, and it widens our scope. In fact, it widens our horizon while reading a literary text. Because normally, once again, very important, normally students are interested in keeping concentration towards the theme, what happens and who are the characters. That is all for them. And this is not literary criticism. This is not interpretation. That is basic, no doubt. But you should go beyond it. And so it is essential for the reader to, say, widen, for the student to widen horizon of perceiving literature or reading literature. And it is helped through criticism. So criticism is very important, essential, indispensable activity. Then it helps us to develop critical ability and, streamline critical ability. In fact, every one of us has got critical ability. Even a child has critical ability. Now, once again, what is criticism? Criticism is value judgment, passing a judgment, passing a comment, passing an opinion, or giving an opinion about something. In literature, we are concerned with literary text, and we read literature. When we read literature or a poem, we can pass judgment. Similarly, when a child of, say, 3 or 4 years or 5 years, when a child plays with certain friends, he comes home and responds to mother. He talks about his friends. He talks about how he likes a particular friend and how he dislikes the other friend. He gives the reasons. It is a judgment. He is judging his friends. He is judging their activities. He is judging their behavior. He is passing a kind of opinion. He is passing a kind of judgment. Sometimes he may say that, Mom, I don't like that friend. And then mom asks why. And then he gives some reason, that's all. Okay, so this is also judgment. This is also criticism. Now, in India, this is what I have experienced. The word criticism is negatively taken. Criticism is taken as attacking someone. This is a very wrong notion towards criticism. Criticism is value judgment, talking about merits as well as demerits. In India, when we talk of or make this the use of this word criticism, we start talking about demerits. We highlight demerits more, and we are strategic about. In politics, in social life, in political life, you can see a person particularly generally does not value or consider the other person or other party, other people, other rulers. They talk about the demerits and they do not talk about, or they talk very little about the merits. This is again a strategy. It is not criticism at all. It is not a proper criticism. It has to be like something like, say, Samuel Johnson, pointing out merits and then highlight finally towards the end demerits. So this is very essential. Criticism and critical theory and different trends in critical theory are essential. By reading criticism or learning different, say, principles within criticism and theory, we can explore chances for research. It is seen that, well, students are or scholars are, MPhil and PhD scholars are interested in working on literary texts. And while working on literary texts, they have to take into account certain theory. So when you analyze a particular set of authors, you will have to use certain theory. It may be psychoanalytical, it may be feminist perspective, it may be post-colonial perspective or cultural perspective, or say diaspora, or maybe linguistic perspective. So these are basic, critical approaches are basic for interpretation. So that stance is taken. Now, apart from that, within criticism itself, you can have potentials for research. So your research may be purely in criticism. So you will have to explore it, as I did research in literary criticism. So purely in criticism, not in literature. So similarly, or some people are interested in doing research in linguistics, purely linguistics, or applying. There is next possibility, and that is done by a large number of people or a large number of scholars, that is applying the theory to literature, or applying the theory in linguistics to literature. So that kind of analysis is also possible, and for that purpose, criticism is indispensable, or theory is necessary, essential. Now let us go towards the trends in literary criticism. What are the trends in criticism? The origin of literary criticism is in origin of literature. The moment people started reflecting, talking about their life through literary texts, people started passing comments or judgments. And this started long back in the classical times. So the first phase or first trend that came in criticism, literary criticism, is classical literary criticism. And the classical critics are Plato, Aristotle, and Horace and Longinus. These are the four important or prominent literary critics of classical times. You know, Plato was a philosopher. He had his academy, and his student was Aristotle. Aristotle was very bright, intelligent. Plato himself was the student of Socrates, and there are Socratic dialogues. But Plato, while talking about so many issues, other issues, he talked about poets and poetry. He was not happy about poets, and particularly highly imaginative reflection of life and reflection of, or say, the false image of gods and goddesses. So he was not happy with that. And he wrote the books Iron and the Republic. In the Republic, he formulated imaginary idea of an ideal state. He was idealistic. And so he said that in my ideal state, if I happen to form a state or country or a nation, so in my ideal state, there will be no place for poetry and poets. So he banished poets and poetry on the ground that poets were highly imaginative, excessively imaginative. They did say false things in literature or poetry, and he laid 4 charges against poetry. Now, poetry was in trouble. So that particular say part of the Republic is considered as first prominent literary criticism about poetry or literature. Okay. Now, Aristotle was student of Plato, and Aristotle saw that poetry is in trouble, poets are in trouble, so it has to be defended. And so he thought of it, and he started writing, and he wrote Poetics, Theory of Poetry and Fine Arts during those times. And in Theory of Poetry and Fine Arts, he upheld poetry, he upheld poets, and he talked about poetic drama or tragedy, comedy, then elements of tragedy, then origin, growth, and development of tragedy. So plot, characters, setting, then spectacle, scene painting. These are the elements of tragedy according to Aristotle. Aristotle talked about tragic hero. Aristotle talked about hamartia. He talked about theory of imitation. All arts are imitation. All arts are imitation. They are imaginative and they are creative, of course. And so he talked about theory of imitation. He talked about, say, the concept of plot, simple plot and complex plot. What is a good plot? So he also talked about. So this particular text is a very prominent, a very strong document about literature. And it has been translated into different languages. And while doing, when students do MA in, say, different languages, particularly say MA in Marathi literature, Kannada literature, Tamil literature, Malayalam literature, they have to refer to Plato and Aristotle and their views about drama and poetry. So Plato and Aristotle were prominent classical writers. So classical criticism. And then came Longinus. Horace was one of them. He wrote Ars Poetica. And then Longinus wrote on Sublime. And he talked about what are the important or 5 important sources of sublime work. Sublime means a grand work, excellent work. A poem should be, a drama should be excellent. In order that a poem should become excellent, what are the 5 important things? He talked about that. And then lofty thought, he talked about how emotions are important, how the language should transport the reader into the world of imagination or into the world of, say, experience of the writer. So all those essential elements were highlighted by him. And this was a kind of guideline for the budding writers. So the writers that came then should keep in mind that while composing a poem, they should pay attention to all this. And if they pay attention to this, their poetry would become excellent poetry. So look at the role of Plato, Aristotle, and Longinus. These people streamlined literature. These people brought literature into the mainstream. They expected that the writers should be very careful in writing or composing a work of art. Now there was a long gap, and we come to English literature, Renaissance criticism. So next trend is Renaissance criticism. Of course, let me tell you something about British literature. In British literature, the trends that we normally study are sometimes at some level, maybe first year, second year, third year, or first year of MA and second year of MA. You may make a choice of one text from one particular, say, age or class of time. Okay. So what are the trends? The Renaissance period. So early phase, Chaucer, Spenser, and Christopher Marlowe, and then Shakespeare, Dryden. This was a Renaissance. Were Elizabethan writers. These were Elizabethan writers, and this is also called as Renaissance. And then came Neoclassical phase. In Neoclassical phase, the new writers in England and in France, they tried to imitate the classical writers because the classical writers were idealistic, and they also followed the same trend. And this continued in 16th and 17th century, or early part of, say, 18th century, first half of 18th century, you can say. And then came Augustan age, city poets and city poetry in England, which was objected, which was, say, not favored by people like Wordsworth and Coleridge. And then by the beginning of 19th century, that is in the beginning of 18th century, say 1798 and 1800. So in 1798, lyrical ballads were published by Wordsworth and Coleridge, and lyrical ballads set the new tradition in English literature. So this is called as Romantic phase. So up to 1835 or 1850, because in 1850 Wordsworth died, and up to 1835 people were writing romantic poetry, that is nature poetry, highlighting, talking about emotions, passions, imaginations, etc. So imaginative work, highly imaginative. And then after, say, 1850, Victorian era came up. And so Tennyson, Matthew Arnold, and other writers were there, Walter Pater and other writers were there. They were writing, say, poems, dramas, and novels. Of course, Matthew Arnold was a poet, Tennyson was a poet, and Dickens was a novelist. Jane Austen also came prior to Tennyson, or during the times of Tennyson. And Jane Austen wrote a lot of feminist novels. Mary Wollstonecraft was writing essays. So there was poetry, there was a lot of novel. And by the end of 19th century, drama came up again. And then new trends started, that is modernity came up in English literature. So modern phase, so early, say 20th century, then war poets of the First World War and Second World War, the Georgian poets, and there are different trends. And then postmodern poets or post-colonial. Nowadays we talk of post-colonial writers. So these are the trends in literature, and there are so many hundreds of writers who have been writing a lot of poems and novels and dramatic text. Now, it is the duty of a critic to talk about these writers. Now, let us try to see who are the prominent writers as far as criticism is concerned, or critical writers. So, what are the trends in criticism as far as English criticism is concerned? We talked of classical criticism. Now, let us talk about English criticism. The early phase is Renaissance. And during Renaissance, Stephen Gosson was one of the, of course, religious persons, and he was not happy with poetry, and he wrote an essay, 4 Ages of Poetry, under the title 4 Ages of Poetry. He wrote an essay, and he attacked poetry in England, in English language, and he laid 4 charges. And he said that poetry is mother of lies. It teaches false things. It breeds false things. It is highly imaginative. So, like Plato, Stephen Gosson also attacked poetry in England. Plato attacked during classical times, whereas Gosson attacked during, say, Renaissance times or Elizabethan times. There was a writer, Philip Sidney, and he had tried to write a novel, but he was not successful. Incognita is one of the novels by him, but he was not successful. And so he read this article by Stephen Gosson. He was rather dissatisfied, and he wanted to talk positively about poetry. And so he decided to write an essay. And he wrote an essay, critical essay, an apology for poetry. And this essay became important, and he talked about how poetry is essential, poetry is necessary, poetry is excellent, and he compared poetry with philosophy and history. He talked about the nature of philosophy, nature of history, and nature of poetry. He talked about characteristic features of poetry, philosophy, and history. And then, towards the end, he claimed that poetry is far superior. This is a quotation. In fact, this is the term used, this is sentence used by Philip Sidney. So poetry is far superior to history and philosophy. So whatever is in history is in literature, whatever is in philosophy is in literature. So in this way, literature is very important or essential. So poetry is a covering term, in fact, used for all, or literature is a covering term used for all literature. So poetry is just symbolic or representative. So this is Renaissance criticism. Now then came neoclassical phase. Of course, during the intermittently, there were a lot of writers like Ben Jonson, and then Etheridge, Wycherley, Farquhar. Of course, Shakespeare the Great was there. John Milton was there. Dryden was there. Then Congreve had been writing a lot of plays. there was a say civil war, and there was disturbance in England, political and social disturbance. Say for 20-25 years, the theatres were closed, all the activities were suspended in England, and Protestants and Catholic, there was a say disturbance. And in 1660, the theatres were reopened, the life became prominent. So that is the history of England in the mid 70s. And restoration started, restored. So life was restored. So social trends was restored. The political, say, monarchy was restored. And so literature also was restored. And so new writers started talking about the London high aristocratic life in literature. And a lot of, say, drama came up. Of course, in drama, they talked about love, marriage, and sex in the 17th century. An archbishop, Jeremy Collier, was very dissatisfied with the kind of reflection in drama, because most of the writers dealt with love, marriage, and sex. They brought down literature to a lower level. And so he was very dissatisfied. Now, this is the question generally asked in SETNET. These writers, particularly Stephen Gosson, his article, year of publication, Philip Sidney, his article, year of publication, then Jeremy Collier, his article and year of publication. In 1698, he wrote an article, Jeremy Collier wrote an article under the title, The Profaneness and Immorality of Literature. The Profaneness and Immorality. Look at the title. So he wanted to highlight how the literature or literary texts were going down, down, down. It should help the society. It should be good for society. The writers, a lot of critics have talked about the fact that what should a writer write? Writers should not write according to the needs of the society, as per the requirement of the society. Whereas writers should think of what is good for the society. Now, this is very important. A writer should think of what is necessary and what is good for society, not what society demands. And this is the problem with Indian cinema. Popular Indian cinema is going down, down, down. As per the public, as per the demand, so is the supply. In literature, this should not happen. There should not be supply of literary texts or as per the demand of the readers. The writers should be very careful about it. And this was highlighted by so many writers in literary criticism. And that is the value of criticism. That is the significance of criticism. That is the importance of criticism. It sets literature in norm, sets literature in a particular, say approach or towards approach. So it gives a particular, say, perspective to literature. It controls literature. It controls trends in literature or writing activity in literature. So Jeremy Collier wrote this article and he attacked the English stage under the title The Profaneness and Immorality of English Stage. And then Congreve was writing during those days. Let me tell you one of the titles, Mistakes of a Night. It was one of the titles of a play. Now you can imagine what he should have talked about. And then William Congreve wrote a famous play, The Way of the World. After reading this particular article, or as a reaction to Jeremy Collier's article, he wrote this play in 1700 and it became famous and popular. Of course, this was the last play. He stopped writing plays. Then in 1707, first newspaper came up, second newspaper came up in London in 1709. And by 11, third newspaper was there. And so newspaper revolutionized everything and essay as a form of literature came up. And during those days, novel as a form of literature was gaining up. And this was the time of neoclassical. This is the neoclassical phase because these writers strictly adhere to the norms of writing poetry. They followed strict metrical poetry, rhyme, rhythm, etc., typical imagination. So symbols used by the writers. So they were very careful about it. And they followed or they imitated the classical writers. And so this is called as neoclassical. Now, during this time, there was a great writer or critic, and he was Samuel Johnson. Of course, before Samuel Johnson, the other critics were during this time were Dryden. Dryden was a poet. He also tried to write drama, and he wrote an essay under the title an essay on dramatic poesy. So Dryden's essay makes a comparison between classical drama and English drama, classical literature and English literature. And so the place of the position of Dryden is very important in neoclassical time. Then there was a writer like Ben Jonson. He also wrote an essay. Alexander Pope was editor of Shakespeare. He was a poet. The Rape of the Lock is a famous mock heroic poem, and through which he highlighted the high aristocratic. It is a criticism of high aristocratic life in London town. And then Samuel Johnson, as a great writer, came. He read all the great writers of England up to, say, 1750, up to 1750. And he wrote about them. He read their literature, all the poems, all the novels and dramas written during those days. And he wrote kind of, say, essays on all those writers. And he talked about merits and demerits. And he wrote on 32 poets, 32 writers. He wrote 32 critical essays. And this is a great work. Of course, he was editor, very important, prominent editor of Shakespeare. And, that is a different issue we can discuss about. And he wrote to preface to Milton, preface to Dryden, preface to Shakespeare. In this work, Preface to Shakespeare, he talks about merits and demerits of works of Shakespeare. Or in Milton, Preface to Milton, he talks about the merits and demerits of Milton's writing. So he became a very important, prominent classical critic. Now, this helped the readers to, say, look at literature, how we should look at literature objectively. An objective stance is necessary in reading literature, in interpreting literature, analyzing literature. And of course, normally people are lopsided, they are subjective, and this subjectivity does not help. It creates certain problems for the writers. In fact, they write, but it is lopsided perception of a text. In France also, there was a great writer, Perry Cornell. Perry Cornell was writing plays during those days, and he had written as many as 40 plays in France. And he's considered as Shakespeare of France. But he also wrote he wrote critical essay. Of course, Shakespeare could not write or did not write any essay. He wrote only the plays and poems. He wrote 154 poems and so many plays, historical plays, tragedies, comedies, seneccas, etc. But he did not write any critical essay. Perry Cornell wrote plays, but when he was criticized by some critics in France, he wrote an article. In fact, he wrote 3 articles on 3 unities of time, place, and action. So this is again rethinking of what Aristotle had said in Poetics. After Samuel Johnson, after neoclassical times, Wordsworth came up, as I mentioned. Wordsworth wrote lyrical ballads in 1798. These poems were very simple poems. Language was simple, the subjects were simple, then emotions were simple, and these were written in a simple style. And these were about the common people in the rural areas, peasants and rustics. Whereas the contemporary poets were writing city poetry, using city subjects, city language, which was high-flown language. A complexity was there, and they talked about the people in the city and city life. Whereas common people were never taken into consideration for writing literature. And as Wordsworth and Coleridge wrote these poems, they were objected, they were rejected. The poems were rejected. As they were rejected, they started thinking. There was a round of discussion between Wordsworth and Coleridge, and Coleridge suggested him to write an article. And Wordsworth wrote the article, Preface to Lyrical Ballads. And in Preface to Lyrical Ballads, as I mentioned, he defined poetry, he defined poet. Because his objection, if they objected, the city poets objected him as a poet, then he also started raising doubts about the city poets. And he says that, well, they took a lot of effort in using inane phraseology. I took a lot of effort in avoiding inane phraseology. So he defined poet as a man speaking through men. So this particular treatise, this essay, helped the new writers to think about what they should talk in their literature or in their, say, literary texts. Then Coleridge followed Wordsworth. Coleridge also wrote Biographia Literaria and Biographia Literaria, chapter 13 and 14, deal with lyrical ballads, poetry, definition of poetry, and he talks about fancy and imagination. And he says that there are two kinds of imaginations. One is primary, the other is secondary. And he wrote it in chapter 13 and 14 of Biographia Literaria, which came up in the beginning of 19th century. He was followed later on by Shelley. So Shelley also wrote an essay, and this essay dealt with poetry, like, say, Wordsworth, and he wrote poetry, so the essay under the defense of poetry, and he defined poetry as poetry is an expression of imagination. And these are the romantic critics. So romantic critics presented their perspective, their view, their approach towards poetry. They theorized poetry to some extent. And so Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Shelley are not only poets. You know, the other poets are Wordsworth, Coleridge, Shelley, Byron, Keats. These are the 4 or 5 important poets of the Romantic age or Romantic era in England. But Wordsworth and Coleridge and Shelley are critics also. Then came Victorian era, and during Victorian era, people like Ruskin, John Ruskin, then Walter Pater and Arnold wrote critical essays. Whereas Arnold was a school inspector. Matthew Arnold was working as a school inspector in England for 35 years, long 35 years. He was very strict, he was disciplinarian. And as a strict and disciplinarian, he started thinking about poetry. He used to teach literature also in universities, and he was an inspector. He was very strict, and he wrote some articles. He was about the English culture, hailing high culture. He talked about he is also called as first cultural critic. Matthew Arnold is treated as first cultural critic because he talked about culture of England. And you know, during 19th century, by the end of 18th and in the beginning of 19th century, there was a lot of industrialization. Industries were growing up. Science was taking up over religion, and it was giving shocks to religion. And so a new working class came up. This new working class created a problem. Hello? Hello, Pavitra ma'am?
Yes.
Can
We
you
can
see?
hear you, sir.
Because my screen reflected something else. Okay. Am I audible enough now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Speaking and speaking, so I didn't listen for any response. Okay, it should have been interactive, but anyway. So new working class was coming up, and it gave shock to cultural setup of England, and aristocracy was in trouble. And so Matthew Arnold talked about this concern, and he talked about high culture and low culture. So these two concepts came up for the first time were presented by Matthew Arnold in his critique. So he is one of the cultural critics. But his two essays, critical essays, are very important. One is the defense of poetry, the study of poetry, in which he talks about touchstone method. He talks about the critical procedures, and the role of critic and criticism. Because he was not happy with the critics of those times who had praised the very ordinary writers. So the ordinary writers were considered as great writers. Now this is what happens. Sometimes in politics also, in society also, we talk about an ordinary person or ordinary politician as a great politician, ordinary man as a great man, ordinary scholar as great scholar. So this happened during those days, and he was not happy because Matthew Arnold was a disciplinarian. He was not happy. He said that the procedures and methods to be employed for judging a work of art are to be checked. And he said that you should go for touchstone method. And touchstone method is selecting great passages from great writers like, say, Shakespeare or Milton, and placing them side by side, the new writers' works, and comparing and contrasting. And so this method of comparison and contrast came after, say, Matthew Arnold, and people in universities started seriously studying literature. Up to that time, there was not much serious study of literature as such. People were reading and enjoying. The first purpose was fulfilled, second was fulfilled, third was fulfilled, no doubt. But people were not studying from different perspectives. And it started during those days. He wrote next essay, The Function of Criticism at the Present Moment, in 1888. So he wrote this essay in 1888, The Function of Criticism at the Present Moment. And this became a very prominent, where this is the first document when a critic is talking about other critics. Now, up to this moment, critics were talking about literature. Critics were talking about writers, creative writers. But in this essay, he talks about critical writers. How critics should be very careful. What are the procedures and methods to be employed by the critics in interpreting literary texts? So we are also critics of our friends and relatives and things that are happening. And we should check whether my judgments, my opinions are appropriate or not. What method should be employed by me? So similarly, a critic, while judging a work of art or a writer, should be very careful. And he talked about the function and role of criticism. Now, this is Victorian criticism. Then came new criticism. The first important, prominent new critic was T.S. Eliot. And you know, T.S. Eliot is a great poet. He wrote poems like Ash Wednesday and Four Quartets and Love Song of Geoffrey Prufrock and The Wasteland. And of course, he is a dramatist. He wrote something like 6 to 7 plays. And the most important play is Murder in Cathedral. So he's less known as a dramatist, but his dramas are, say, very prominent because he was an experimenter as far as language is concerned. He was born in America, spent early life in America for 25 years, and then came to England and settled in England and took the citizenship of England. And he talked about the onslaught of industrialization and how corruption is coming, how pollution is disturbing. And so he was a very intelligent person, and he wrote some critical essays, 6 to 7 critical essays also, and a lot of poems. And the first essay, which is prominent, is Tradition and Individual Talent. And he said, which was published in 1919. And he said that every writer should follow the tradition, and we should perfect the art, not the work. And in this essay, by the end, he rejected Wordsworth's definition of poetry, and he presented his theory of impersonality. T.S. Eliot says that a writer should follow the theory of impersonality. That is, his personality should not be reflected in poetry or literature. And so he rejects Wordsworth's definition of poetry as spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings, emotions recollected in tranquility. So that definition is rejected by him. And he says that poetry is not turning loose. Poetry is not expression, but escape from personality. Okay? So the theory of impersonality was present. Sense of the past is essential for the writer. And he talked about the past and the present. You know, he said that the past writers, past literature, past works of art, past directs the present writers, and it gives direction to the present work. So similarly, the present is present works and present writers modify the past. Okay, so this is the sense of the tradition. according to him. And this is very important. And we are not away from this. Everyone carries that sense of tradition. So T.S. Eliot. And then came a lot of critics, and criticism was revolutionized and new trends came in. Lewis and Fry, Northrop Frye was archetypal critic. I. Richards was there, and I. Richards was experimentalist, and his practical criticism is quite popular. And his method, let me tell you, because there are a lot of students, he used to distribute copies of poems to the students in his classroom. And then he never used to say anything about the poem. He used to ask them to read, and then he used to ask the students to respond. Give just a short response or a longer response. Say something, a sentence or two or three or four or five. So he collected responses from the students, and he made study of this, how students reply, how students respond. And he started thinking about the difficulties that students face in interpreting a literary text or interpreting a poem. And he made a list of 10 kinds of difficulties. And so his 10 protocols are famous. You can open up on internet 10 protocols of I. Richards. So what are the difficulties? And mind you, all the students, there are some students who are very bright. They have just one difficulty. There are some students who have two difficulties. There are some students who have three difficulties. Which are these three difficulties? He has listed them. And then 4, 5, 6, there are some students who find everything is problematic for him as far as reading of a poem is concerned. So you cannot consider all the students at same plane. And so he introduced that practical criticism, method of practical criticism. Northrop Frye talked about archetypal criticism. F.R. Lewis talked about literature and philosophy. His title is the title of his essay is Literature and Philosophy. Now, what are the approaches? Now, I will come to the, say, concluding part. Okay. So let me come to the concluding part of my, say, deliberation. So what are the approaches in literary criticism? Now, the approaches in literary criticism are, first is biographical approach. But in biographical, and most of the people are interested, teachers are interested in biographical approach. The moment a poem or a novel or drama is prescribed, we start studying the author. Who is the author? Where was he born? When was he born? Who were his parents? In which school did he go? What was his early life experience? When did he marry, etc., etc.? When did he write this essay? All this is biographical information. Now, the personal experience of the author's mental, intellectual, cultural setup is important in formation or in preparation of a text. And so that perspective, so author's biography plays a very important role in interpreting literary text. The next is formalistic approach. Formalistic approach is the moment you study a poem like, say, or a novel like, take any novel or any drama. For example, George Orwell's Animal Farm. Animal Farm is a political allegory. So we start studying formalistic approaches, looking into the form of the text. The form of the text is genre theory. Studying it as a genre. It is a novel, it is a political allegory. So what is allegory? What is political allegory? What is the narrative technique used? What is the beginning, middle, and end? So who is the narrator? How is the narrative? So whether there is any use of dialogues or conversation pieces, which is the perspective used, point of view, which is the inverse of discourse projected in the novel. So whose world is it? So that is formalistic approach. Next is historical approach. Looking into the history of making of the text, and particularly history, social history, cultural history, etc., everything. And then looking into the place and importance of the particular text in the history of literature. So Wordsworth's poems are prominent in the history of literature. Or we can study Milton's works or Dryden's works, metaphysical. So that is the approach. Sociological approach is looking into the social life as reflected in the given work. For example, if you study Jane Austen's novels, we generally are inclined to look into the social study of England. So, what kind of society was there? High aristocratic society, and families with a lot of women or girls and boys, and parents were concerned about the marriages and etc. And so, this was a social life and how they tackle this issue. Then psychological perspective. Sigmund Freud talked about psychological theories, and he presented his own experiences about psyche of human beings. He talked about id, ego, and superego. He was a medical practitioner, clinical psychologist, and when the patients came to him, he started studying, and he wrote articles, he wrote papers, and published his experiences about the human psyche. And this created an impact on the writers also. And writers started making use of this particular, say, trend or approach. And you see that writers like D.H. Lawrence, Virginia Woolf, these were famous novelists, and they started making use of psychology, human psyche, in their literary text. And that is why a new trend came up, stream of consciousness technique. The psychoanalytical critics were Sigmund Freud, Ernest Jones. Ernest Jones wrote an article on Hamlet because Hamlet's problem is a problem for all the readers, and it has not been solved. And he tried to provide a solution by looking into the psyche of Hamlet. And so he wrote the article, Hamlet, the Psychoanalytical Solution. Then he wrote an article under the title Hamlet and Oedipus. So these articles provide us a perspective, psychological perspective to the study of psyche of the characters. Norman Holland is another psychoanalytic critic who wrote about Shakespeare. Then Jacques Lacan is also very important psychoanalyst. He talked about Eccritis and the four fundamentals of psychoanalysis. Then he talked about even his essay or article, Seminars of Jacques Lacan are published. Then Frederick Freyerstein is a very prominent character talking about psychoanalysis and poetry, because psychoanalysis and poetry are never connected. And Frederick Freyerstein connected this to poetry. And so how, while reading poetry, how our psyche is involved. So he talks about that. Nancy Codreau is another psychoanalytic critic. He connected this issue with women and wrote the article Feminism and Psychoanalytic Theory. Feminism is next important prominent approach to literary criticism or literature. Okay, so people look at, of course, literature or life can never be complete without women. So women are part and parcel of our life, and literature projects life in different, with different potentials. And so women, their psyche, their experiences, their oppression, their suppression, patriarchy, otherness, subjectivity, subjugation, all these issues are very important. And so many women critics are there. There are more than 50 feminist critics in the West. Mary Wollstonecraft was the one of the earliest, and she wrote the article Vindication of Rights of Women. Then Frederick Engels, The Origin of Family. Simone de Beauvoir wrote a very important book in 1949. Everyone should read, The Second Sex. Women are treated always as the second gender. Second sex means second gender. Males are always first gender. The moment you fill a form, even today, even most advanced, or say, for example, Savitribai Phule Pune University, the title, the name which has been changed is Savitribai Phule. But the moment people fill the form, the first entry is your name, and the next entry is your gender. The gender, as far as gender is asked, first is male and the second is female. They should reverse it. Of course, there was a movement about it also in Pune, but it has not been changed. So they are always treated as second gender. And so Simone de Beauvoir wrote this particular essay. It's a very long, it is a book with so many chapters, and she talks about women's character and women's situation in this book. Everyone should read. It is very simple, not very difficult text. But the important text for you students is you should take out time and keep reading. Then there were writers like Juliet Mitchell, then Kate Millett, Helen Sixes, and Lewis Irigiri, Michelle Barrett, and then Elian Shawalter. These are quite popular names who talked about feminism and feminist approach towards literature. Then Karl Marx was a very prominent economist by the end of 19th century, and he published his works, and this perspective was used in literature. And he talked about, say, the issues of the ownership rights. And based on this, there was a revolution in Russia. Trotsky and Lenin and Stalin, these people took over Russia, and Russia came up as a power from ashes. So Marxism became prominent in literature. So what is Marxism after all? The moment you read literature, you should look at the society that is projected, how it is projected, whether it has been subjugated or not. Okay, so who earns, who is the owner, who is the master, who is the controller, who is in power? That's very important. And his view is that in a factory, there is a lot of production. The production is carried out by the workers. Workers work hard, but they are given minimum wages, and the master earns a lot of money. This should be reversed. And so there should be equitable distribution of the income. That was the perspective. And from this perspective, different literary texts have been, studied. Then there is a reader response theory. Roland Barthes and Miller and Stanley Fish, these are the prominent critics of reader response theory. Earlier approach to literature was while interpreting literature, who is important? The writer is important, the text is important, and the reader is also important. Reader was not given importance in those days. But now, Roland Barthes says that forget the writer. Keep the text little, give text little importance. But look at the impression created on the mind of the reader. Who is the reader? What is reader's orientation? What is reader's intellectual, mental, literary makeup? And how does he approach the text? Okay, so the text is for the reader. The moment the text is finished or complete, the writer enters into his own death. A new person is born, a reader is born. And he ends, as I say, the birth of the reader is at the cost of the death of the author. So this approach came up, and this was held up by Stanley Fish, and his article, Is There a Text in This Class? So this is a very prominent essay which upholds the reader response theory. There is nowadays a trend coming up, post-colonial studies. And, a lot of countries, more than 110 countries, were ruled by the colonial powers, and they got freedom subsequently. And even today also, some countries are getting freedom. So these countries had some common issues, and they had some common problems. And what is life before the arrival of the colonialists, during the colonial powers, and after the colonialists left? So what is the situation? So India before the British came, or the French, the Portuguese came, and India up to 1947, that is colonial phase. And what is the change that has taken place? What is the relic left? What is the legacy left by the British? Or what is the impact of this colonial rule on the Indian life? If any writer talks about this, that text can be seen from colonial perspective. There are so many colonial theorists, and one of the important theorists is The first one is Frantz Fanon, who wrote the book Wretched of the Earth, Dying Colonialism, Black Skins and White Masks. These are different articles written by Frantz Fanon. Then Ngugi wa Thiong'o is a very prominent African writer, novelist. He also wrote critical essay, Decolonizing the Mind. Gayatri Spivak is India-born American critic. She is Indian, but she stays in America and she is American critic. She has took the citizenship of American. She translated Derrida's text of grammatology. I wrote an article on the 40th anniversary of translating of, say, Gayatri Spivak's translation of Derrida's of grammatology. Derrida, you know, is very famous, and his text was translated by, or it was popularized by Gayatri Spivak, in fact, in America. And she later on shifted to talking about the subaltern people. Can the subaltern speak? This is the article written by her. Then Subaltern Studies, Deconstructing Historiography. This is another book. Then Post-Colonial Critic is again another article by Gayatri Spivak. You can listen to her also on YouTube. Write or type Gayatri Spivak speeches, you can get it. Homi Bhabha. Homi J. Bhabha is different. Homi K. Bhabha is different. Homi K. Bhabha is India-born American critic. And he talked about the location of culture and the concept like the other, then so many concepts are there. In between, being trapped in between two cultures. The notion of the other. For example, those people who went to America are never given the first-rate citizenship. They're always treated as secondary one. And so they are leaving one culture. The Indians are leaving Indian culture behind, and they are in the new culture, and they're trapped. And so they are treated as the other people in America. Whereas in India, when they come back, they are insiders. Whereas in America, they are outsiders. So these concepts are there, and this experience is projected by so many writers. And for analyzing these literary, say, characteristic features, these theorists, Fanon and Gayatri Spivak and Bhabha, or even Edward Said. Edward Said's Orientalism deals with, again, post-colonialism. Then very recently, people have been talking about ecological concerns as reflected in literature. There may be a text, for example, in Maharashtra, because Somali talked about Marathi literature. Let me give you one example. There is a writer, Vishwas Patil. He's a celebrated novelist. Interesting thing is that he was also a collector. He was highly educated, and he wrote a series of novels, and he got awards. One of them is Zhada Zadati. It is the experience of the people living in a particular hilly region where a water reservoir, a dam is being constructed, and these people are uprooted. They are taken up from there, and they are given new places to survive. Now, this concern, their worries, their concerns, and the ecological concerns are reflected in this novel. Now, this novel can be studied from ecological perspective. And so to address these trends, there are ecological theories. And so that is called as eco-criticism. So the eco-critics are Donald Worster, Richard Grove. Ramchandra Guha from India is also one of the important critics who has talked about certain theories in eco-criticism. Nowadays, techno-criticism or digital humanities is coming up. And in digital humanities, because everything is digitalized, and our life has got tremendously under change due to digitalization. So if there is any work, any poem, any novel, any drama that deals with this reflection or its impact on the lives of the people, it can be studied from techno-critical perspective. Stuart Moulthrop is one of them. Laws of Media and Hypertext is one of the important essays. There is cultural, I think I forgot to talk about cultural criticism in detail. So Matthew Arnold was first, then Stuart Hall, and then so many critics were there. And A lot of scholars nowadays, after doing MA, are interested in doing research in cultural criticism, applying theories of cultural criticism to the different literary texts. Particularly, a lot of novels have been taken up by the students. One of the important trends, which is not very popular but still existent, is LGBT. Lesbians, gay, bisexual, and transgender. These are also there, and they have their own problems. They have been reflected in literature, and so someone has to talk about them. And so, related to this, there are so many theories coming up. The ex-head of the English department of University of Pune used to write a lot of novels related to these people. So he has some novels on his credit. Raj Rao. Not Raja Rao, but Raj Rao. Raja Rao is a very celebrated South Indian novelist of the past in India. Raj Rao is a contemporary novelist. In fact, his novels land into LGBT trend. Okay. And the last one that I want to talk, which will connect me to Somali Shah's lecture, is protest literature. And there is tremendous protest at different levels for different reasons by different people across the globe. For example, in America also, there is a lot of protest about so many issues, so many trends. The whites and non-whites, the conflict between the two, the protest is there. Or in Africa, there is protest by the blacks or by the native people and the protest of the white or non-native. In India, the cultural setup or social setup, or social system is such that the people at the lower strata of society are always subject to oppression or suppression, or they are being treated, maltreated. So their experiences. So how do they project? For example, nowadays a lot of say protests are there, different types of protests, and there is any literature dealing with this particular and becomes prominent, then that can be treated from or studied from, say, protest point of view. Of course, Dalit literature is one offshoot of protest literature, and it has become very prominent in India and, of course, in the world, because in other communities also, this is the situation, some of the other communities across the globe. It may be due to different reasons. In India, it is at the caste system level. So that is the problem. So in this way, in order to study literary, say, texts, it is essential, it is necessary, it is indispensable to study literary criticism and theory. So it is significant, it is valuable, it is indispensable for study of any text. Textual potentials are to be placed somewhere. So theory is cardinal, criticism is essential, and one cannot go ahead or proceed any text in the classroom without passing opinion, without forming a judgment, without raising a particular issue, or say pointing out merit or demerit. Criticism is no doubt a skillful activity. It is not a very simple activity. As we take it generally in India, we passed very casual remarks. A critic should not pass casual remarks. A student should not pass casual remark. We generally say that some of the teachers pass certain casual remarks about politics. We say that we are teachers at university level. We should be very careful. We are learned. We are educated. We know what the world is. And we should be very careful in passing judgment. And so there is a need of a lot of learning and expertise. And he says that T.S. Eliot, let me close on the terms of T.S. Eliot. T.S. Eliot talks about who can be considered as best critic. Who can be considered as best critic? A critic who is creator can be considered as best critic. For example, Shakespeare was a creator. Okay. Samuel Johnson was creator as well as critic. Aristotle was not creator. He did not write any drama or any poem. Aristotle was a critic only. Samuel Johnson was a critic. He tried some poetry, but he was failure. He was not successful. His poems are not very, say, prominent ones. Wordsworth, look at Wordsworth. Wordsworth was a creator as well as critic. Coleridge, creator as well as critic. Shelley, poet as well as critic. Matthew Arnold, poet as well as critic. T.S. Eliot himself was a poet and critic. So anyone who experiences the work of, anyone who knows what is it to create, has more right and more authority to pass judgment. And for passing judgment, a lot of experience is necessary. Here, in this case, my dear students, your experience is nothing but your reading of the text. How many texts do you read? That is more important. So keep reading and keep in mind that criticism is rather essential, indispensable along with literature. With this note, let me stop. If there is any query, any question, any doubt, you can raise. Okay. Finally, let me thank all the organizers. Let me thank the principal, vice principal, the head of the department, Pavitra ma'am, and then organizers, and then say master of ceremony, and of course all the colleagues, and finally, very important, you all the listeners. So, dear friends, students, I thank you all for patiently listening to me. Thank you. Over to you, Manoj.
Manoj, before you continue, I would like to tell something to the listeners. But before that, thank you, Patil sir. It was a wonderful session listening to you on criticism. Due to time constraints, we are
Madam,
following.
you are not audible.
Sir, am I now?
You are not, your voice is low.
So now can you hear me, sir?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Dear students, now we are continuing our next session. I request all of you to stay back, and Sudhi sir will join us shortly. And thank you, Patil sir. This was a wonderful session. And we are so extremely happy having you also. Thank you, sir. Manoj, over to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring us with your thoughts and insights on the topic literary theory and criticism, making it more interesting for us, for taking us through the vista of time through literary theory since time immemorial, from Aristotle to now, giving us such a broad overview on the subject and emphasizing on the importance of literary theory and criticism in terms of current literature as such also, and as to how it molds literary theory and criticism, as to how it molds our society, at the same time giving us a sense of relaxation. Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Miss Dakshita to take over, please. Miss Dakshita.
Thank you very much, Manoj.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, in fact, it needs a lot of time, in fact, to deal with all these.
Of
But
course.
I try to combine all those things. And so,
yes, again, as I said, you have given us a broad overview. And taking one such topic, even if we take Aristotle or Plato for that matter, I know how much time we need to have to discuss. And I hope we get the chance to interact on the same topic at least for another lengthy lecture on that particular aspect, sir.
Yes, yes.
Because I am a ardent follower of Aristotle and Plato.
Yeah.
They are schools apart, yet their insights are very beautiful.
Yes, yes, surely, surely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Dakshita? Dakshita?
There is a small network issue, I guess, and from her side, Mama.
Hello.
Please don't leave the session. There are a lot of fake IDs trying to join the session. We are not letting anybody in. You want to watch the Arafah, you have to watch it on YouTube live. And I kindly request all the participants to be online and support us for the next two sessions. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Ms. Dakshita.
Thank you, Mr. Manoj. I apologize for the delay. There was an issue with my network. So over with session 2 now. Welcome to session 2 of this national seminar on the new perspective to literary trends. Now, I invite Ms. Atisaya from 2nd BA English Literature to introduce our guest speaker for the session, Dr. Sudhir P. Maspati, Assistant Professor of English, Adarsh Mahavidyalaya, America, Osmanabad.
Dakshita, is Aditya?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, Ms. Adisaya is trying to join the meet now. Just a second, ma'am.
Dakshita, can you take over the session, ma'am?
Sure, ma'am. Yes.
Please continue.
I'm extending a gracious welcome to our speaker for today, Dr. Sudhir P. Maspati. He has finished his master's in English, MPhil in Indian poetry, PhD in science fiction. Currently, he works as an assistant professor of English, Adarsh Mahavidyalaya, America, Osmanabad. This shows us his diversified interest. As a postgraduate teacher and a research guide for English in Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, he is sculpting the dreams of many students. He has completed 2 minor research projects on science fiction sanctioned by the UGC, and he is currently working on a research project in Black literature. He was awarded with the Nation Builder Award by the Rotary Club of America. He has been a panelist on various national and international workshops. He has edited 3 anthologies and is presently working on science fiction and Indian literature. He has served as the associate editor for the Journal of Literary Endeavor, a quarterly international refereed journal of English language, literature, and criticism. He has also been the editor-in-chief of Literary Cognizance, an international peer-reviewed e-journal. His publications include 27 research articles in different national and international peer-reviewed journals, 13 chapters in various anthologies, and 2 of his articles in Marathi have been published in the daily newspaper. It is a real honor to have you here, sir. And we are delighted to hear your thoughts upon the topic, post-colonial literature and power discourse. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dakshita. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir. You're audible and visible.
Yeah, thank you. So good afternoon and namaste one and all. At the outset, I would like to extend the gratitude towards respected principal, Dr. Brinda ma'am, the head Department of English, respected Dr. Bharti ma'am, the vice principal of the college, respected Anjuraj sir, the enthusiastic coordinator of this academic virtual venture, respected Dr. Pavitra ma'am, for providing me an opportunity to interact with you all students and unfold some threads about post-colonial literature and power discourse as well.
Friends, I hope you all are doing well, because it is being stated that the second wave of COVID-19 is coming. And before this event, as we had a small discussion, respected Dr. Patil sir has rightly pointed out the plight of Maharashtra. And so for that reason, I request you all to take care of yourself and your family members as well. So friends, I can understand the marathon, sessions has been going on. All the sessions, I think 2 sessions have already been completed, and it has been going on since morning. And this is the 3rd one. And after this session, there is one more session, which is going to be conducted by Professor Anuradha from West Bengal. So friends, here at the initially itself, I would like to clear it that I must be thankful to respected Dr. Patil sir for preparing the perfect ground through his deliberations. He has nicely talked about literature and criticism. He has also tried his best to unfold some threads, how these 2 different streams are connected with each other, and how we are supposed to look towards the literature. What are the different approaches of literature are there, and all these things. So he has already prepared the ground. We can say now just I have to begin with one of the theories, that is post-colonialism and power discourse. So I have to share my screen. Just a moment. Is it okay?
Yes, sir, it's okay, sir.
I hope it is visible to all.
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
So before starting this session, we'll see a few objectives of this session, or in a nutshell, what things we are going to discuss. To explore and understand the significance of literature and literary theories as well, and this part has already been covered by respected Dr. Patil sir. To explore and understand what does colonial literature mean, what does post-colonial literature mean, what are the different themes treated in post-colonial literature, and as there are some prominent and renowned exponents of this post-colonial theory. So we are going to deal with some of the exponents and some crucial literary terms discussed or presented by them. Then we are also going to explore the concept of power discussed by Michel Foucault in brief. And we are eventually, we are also going to analyze some post-colonial pieces with in the context of power. So at first, although it has already been discussed by respected Dr. Patil sir, we'll have a brief glimpse of it. And as there are certain definitions of literature, and the most common definition as literature is a mirror of life, or literature is a replica of life or society, it is an imitation of life, it is a kind of representation of life. There are so many definitions, textual definitions we have studied so far, but here in this context, Hancock rightly defines it as literature is the body of written works of culture, language, people, or a period of time. So here it can be accommodated. Now, if we take an example of R.G. Rees in his introduction of literature, in that book he states that any single piece, written piece, deserves to be called literature. But at the same time, he says that literature seems unimportant. The thing is that why he thinks so, or why he says like this. He says that so it has nothing to do with the productivity, it has nothing to do with the development of nation and all. And from that perspective, you might be saying in this way. Now everywhere we find these 2 different streams that if we are having a casual discussion with our friend from science background or science stream, then that time everywhere, as in our first session itself, respected Somali ma'am nicely talked about the concept of other. So in this scenario, in this picture, literature becomes other. So if we compare it with science, then we find that facts, science always concerns with facts, reasons, causes, and effects. But Ratnakar Belkar, in this regard, he rightly states that literature also deals with facts, reasons, causes, and effects. And if you want to just cross-check all these things, then you must deal with science fiction. So from that perspective, we can rightly say is that, so we can never differentiate literature from other streams that we have in academic arena or the arena or different arenas in the society. Now, friends, as respected Dr. Patil sir has nicely talked about different approaches and how we are supposed to analyze literature or literary text. So here I would like to state that so literature is one of the crucial streams that we have in our lives, which helps us to understand the perfect way of looking towards life. It gives us the perfect approach of looking towards life. It gives us the perfect, analytical thread that it never allows us to accept the things which are coming to us. It gives us that kind of typical sense of interpreting the things. It gives us the typical, sense or, skill to analyze the things which are coming towards us. And from that perspective, I feel that literature is one of the most important, threads which helps us to switch our approach of looking towards life and rest of the things that we have in our lives as well. Now, here, when we talk about literature, then simultaneously we have to think about its interpretation as well. Now, as far as literature is concerned, so the literature has to be varied. So there are different kinds of literatures. And in the same fashion, there are different kinds of approaches or critical theories as well. Now, friends, if we talk about literary criticism, or then that time we are supposed to state that the literary criticism is the way of interpreting and analyzing the literature or piece of literature from a particular point of view or literary theory and concluding with some significant elements which may be positive or negative or both regarding the text or piece of literature that we have analyzed. And accordingly, here we should understand that in the same fashion, post-colonial literature, it is one of the contemporary critical theories which helps us to look towards the colonial as well as post-colonial literature from a particular typical point of view. And so for that reason, here we are supposed to understand what exactly, in brief, I'll just let you know, post-colonial theory or criticism. It is nothing but an attempt to uncover the colonial ideologies implicit in European texts about other. Again, we have the word other. Now, if it is so, then what is colonial literature? Now, friends, as far as colonial literature is concerned, now in this regard, Alec Boehmer rightly points it out in her colonial and post-colonial literature, where she says that it is the settlement of territory, the exploitation or development of resources, and the attempt to govern the indigenous inhabitants of occupied land. So here, friends, the word indigenous inhabitants, these two words rightly show that it is an attempt which has been done or made against the natives, indigenous inhabitants, and there are number of intentions behind that particular attempt. But here, on the other hand, we are supposed to understand that as far as British Empire is concerned, and in the almost last part of the deliberation of respected Dr. Patil sir, he has nicely pointed out certain things. Now, as far as British Empire is concerned, British Empire covered a vast area of the earth, all the turn of the 20th century, which included large parts of Africa, Asia, Australia, Canada, and the Caribbean countries as well. But the 20th century ended, the world has witnessed the colonial demise. and the decolonization of millions of people from the colonial masters. So this process has been started. Later on, we can discuss what exactly or when exactly that process of decolonization had been started. Now, European colonialism and its consequences. Now, friends, here see the European colonialism, especially the British Empire, with its demographical and geographical consequences, made great impact beyond Europe in many ways. It's often started as a matter of, terrain sizzling lands, conquering and disenfranchising the aborigines of all lands. So here, friends, it took many different forms and engendered diverse effects around the world. So in this regard, Frantz Fanon rightly says in his The Rage of the Earth, this world divided into compartments, this world cut in two is inhabited by two different species. Now see, these are the terms or terminologies that we are supposed to explore from colonial or post-colonial literature. We have, as Patil sir has mentioned the name called Said's Orientalism. So here Orient is there, Orientalist is there, the natives are there, Eastern are there, Western are there. So these two ends are there, and accordingly, the things that we are supposed to explore from this theory called post-colonial literature. Now, in this regard, again, we are supposed to explore one more quote. It's a renowned one, and it has been pointed out by Bill Ashcroft, and where he talks about the Macaulay,'s statement that, and it is known to all. Later on, we will talk about that one also. But here, John Macaulay, in beginning post-colonialism, again says colonialism was a lucrative commercial operation. So commercial intention, this is one of the intentions of colonizers, bringing wealth and riches to Western nations through the economic exploitation of others. So economic exploitation is this one. But besides economic exploitation or commercial intention, it touches the traits like race, gender, culture, religion, ethnicity, and all these things are there. It was pursued for economic profit, reward, and riches. Hence, colonialism and capitalism shares mutually supportive relationship with each other. And friends, when we talk about colonialism, we are supposed to talk about the the imperialism as well, and we are also supposed to talk about the capitalism as well. And in that context, if we look towards colonialism and how the process of decolonialism has been taken place, and how the post-colonialism, that is to uncover the colonial ideologies, how it has been started, that can be easily understood by us. And that's the thing that I was sharing: colonialism, capitalism, and imperialism. So here, friends, colonialism should be studied in its relationship with capitalism and imperialism, since it was first and foremost part of the commercial venture of the Western nations that dates back, it just takes us back to the 15th and 16th century. Now, when we try to talk about, again, in a typical way, the different definitions or different stands or stands, it is a literature written during a time of colonization, usually from the point of view of colonizers. So this is the thing. But after post-colonization, post-colonial literature starting come into force, that time we find the change in this stance. And that's the reason here we can have the example of Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad and the character called Marlowe. So later on, eventually, we are going to talk about that one also. So here, friends, as far as colonizer or colonizers are concerned, so they have typical labels like they are, civilized, rational, sensible, cultural, they are learned beings and all. But on the other hand, when we talk about colonized one or the natives one, that time we have the labels like barbaric one, irrational, insensible, illogical, ignorant. And the one thing which differentiates these two typical streams from each other, and that is inequality of power. Because the colonizers are not ready to understand, they are not ready to give us our own right, they are not ready to treat us as human beings. Because every aspect, there are a number of aspects, but every aspect has been, taken and analyzed from their own point of view. So they are superior, and the natives or the colonized are inferior. And this is which differentiates these two from each other. Now, I was just talking about the statement quoted by Bill Ashcroft, where he talks about Thomas Macaulay and all. But here, as far as British Empire is concerned, or Orientalists are concerned, so it is one of the intentions that they just want to have resource, human resource. They just want to have skilled labor. They just wanted to have typical natives in order to run their colonies smoothly. And so for that reason here, Bill Ashcroft rightly points it out, we must at present do our best to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions, whom we govern, a class of persons, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. So again, every statement, there is great differentiation between Western and Eastern. Now, when we talk about decolonization, so this is the term which was first used by the German economist M.J. Boone in 1930. And now the process of decolonization, as I have told you, when typical countries which were under control of the British Empire or Western power, and when they started being released from their, control or authority, the process of decolonization has been started. Now, here we have a few examples, as we know very well that the term post-colonialism is a kind of revolution against the ideologies or the things which have been implied in the colonial text. In the same fashion, when different countries or colonies started to talk about all these things, and that time the process of decolonization has been started. But this process of decolonization was peaceful for the Western or the British Empire only. Whereas as far as the colonized beings or the colonized countries or the natives are concerned, it was very much violent for them. And this sense of violation, or their typical way of treating to the natives or the colonized ones, so it switches into sense or feeling of nationalism. So here, friends, after World War II, we have the examples, the stance taken by the United States of America and Soviet Union. They took their stance against the colonialism, and accordingly, we have the examples of Korea got free in 1945, then Philippines in 1946, then our country India in 1947, then Palestine 1948, then Egypt 1956, African countries 1960s, 70s, French left Vietnam and North America in 1962. And freedom of nations from colonizers started to take place. And that's the reason eventually the process of decolonization started. The process of decolonization, it means all the things which have been inculcated, which have been given to the natives or colonized beings by the colonizers or the Westerns, starting to take those things in the minds of the natives positively as well as negatively. And that's the reason we have Homi Bhabha, who talks about the concept of mimicry. So we'll discuss that term later on. Now, what is post-colonial literature then? Now, when we talk about post-colonial literature, we know very well that the term post-colonialism is very much debated one. In formal sense, it refers to writing, culture of nations, or culture of typical nations, people, etc., who have once colonized by European power, Post-colonial criticism, friends, nothing but, as I have already told you, it is an attempt to uncover the colonial ideologies implicit in European text about the other. The term post-colonialism, earlier it had typical names like Commonwealth literature or the Third World literature. But here, friends, an important, we can say, precursor of post-colonial literature or post-colonialism was the offspring of Commonwealth literature, which emerged from the countries with a colonial history. Commonwealth literature incorporated the works of writers from the European settler communities as well as writers from the countries gaining independence from the British. Here, friends, writers from the countries writers from the literary arena and writers from the countries like Australia, African countries, Bangladesh, Canada, Caribbean countries, India, New Zealand, Sri Lanka. All these figures belong to this category, and it produced a fast growing body of literature written in English by writers such as we have R.K. Narayan, Salman Rushdie, then George Lamming, Catherine Mansfield, Chinua Achebe. So all these figures are there. So in this regard, again, Bill Ashcroft, in his key concepts in post-colonial studies, he says, the term has generally been used to refer to literature, in bracket, written in English of colonies, former colonies, including our nation, and dependencies of Britain, excluding the literature of England. So here, friends, as far as colonialism is concerned, or the thread called colonialism is concerned, the post-colonialism has its own concern with the national culture after the departure of imperial power. And I think it has to be understood in reference in reference to colonialism. As far as colonialism is concerned, friends, it includes two typical kinds of imperialism, and those imperialisms are political one and cultural one. Therefore, the myths, history, language, and landscape, self, and others are very important ingredients of post-colonial literature. So here, friends, it is nothing but the reaction to colonialism. And as far as post-colonial literature is concerned, it refers to the literature written in post-colonial period, generally by members of the colonized community. This literature is a reaction to colonization. Often post-colonial literature turns established narratives upside down by responding to or reinterpreting popular colonial text. In a broad sense, friends, post-colonial which has been affected by the imperial process from the moment of colonization to the present day. Now here we have one more stance where we are supposed to talk from India's perspective now as far as our nation is concerned. So here we have different genres of literature which flourished during British reign and after British reign as well. So colonial and post-colonial. And it concluded rightly in 1947 in the form of independence. But although writing from India and other formerly colonized countries such as Nigeria, Jamaica, Pakistan, and Singapore as well, all these countries and their literatures have distinctive features. But post-colonial literature shares some significant and concerns and characteristics as well with each other. Now here we are just supposed to talk about the different themes and post-colonial literature and different themes treated or used in post-colonial literature. Now, as far as problems and promises of decolonization, we have already talked about it, and post-colonial literature addresses the problems and promises of decolonization, the process of non-Western countries in Asia, the Pacific, Africa, the Middle East, and Latin America, and the Caribbean becoming independent from Western control. It is the literature of the people trying to reclaim their freedom and their new identities after struggling for independence. And that's the reason, friend. Again, here we are supposed to make a small bifurcation again as far as the countries like Australia, New Zealand, and USA once British Empire, were there, and all these were the colonies under British Empire. But when we use the term, Commonwealth or the post-colonial literature, then it is strictly, concerned with Asia, Africa, South America as well. And now when we talk about the different themes or different threads which have been or which are being treated in post-colonial text, then effect of colonization. So it includes all kinds of consequences or all kinds of threats. Now the thing which is called assimilation. So it shows that the colonized attempting to pass or assimilate or understand and familiar to the colonial culture. And next one, hybridity. Again, Homi Bhabha talks about this term hybridity, and it is nothing but the blending of culture occurring at the intersection of colonizer and colonized. Again, we have the theme of diaspora, colonial citizens or writers who have immigrated from their own native countries or been displaced and started to write about their own countries again. The next one, Orientalism. Friends, some critics, some experts, some academicians rightly state that the publication of Orientalism itself is the beginning of post-colonialism. And Edward Said's Orientalism, it is nothing but, as far as Orientalism is concerned, the definition of the colonized as others than the dominant colonizing culture, a phenomenon also addressed under the theme of Orientalism or exoticizing. So here, Orientalist and Orient, I have already told you, the natives or Eastern or Western, Orientalist, Orient, colonizer, colonize. So this kind of differentiation is there. And when we talk about the word subaltern, which has been discussed by Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, so here subaltern means in common way we can just define it, or we can put it in very simple way as those people who have no access to the infrastructure in the society, or suppressed people or oppressed people, the subordination of the native population in a way that deprives them of both power and voices. Then we have power discourse. So here again, friends, the thread power discourse, or the one term called power only, it can be analyzed or it can be given justice with the help of race, gender, ethnicity, language, culture, religion, from different perspectives and different points of view. This term can be analyzed. And besides all this, the quest for identity, cultural dominance, racism, inequality, cultural discrimination, there are a number of other themes that we have in post-colonial literature. Now here, post-colonial theory. When we talk about the post-colonial theory, as far as post-colonial critical theory is concerned, it is the voice given to the marginalized beings or the characters who are on the periphery in the early narration or in history. But through the retelling and rewriting the history from post-colonial perspective. So that is post-colonial literary theory or critical theory, we can say. Now the next one, to uncover the colonial ideologies. So whatever the colonial ideologies implicit in colonial text, so it is the prime responsibility of the post-colonial critic to uncover all those implicit ideologies from the colonial literature. And we have the exponents of this post-colonial literary theory. As Edward Said is there, Spivak is there, Homi Bhabha is there, Fanon is there, Ejaz Ahmed is there, then Ogiwa Thiong'o is there, Octave Manoni is there, Albert Memmi is there. So here in this regard, Dennis Walder rightly says post-colonial theory is needed. Now, why this theory is needed? It justifies the stand with the help of his statement as post-colonial theory is needed because it has a subversive posture towards the canon in celebrating the neglected or marginalized, bringing with it a particular politics, history, and geography. Now, friends, here, as far as the reflection of post-colonial literature is concerned, so here again, we are supposed to talk about the various reflections of post-colonial literature in terms of theories and conceptions. Friends, the post-colonial theorist examines both the colonial text as well as post-colonial text, which are written after the period or after the phase of colonialism. This theorist connected post-colonial literature with many fields like history, politics, philosophy, culture, identity, race, then gender, and literary traditions as well. Now, in this regard, we are supposed to deal with at first Michel Foucault. And whenever we talk about Foucault, at first the concept of power, which comes in our mind. So here about power, he says, power is a measure of an entity's ability to control the environment around itself, including the behavior of other entities. Now, friends, here, as far as Foucault's concept of power is concerned, this is not the conventional or traditional or hierarchical power that we have been experiencing, or our generations have been experiencing. It is not the power related with war or disputes or massacre kinds of things. So whatever negative is there, it is not that kind of power, or it is not that kind of evil or unjust. So here he talks about power and politics. So here, friends, he says that often the study of power in a society is referred to as the politics. Much of the recent sociological debate on power revolves around the issue of the enabling nature of power. And the same things are there in sociology or political science as well. Now here, when we have the concern of Ernst Lutz's Power, a Radical View, which was published in 1974, in which he talks about three different kinds of powers. So decision-making power, non-decision-making power, ideological power. And here, as far as Foucault is concerned, he says that power comes from discourse. We are created through discourse. So as I have just told you, it is not the power that we are having or experiencing, which is the conventional one or traditional one, but this is a kind of discourse which comes from conversation, information, your perception of different points of view or approaches of looking towards life. And that's the reason he says that, friends, human existence have certain past experiences, and on the basis of those past experiences we are supposed to walk the path of our lives. And accordingly, he says that those experiences or your information you have in your mind, your perception of looking towards certain things in the society, or different approaches of looking towards certain things in the society, it could be colonial phase, the phase of decolonization, or post-colonialism itself. So here he says that we are created through discourse, and that's the reason he gives us one example of child's knowledge. So discourse, here he says that if there is a child in our family, and he always tries to imitate the elder beings or the family members that we have in our family. So, and we appreciate his deeds and that kind of typical behavior. But whatever he does, it is nothing but, or he doesn't do it by his own, but it is the product of his perception, or his approach, or the way he imitates other people in the family. And that's the reason he says that becomes discourse. Discourse joins the knowledge that child gains, and it becomes power. Again, one more example we may have, where we can have few students in our class who misbehave, who are just like latecomers. They always prefer to bunk the class and all these things. But immediately, if it is alone one, or if there are two such guys, then immediately we can point out them, and accordingly they are supposed to confront with us or concerned teacher. So this is the thing. So if it is being, or these kinds of actions are being done isolately, then it gives us, it helps us to develop a typical kind of approach, and accordingly it switches into discourse, and again afterwards it becomes power. Power comes from discourse. This power is not the conventional was, as I have just told you about, and he just gives us two, three examples with the help of his works like, Madness and Civilization, then Discipline and Punish, that we can discuss after this slide. Now, and that's the reason he says that power is knowledge and knowledge is power. Now, when we talk about his other literary, contributions, where we have his Madness and Civilization, then Discipline and Punish, then the birth of the clinic, and the archaeology of knowledge. So here, friends, as far as his first title is concerned, Madness and Civilization. So here we'll just give you one example in general or common way. And earlier, if we just introspect and explore the past phase, then that time the society or the people like you and me who dwell or live in the society have typical approach of looking towards abnormal, crazy, or mad people. And usually we had a notion that they should not be in the society. They should be just kept away in the asylums, or they don't have right to live their lives and all these things. But now in this postmodern phase, our approach has been switched. Our approach has been changed. Now, what we think or how we look towards those kinds of people. So we simply say that those kinds of people can also have rights. Those kinds of people can also have right to live and enjoy the life. So such people can be cured from such kind of mental illness or abnormality or madness or craziness, and it happens because of the science. It means science or medical science gives us that kind of notion, that kind of strength, that kind of approach of looking towards these kinds of diseases or abnormalities that human beings have in their lives. Now, discipline and punish. Now, earlier, tit for tat kinds of punishments. Still, in certain countries, we have those kinds of punishments where if someone kills somebody, then that time also he also is supposed to kill in the same way. If someone cuts hand, then again his hand also is supposed to be cut in that manner. But now a typical code of conduct, typical law and order has been developed, and accordingly these things are being taken place in the society. So the structure, the power structure that we have in the society, on the basis of that power structure, the things are just going on smoothly in the society. Now the birth of the clinic, here we can have one more example. As recently I have read somewhere that there are around 73 million adults who are diabetics in our nation. And now if we go to the clinic, if we go to the physician and he just prescribes us some medicines or some Ayurveda's medicines, and accordingly we go to the market and purchase those medicines. But after a couple, after some days, after some months and years, number of people go to the market and prefer to have those kinds of medicines or Ayurvedic medicines as well. And accordingly, the people of market or the market, starts thinking that our product is the best one. People are preferring our product. The sale of our product has been increased, and all these things are there. But behind the curtain, this is the physician. This is the medical that prescribes us that particular medicine, which is good for diabetic patient. And he or she, if he or she prefers to have that medicine, then their diabetes may cure in coming days. So this kind of notion is there, and accordingly people prefer to have that medicine. But market develops typical notion, and this is the power of, again, medical or that particular physician. Now, as far as archaeology of knowledge is concerned, which was published in 1969, in this text, he talks about a typical notion of power called capillary power, where he says that, hello,
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Everything is fine, sir. Everything is going well, sir.
Okay. So he talks about capillary power, in which he says that power is everything. People have a typical approach of looking towards thing, or people have typical approach of thinking and looking towards a particular thing in the society. When this particular way of thinking and looking towards a particular thing becomes comprehensive, and every individual in the society develops the same kind of thinking or notion or approach, then that becomes discourse. Again, we have the current example of COVID-19 vaccine, that earlier people have multiple views and approaches about this vaccine. Some people were stating that we should not have it. Some people were stating that we should have it. But with the help of media now, the thing has been clear that we can easily have this vaccine in order to be away from the COVID-19 infection. So here the example of media, again, it works as the discourse, and finally it becomes the power, because we believe in that, and accordingly we try to live our life or think in that way. Now here, the most important figure of post-colonial criticism here, Edward Said, and his work, most popular and renowned work called Orientalism, which was published in 1978. So here, friends, as far as the publication of this work, Orientalism, is concerned, so some, as I have told you, some critics rightly state that it is the beginning of post-colonial literature. Now we have the figures like Edward Said, then Baba, Spivak. So all the three eminent figures of post-colonial theory or criticism, they have been influenced by other three crucial figures like Michel Foucault, then we have Jacques Derrida and Lacan as well. But here, friends, on the other hand, Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak rightly states that Edward Said's Orientalism is nothing but a source book. It means it is the first lens from which we can explore the stream of colonialism, decolonization, and post-colonialism as well. And that's the reason in this text as well, he talks about Orient's knowledge, which becomes power. And with the help of that power, they create power politics among the natives. Friends, here, Orientalist knowledge became their power, and they created their own power politics. And from it, they determined the identities of the natives as inferior. According to Said, friends, he says that the West has created a kind of dictatorship, or a kind of a split between reality and reality of the East and the romantic notion of the Orient. The Middle East and Asia are viewed with prejudice and racism. They are backward and unaware of their own history and culture. And to fill up this void, the West has created culture, history, and future promises for them. On this framework, friends, rests not only the study of the Orient, but also the political imperialism of Europe in the East. Now here, as the second thing he talks about, and that is discourse of Orientalism, where again he talks about it is nothing but the result of the inferiority of the Orient or the natives. So here, friends, he says that discourse of Orientalism is the product of ideas, knowledge, and opinions about the Orient. This included certain modes of representation of the Orient through others. Analyzing these kinds of discourse, or this particular discourse of Orientalism, Said reads a range of texts related with philosophy, administration, ethnography, and finally he says that all these are the different kinds of lenses through which the colonizers have seen the colonized one or the natives one, and accordingly they started to treat them in a typical way. Now, when we say Orientalism as a tool of cultural judgment, so here one typical notion has been developed by the colonizer as West is the strong and East is the weak. And accordingly, he says that they have just made it a kind of tool where using these kinds of tools and all these things, he just reconnects or rejoins these things with the concept of knowledge, and which is very less as far as Orient or the natives are concerned. And that's the reason they are very poor in knowledge, and it was the fundamental root or a stereotype kind of, a stream which has been created by the colonizer, and this knowledge then formed the basis of power for the colonizer. Or as far as natives are concerned, they were far away from all these things, and for that reason they cannot do anything, and they started to accept all these things. Now, friends, if we compare that phase with today's scenario, also in Orientalism itself, in chapter 3, chapter 4, in preface as well, in afterword as well, here Edward Said rightly talks about a new typical concept of superpower, which is the United States of America. Earlier, he compares the East with France and the United Kingdom, but in chapter 3, chapter 4, and in preface as well, he says that how America, having risen to the position of a major world power during the 20th century, has adopted the traditional Orientalist perspective towards Eastern countries. So he openly talks in this way about the United States of America and their changing stance as far as the Eastern countries are concerned. Now, when we talk about Homi K. Bhabha and his popular contributions, Nation and Narration and the Location of Culture, so there are two crucial terms, in fact, mimicry and hybridity. But here he talks about mimicry in the essay called Of Mimicry and Man, the Ambivalence of Colonial Discourse, and he says, mimicry underlines the gap between the norms of civility as presented by European Enlightenment and its colonial imitation in distorted form. So here, friends, on the other hand, the same term, mimicry, can be defined as mimicry is an imitation of culture, language, politics, and behavior of the colonizer. So here, friends, only it is the part of the larger concept of visualizing the post-colonial situation as a kind of binary opposition between authorization and deauthorization. The mode of asserting authority over the colonized gave rise to mimicry. Mimicry can be taken as a way of avoiding control, and that's the reason afterwards he calls them, or the Orient beings or the colonized beings or the native beings, as here avoiding mimicry is the way of avoiding control. Because if they start to imitate the West, or if they start imitate Western ideologies, if they start to imitate Western culture, then they may have their own life, and accordingly they may survive. If they do not imitate them, if they do not perform the things as per their wish, then they would not be able to survive properly. And that's the reason he says that mimicry is an opportunistic method and powerful tool for colonizers. And this has become the powerful tool for colonizers as, so it is a kind of, hidden power which might have been boosted by the colonizer and handed over the same to the colonized ones. The colonized ones follow it because they consider themselves as the inferior ones, because the sense of inferiority was already there, which was the gift given by the colonized or the West, and accordingly they instantly accept all those things and start to perform such act. And that's the reason he says that their inferiority complex makes them to do the blind imitation of the colonizers, and it is not a good sign. And finally, he says that the colonial mimicry is a desire for a reformed recognizable others as a subject of a different that is almost the same, but not quite. And that's the reason mimicry and hybridity, both the things play quite crucial role in post-colonial criticism. Now we have Gayatri Chakravarti's Piyok. Here, can the subaltern speak? Now, the common definition of subaltern as oppressed class of the society we have. then all those are marginalized ones or subaltern ones who have no access to the infrastructure in the society. And this is the personal oral definition defined by Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, I think in the year 2006-7. I think respected Dr. Patil sir might be knowing the fact when she had been to University of Pune, and I was there, and she had stated this statement while replying to the question which was asked her, and what is subaltern, and she said that every individual in the society is subaltern one who has no access to the infrastructure in the society. And that's the reason, as far as subaltern is concerned, it can be defined in another way as it is the study of the social group excluded from dominant power structure. Now subaltern can't speak. Now, why subaltern can't speak? So the reason she gives, and she says that the subaltern cannot speak because of the structure of colonialism, to which she again calls it as the structure of power, which has been developed by the colonizers. And because of that structure, because of that power, the subaltern or marginalized beings, or the suppressed beings, oppressed beings, or those who have no access to the infrastructure in the society, they cannot speak. And then when she talks about women, she gives one example of Bhuvneshwari Baduri. The incident of Bhuvneshwari Baduri took place in, I think, 1926. And double bind. Women, when she talks about women, women are subaltern. Obviously, they are subaltern because they are, supposed to deal with two typical, streams. One is of colonialism and another one is of patriarchal structure. So she is in between. And so for that reason, she says that as far as women is concerned, or it is highly impossible for colonized women to do so because of the double bind of colonialism and patriarchy, which repress them completely. So here, but finally she says that simply by being a post-colonial or the member of an ethnic minority, we are not subaltern. It means all these things cannot be, the parameters of deciding that who is subaltern or who is marginalized or who is oppressed one and who is not. So it is not like this. And so for that reason, she openly says that simply by being a post-colonial or the member of an ethnic minority, we are not subaltern one. And then we have Frantz Fanon, where again we have the popular works of Fanon: Black Skin, White Mask, The Rage of the Earth, and Dying Colonialism. So here, friends, as far as Fanon is concerned, here he gives the psychoanalytic touch to the same things that we have discussed so far through these popular pieces, and one of the most important is among these three is Black Skin and White Mask. So here, friends, he indicates that the psychological implications of colonialism, which he writes in Black Skin and White Mask, of the soul of colonized, where he writes the death and the burial of its local cultural originality have created an inferiority complex. So here he gives us one of the examples that how the Orientalists or the colonizers used to use certain tricks or certain things to inculcate some inferiority threats among the colonized ones or the Orient ones. And accordingly, he gives us one example. He uses Lacanian theory to state the total dehumanization of native under colonialism. He suggests that the black man is other, whereas white man is power. For the black man, white man comes to symbolize the power. He can see himself only as the black, that is mirror image of the white man. And this is the power structure of the discourse of color, he says that. The black, therefore, tries to be more like desirable white man. He puts on a white mask. Again, he gives us one example of, there are Western doctors and native patients. Native patients are not able to interact with the Western doctors. And so for that reason, they just try to respond them in monosyllables, kinds of, answers or verbal answers. And a typical disease called schizophrenia has been developed among the natives, and it is because of the power structure of the colonizers, he says. And then desire for white mass desires to have power, cause the white people has already been labeled, they have already been recognized as the power or the authority or the power authority. And accordingly, every black one or every Eastern one, every native one, every Orient one, he or she wishes to have that kind of white mask in order to gain or desire to gain that power of Western people. Here he gives us the example of father-child, but it is not a kind of father-child relationship as well. He just says that colonizers are father and the natives are children or child. And children are supposed to obey the father. Children are supposed to do all the things or stereotype things which has been given, which has been marked out by the colonizers. And accordingly, we are supposed to proceed. The dependency complex, one more crucial thread he talks about, as Octave Manoni talks about this term, and he says that as far as dependency complex is concerned, it is inherited. But here, Frantz Fanon rejects that stand taken by Octave Manoni, and he says that as far as dependency complex is concerned, it is not the cause of colonization, but it is the result of colonization. Now, friends, here, colonial or post-colonial literature and power discourse, we find this thread in a number of colonial and post-colonial texts in which we can easily explore the structure of power or power discourse or the way colonizers have, used different tricks to bring this power discourse in stream in order to control, in order to just manipulate the natives. So here there are some examples of text, out of which 2-3 we are going to discuss. Here we have Robinson Crusoe, then Kim, Heart of Darkness, A Passage to India, Untouchable. Then we have Things Fall Apart, The Jewel in the Crown, Midnight's Children, Decolonizing the Mind, A Small Palace. We have The English Patient, then The God of Small Things. We have Disgrace, then The Inheritance of Loss, then The White Tiger. So here, friends, the list is so long, and there are a number of other such post-colonial pieces from which we can explore the same thread of power or power discourse or power structure as well. But we'll begin with the first one, and that is Kim. I'll just have a glass of water. Just a moment. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
over here.
So as far as Kim is concerned, by Rudyard Kipling, friends, here Kim is an excellent masterpiece with the same context. Basically, it is a picaresque novel. In this novel, the protagonist is the orphan son of an Irish soldier. He earns his living by blessings and running small routine jobs on the street of Lahore. So he occasionally works for Mehboob Ali, who is a horse trader, who is one of the native operatives of the British Secret Services. And one day he meets an aged Tibetan Lama who is on a quest to free himself from the will of things by finding the legendary river of the Arrow. Friends, here Kim becomes his disciple or chela, we can say in Hindi, and accompanies him on his journey. On the way, Kim incidentally learns about parts of the great game and is recruited by the Britishers to carry a message to the British commander in Ambala. So Kim's trip to Lama along the Grand Trunk Road is the first great adventure that we have in the novel. After 3 years of the schooling of 3 or 4 years of schooling of Kim, he is given a government appointment so that he can begin his role in the great game. Before his appointment begins, however, he is granted some time to take much deserved break or leave, we can say. And Kim rejoins the Lama, and at the behest of Kim's superior Harichandra Mukherjee, they make a trip to the Himalayas. Here, the espionage and the spiritual threads of the story collide with the Lama unwittingly and fallingly into conflict with Russian intelligence agents. Kim obtains maps, papers, and other important stuffs from the Russian, who were working to undermine British control of region. Mukherjee befriends the Russians undercover and acts as a guide and ensures that they do not recover the lost items. Kim takes help of some portraits and local villagers to rescue the Lama from that clutch. Here, friends, the act and behavior of Kim shows an open touch of the British government, from which they have created power to manipulate the Indians, and the natives also could not do anything in front of their power and their power politics. There are a number of such pieces. Then we have the second one, that is Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, published in 1902. Friends, in this novella, Heart of Darkness, we find the same thing but in different manner. Here, friends, Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness tells the journey of Marlowe through the African forest and his search for the European goods who exploits the natives by imposing violence. There are some examples of violence, the way he performs certain deeds, we are familiar with that. It is mainly based upon Conrad's own experience in Congo. So Conrad learned how Europeans exploited and traded the natives for their own benefits during his own journey. Friends, this book is regarded as an attack on imperialism and criticizes immoral treatments of the European colonizers in Africa in 19th century, and therefore Booker rightly points out about this particular novella. The book deals with issues such as imperialism, capitalism, race, and gender, and so on. Friends, we find the repetition of the word devil, which underlines the brutality of colonialism and imperialism that the Europeans imposed on the natives in Africa or African countries. They dominated nearly all parts of Africa to benefit from the natives. Friends, in this novella, Marlowe himself defines colonialism. He talks about colonialism as robbery with violence, aggravated murder on a great scale, and men going at it blind, as it is very proper for those who tackle darkness. So there could be nothing more than this. So here, another figure that is Kurtz is a strong symbolic figure of order because of the fact that he is the most influential medium of European colonization. His methods are brutal. For example, as I have told you, there are some examples. One example we can have is that it's surrounded by the skulls of men who do not obey him. He deliberately turns the faces of these skulls to the house, since he wants his power to be recognized by the natives. Here also we find Kurtz himself becomes the victim of power politics, as Kurtz went to Africa in order to make the natives, civilized and all, but he himself becomes corrupt and died while returning back. Therefore, friends, this novel also shows us the strong impact of colonialism along with power and their power politics as well. Then we have the next one, that is a novel called A Passage to India by E.M. Forster, published in 1925. Friends, A Passage to India is an excellent piece of E.M. Forster. We find in this novel that the Fielding's Tea Party, there is an occasion where Fielding's Tea Party, everyone has a good time conversing about India, and Fielding and Dr. Aziz even become great friends. Dr. Aziz confidently promises to take Mrs. Moore and Adela to the Marabar caves. Actually, Dr. Aziz Marabar invitation was one of those casual promises that people often make and never intend to maintain it or keep the same. But friends, here Dr. Aziz mistakenly believes that the women are really offended that he has not followed through with his promise, and he arranges outing a great expense to himself. Dr. Aziz thinks so because of the fear of power of colonizers that he had in his subconscious mind. Then Fielding and one more figure, Godbole, were supposed to accompany them, but unfortunately they missed the train. And Dr. Aziz and women begin to explore the caves. As Dr. Aziz helps Adela to climb up the hill, she innocently asks him whether he has more than one wife, and such dialogues, such statements, interchanges between them. And make us to think about the colonial structure again. When he comes out, he finds the guide sitting alone outside the caves. The guide says Adela has gone into one of the caves by herself. Dr. Aziz looks for her and thinks that she's lost. He gets angry with the guide. Dr. Aziz looks around again and again and discovers Adela's field glasses or binoculars lying in broken form on the ground. He puts them in his pocket. Then Dr. Aziz looks down the hill and finds Adela interacting to another young English woman, Miss Derek, who has arrived with Fielding in a car. Now see, Dr. Aziz immediately runs down the hills and greets Fielding enthusiastically, but Miss Derek and Adela have already driven off without a word of explanation with Dr. Aziz. So here Fielding, Mrs. Moore and Dr. Aziz return to the Chandrapur by train. Then the blow falls and the power starts working. At the railway station, friends, Dr. Aziz is arrested and charged with sexually assaulting Adela in a cave. She reports the alleged incident to the British authorities. The run up to Dr. Aziz's trial for attempted sexual assault releases the racial tensions between the British and the Indians. Adela has accused Dr. Aziz of only trying to touch her. The only actual evidence the Britishers have is the field glasses or binoculars in the possession of Dr. Aziz. This is no matter to the British colonists at Chandrapur, who are outraged by the alleged assault, but no one is ready to help, or nobody is really shocked out of this blow. For at the back of all their minds might be the conviction that all darker people have lust for white women, and these kinds of dialogues are there in the novel. It really makes us to think about the power of color discourse holding this attitude. They are understandably stunned when Fielding proclaims his belief in Dr. Aziz's innocence. On the other hand, Mrs. Moore's experience in the cave seems to have ruined her interest and faith in humanity. Although she professes her belief in Dr. Aziz's innocence, she does nothing to help him. After the initial period of fear and weeping, Adela becomes confused as to Dr. Aziz's guilt. Finally, at the trial, she is asked whether Dr. Aziz sexually assaulted her or not. She asks for a moment to think before replying. She has a vision of again the cave in that moment, and it turns out that Adela had, while in the cave, received a shock similar to Mrs. Moore's. The echo had confused her so much that she temporarily became disturbed. She ran fanatically around the caves, fled down the hill, and finally sped off with Miss Derek. At this time, Adela mistakenly interpreted her shock as an assault by Dr. Aziz, who personifies the India that had stripped her of her psychological innocence. But he was never there. With laudable honesty and bravery, she proclaims her mistakes, and the case gets dismissed. Friends, in this novel as well, we can see that how Adela manipulated Dr. Aziz for her own selfishness. It could happen only because of her authority, power, and power politics. Then we have another crucial piece of post-colonial literature, that is Things Fall Apart, published in 1958 by H.B. Friends, it has a story about the culture on the verge of change. It deals with how the prospects and reality of change affect various characters. The novel tells the story of Konko, the leader of the Igbo community, who is banished from accidentally killing a clansman. The novel covers the 7 years of his exile to his return, providing an inside view of the intrusion of white missionaries and colonial government into tribal Igbo society in 1890s. Friends, this novel explores that the change should be privilege over tradition often involves questions of personal status. The protagonist, for example, here we have, he resists the new political and religious structure because he feels that they are not manly and that he himself will not be manly if he consents to join or even tolerate them. Friends, to some extent, here the protagonist's resistance of cultural change is also due to his fear of losing societal status. His sense of self-worth is depend upon the traditional standards by which society judges him. The system of evaluating the self inspires many of the clan's outcasts to embrace Christianity. Friends, the villagers in general are caught between resisting and embracing change, and they face the kind of dilemma of trying to determine how best to adopt to the reality of change or not. Friends, here this kind of confusion indicates the process of decolonization which might have started among the natives. Many of the villagers are excited about the new opportunities and techniques and which have been brought by the missionaries. This European influence, however, threatens to extinguish the need for the mastery of traditional methods of farming, harvesting, building, and cooking, and so other things as such. These traditional methods, once crucial for crucial for every individual for survival, are now varying degrees dispensable. Friends, throughout the novel, here Ashby shows how dependent such traditions are upon storytelling and language, and thus how quickly the abandonment of the Igbo laughter for English could lead to the eradication of these traditions. Friends, this is what Fanon talks about, and this is the dependency complex that we have discussed, which is the result of colonization. And the same things, had been presented by Chinua Achebe in this renowned piece called Heart of Darkness. In fact, friends, the theme of the struggle between change and tradition itself could be analyzed by the notion of power and power politics. As we find that the missionaries often, they offer so many good things for the natives, but they demanded their religion to be changed. Some of the villages become ready to accept it in order to utilize their fantastic schemes, but they seem to be reluctant to expose it in front of others. On the other hand, we find that there is a character who is the protagonist that we have just discussed, who openly revolts against them. We have to just compare these two pictures and need to recognize the impact of power and power politics of the colonizers. They enable to natives to think to change their religion itself. It shows that there is an impact of the same on their psyche or psychology. And then we have the last piece, that is Disgrace by James Coetzee, here published in 1999. Here, friends, Coetzee is South African novelist and Booker Prize winner novelist. He explores the themes of crime, revenge, land rights, and racial justice post South Africa. In most of his novels, he represented his own alienation from his fellow Africans, and it might be his personal issue. The novel illustrates the endures of both colonizers and the colonized for harmony in the post apartheid, the South African scenario. Friends, Disgrace portrays, or this figure portrays a scene that colonialists left gaping not only for the black but also for the white themselves. It is difficult for them to cope up with changing world in a kind of which is free from South Africa. On the other hand, the once dominant white could not escape from the shadow of their previous control and power in colonial time. And on the other hand, the black violated the white to assimilate the white and to give chances the white for redemptions rather than to pour their hatred and to exhibit their authority. Therefore, when colonialists policies fade away. To survive in typical phases of South Africa or African countries, the black and the white living become disoriented and helpless. Both of them cannot help but to compensate and start on a long and painful journey to search for self-identity. They are both searching for a new way to live in coexistence equally and peacefully. It rightly shows that the colonial power corrupts itself in due course of time. And friends, today also this assimilation seems not working properly, and therefore today also the black are being harassed badly. We have many such examples, as we have the example of Harbhajan Singh, then we have example of Sanat Jayasuriya, then Bollywood actress Shilpa Shetty, then there are some there are some figures from Kapoor family as well. Sonam Kapoor, I think her name is, then Priyanka Chopra. So all these celebrities have experienced this kind of thing in their routine lives, and it shows the still impression of power and power politics. Still there is discrimination between East and West. And friends, this is what that today I wanted to share with you all, and I hope it is very clear that as far as the figures like Fanon, Spivak, or Edward Said, Lacan, Derrida, or even Michel Foucault are concerned, it's very difficult to deal with these kinds of figures in a very short span of time. But still, I have tried my best to explore a number of things, a number of threads, a number of jargons rather related to post-colonial literature in a stipulated time. And I hope you have understood this presentation and the concepts related with colonialism, post-colonialism, decolonization as well. So finally, once again, I would like to extend the gratitude towards respected principal, ma'am, vice principal, sir, the head of the department, respected Dr. Pavitra, ma'am, for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to interact with you all. And I'm very much thankful to the students of UG and PG for being there, for being patient as well. And I'm also very much thankful, or we can say special gratitude towards Manoj and his entire team for his fabulous, comparing and doing all the requisite technical things nicely so far. So thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for rendering an insightful perspective on Mr. Michael Foucault's concept of power and the broad insights into his works, his books, and also the knowledge it has imparted to the world, while elaborately explaining the works of several post-colonial writers, including the likes of Homi Bhabha, Gayatri Spivak, Frantz Fanon, and several others, and the knowledge they have imparted to the world through their works. From quoting Edward said to bringing the agendas of the post-colonial works to life for us to witness, you have helped us gain a remarkable insight into post-colonial literature and art discourse. Thank you for the wonderful session. Now I request Ms. Dakshata to take over the session.
Thank you, Ms. Atisaya. Now, I invite Ms. Kanishka from 2nd MA English Literature to introduce our next speaker, Professor Anuradha Mazumde, Assistant Professor of English, Prafulla Chandra College, Kolkata.
Good afternoon, all. It is my privilege to introduce to you our distinguished speaker who has a gold medal from the University of Calcutta for her master's and has completed her MPhil from Jadavpur University. Currently, she works as an assistant professor of English at Prafulla Chandra College, Calcutta. Her areas of academic interest are versatile, which include Victorian studies, Indian writing and English, and literature's interface with cinema and popular culture. As an ardent lover of Jane Austen, she has authored a book titled Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, with an introduction and explanatory notes, published by Author Press, New Delhi. She loves to pen down poetry and short pieces of fiction and non-fiction. Dear staff and students, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome our eminent speaker for this session, Professor Anuradha Mazumdar. I request you, ma'am, to deliver your lecture on decoding Andrew Marvel's Lewis Coy Mistress. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Kanishka. I think I got your name right because there is some issue related to some audio issue that I'm facing right now, but I think it is Kanishka. That was a wonderful introduction. I'm very curious to know where you got that, information about the gold medal part. I never mentioned, but thanks for the sleuthing. And okay, so I'm extremely honored to be part of this seminar today organized by the PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. And before I begin my lecture today, I would really like to extend my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to the principal of the college, Dr. Brinda, to the respected vice principal, to the head of the Department of English, Dr. Bharti, and of course to the staff coordinator, the teacher coordinator, Dr. Pavitra, who's been exceptionally kind, accommodating, and very, very cordial, who's also kept in touch with me over phone and WhatsApp, replying to my endless queries about everything. So a special thanks goes out to her. I warmly welcome my fellow panelists in today's webinar. And of course, last but not the least, the students, hats off to your patience for listening to us for 4 or 5 hours straight, who are in fact, right now sitting patiently right on the other side of the digital divide. So thank you for being so patient. Thank you for still being with us today. And since it is a student-oriented seminar specifically meant for the UG and PG students of PSG College of Arts and Science, I have prepared my lecture in the form of a PowerPoint presentation, and therefore the first thing that I would like to do here is present my screen, and I would like to somebody to confirm whether the screen is visible to you all. So let me just and there is one thing I would request Sudhir to turn off his presentation, because otherwise I cannot, this option of presenting my screen does not show here. Yes, thank you, Sudhir. Thank you so much.
Just a moment. Yeah, pleasure.
Yes, okay. So I'm sharing now. Dakshata, could you please confirm it is visible?
When we're yet to see the screen, ma'am.
Yes, I am in the process of sharing it. Just a moment.
All right,
ma'am. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. The screen is visible, ma'am.
It is visible, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I've been sitting through all the previous lectures, and I find that those have been of a rather general nature, and particularly concentrating on, let's say, a lot of Indian authors, Dalit women writers, and of course on general theory too, because respected Dr. Patil sir and Sudhir, of course, they have both been, their approaches have been rather theoretical. So I'm going to sort of take you away for the time being to distant England and situate us all in Andrew Marvel's poem, and written somewhere in the middle of the 1650s during the English interregnum. So the question might arise, why a British poem, and why a poem in particular? I thought, Marvel, apart from the fact that I like him a lot, I have a general belief that students would like him a lot if they really could appreciate, him at all the levels, that he works on. He works with us at the intellectual level, at the moral level, at the physical and erotic level. And, this poem is basically a proposal of love, and who is not interested in that business? So the time of the long love letters and love proposals of our generation, that is over, and the time of your generation, long WhatsApp chats and so on, are very much the in thing. But this poem is a living example of how much you could pack in just about 46 lines. It is, after all, a lover's plea, and all packed within 46 lines. And in the as a process of making this plea, as part and parcel of making this plea, which what field does Marvell not actually explore? He exploits all available fields of knowledge through his witty, indigenous, spectacular and startling imagery. So I would like to sort of, take you on a kind of a ride of appreciation of this poem. But of course, I'm aware of this, 1 hour time duration. It is difficult to say all that I wish to say in this time period, and which is why also I am not going into a close reading of the poem per se, on the assumption that since the poem happens to be part of your undergraduate and postgraduate syllabus, as Dr. Pavitra had very kindly shared with me, I would right away go on and begin to concentrate on certain focus areas. So for today's lecture, the focus areas would be the carpe diem motive of the poem, the syllogistic structure, the dialectical method, the playful use of the tradition of the blazon, a consideration of the poem as a philosophical meditation on time and death, and of course, the final appreciation of To His Coy Mistress as a metaphysical love poem. But I will not go into a detailed explanation of the term metaphysical right at the beginning of the lecture. Rather, I would go on, explaining these points that I just mentioned in the previous slide, and then we would together arrive at a kind of an appreciation as to what makes this poet a typical metaphysical poet, and what makes this poem a typical metaphysical love poem. Okay, so now just a bit of a trivia about the poet Andrew Marvell and also the poem. Let's situate them a bit historically, let's say. So we are studying Marvell, who happens to be an English poet. Interestingly, however, whose political reputation overshadowed his poetic reputation until the early 20th century. Because it is the early 20th century that there was renewed critical interest in the works of the metaphysicals. They were practically brought back from the dead, thanks to the efforts of many scholars and critics, but specifically T.S. Eliot. Patil sir had been already talking about Eliot's literary criticism. So yes, one of the most influential essays of the time on the metaphysical poets, Eliot's essay on the metaphysical poets, published in March of 1921, which also marked the tercentenary of Marvell's birth. Okay, and so in his time, however, it was his satires that won him reputation, and which also preserved his memory as a political writer of repute. But since Eliot's essay, and since this renewed interest of critics and scholars in the metaphysicals, he has been a source of fascination for all of them, scholars and critics alike. A fierce patriot, of course, a scathing political satirist, as I was just mentioning. And, in his political satire spared none, neither the state nor the established church. And also, a very well-known parliamentarian and diplomat. In fact, I was reading somewhere before this lecture, as I was preparing, that he had conducted 2 very successful missions, overseas missions, in a very important diplomatic role. And it was after that he came back from one of these diplomatic missions to England, hale and hearty, that he suddenly died of a mysterious fever. And, speculations were rife, and people also thought that he must have been poisoned by the Jesuits, the Jesuit priests, because they had been a permanent target of his satire. And the circumstances relating to the publication of his poems also were rather fraught with controversy and interest and a sense of intrigue and mystery, because none of his poems, by the way, were published as long as he was living. It was only 3 years after his death in 1678, that is precisely in the year 1681, when his nephew actually published his poems posthumously. And very interestingly and intriguingly, that collection, that anthology, carried a preface by a certain Mary Marvel, who even more intriguingly claimed to be Marvel's wife. And everybody knew that Marvel was an unmarried man. He was a bachelor. So who was this Mary Marvel? A lot of investigations later, it was found that Mary Marvel was none other than his former housekeeper, Mary Palmer, and who, of course, had noble intentions behind calling herself his widow, his wife. She wanted to protect his property from falling into the hands of his debtors, So very interesting, but this also contributed to the mystery surrounding his death. But not to focus too much on that, we all know that he is now known and celebrated as a composer of a variety of exquisite lyrics, that blend cavalier grace with metaphysical wit and complexity. We move on to some such brief lines on the poem itself, To His Coy Mistress. It is, of course, now considered a classic of metaphysical poetry. And what is interesting about it is that it treats a very conventional theme, the conventional theme of Elizabethan lyric poetry, in fact, this age-old tug-of-war conflict between time and love. Between time, which also occurs, is often, personified in the form of death and love. But he treats it in such a witty and ironic manner that makes it so very different. Just a short reference to what the term metaphysical means. It actually refers to a group of 17th century poets. I'm sure as students of literature you were aware of it, but it just kind of helps to sum up the lecture, kind of. So it refers to a group of 17th century poets who, whether or not they were directly influenced by John Donne, the most prominent of them all, employ a common poetic style and imagery and organize the poetic argument in similar fashions, in a similar way. Whether we are talking of secular metaphysical poetry or we are talking of religious metaphysical poetry. And I have, just for the sake of recapitulation, added some names. Secular metaphysical poetry being represented by Cleveland, Marvel, and Cowley. Religious metaphysical poetry represented by Herbert, Vaughan, and Kershaw. All familiar names, I know. And this poem, as I mentioned earlier, it was written most likely in the 1650s during the English interregnum, that refers to the period of time between the execution of Charles I and the accession of Charles II to the throne. And these intervening years were ruled by Oliver Cromwell in the capacity of the Lord Protector of England. So it was written around those turbulent times. Now, I shall come to some of the unique features of the poem, no longer unique in the sense that the poem is taught across the world in colleges and universities. But then again, there might be many among you undergraduate students. I'm not sure whether this poem happens to be part of your PG syllabus or your UG syllabus. But then I thought that, why not sum it up for the convenience of everyone? So what is the poem about? We find an impatient lover who is also the speaker in the poem, and he urges his beloved to drop her coyness, her diffidence, her shyness, and her many moral dilemmas. Gentle women of the time would have many moral dilemmas if proposed to by a lover who actually wishes an instant gratification of physical desires through physical union. So he actually urges his beloved to drop her diffidence and her dilemmas and consummate their love. thereby enjoying life's pleasures before cruel death claims them. It's very humorous. It's interesting because if a man walks up to a woman and let's consummate our love, nobody would listen. But if you can have a solid argument to a solid reason to back up your argument, your plea, then things might work. So in this sense, the poem presents a classic example of what is known as the carpe diem motif in poetry. The term, of course, carpe diem, is a phrase used by the Roman poet Horace, whose dates are 65 to 8 BC, written in the slide, to express the idea that one should enjoy life while there is still time, while one can. Because time is not going to, because from childhood onwards, we are used to listening to this very famous idiom, time and tide wait for none. At least our generation did. So yes, there is very little time, and therefore one should enjoy life to the fullest while there is still time. And the phrase actually, though carpe diem are the words that we tend to use so very frequently, it occurs in Horace's injunction, carpe diem quam minimum credula postero. And to translate it literally into English, it would mean pluck or seize the day, trusting as little as possible in the next one. We may not even live the next day. So don't trust in that. You pluck this day that is given to you, the moment that is given to you. You should seize it by the collar and enjoy it to the fullest. So this is what the phrase means, and it appears in his odes published in 23 before Christian era. Now, interestingly, however, though it is Horace who is most frequently associated with the carpe diem sentiment, the actual carpe diem sentiment occurs even earlier. It appears before Horace in ancient Greek literature, to be precise, and very, very frequently in ancient Greek lyric poetry. And it intersects with the teachings of the Greek philosopher Epicurus. I'm sure that you have heard of this term Epicureanism, which in a very layman understanding would mean devotion to pleasure and living life to the fullest, living this moment to the fullest. So this is a more or less similar idea to seizing the moment, seizing the day, and therefore these two get woven up together. The seize the day sentiment with Epicurean philosophy. So our important question is, how does this poem employ the carpe diem motif? And for that, we have to sort of break the poem in roughly 3 or 4 sections following the argumentative pattern of the poet. Okay, so I have not quoted all the lines, of course. I have quoted only the lines that are relevant to establish my point about the stage-wise progression of ideas. So first, the speaker begins by reproaching his shy mistress, though ever so gently. And look at the first line of the poem. Look at the first word, in fact. Had we but world enough and time, this coyness, lady, were no crime. The very word had, this in itself emphasizes that there is not enough time in our hands. It is a conditional statement. It is an equivalent of the word if, and therefore it suggests that there is not enough time. And it is this word, had we but, the conjectural nature of the argument, that will go on ringing in this entire first section of the poem. So the speaker begins by a reproach, with a reproach. The second argument is that time is short. The realization comes very early, right at the beginning of stanza 2. The time, however, in their hands is very, very short. And so he reminds her very anxiously, but at my back, I always hear time's winged chariot hurrying near. Look at the beautiful way he's used imagery. Time is, of course, personified, but time's winged chariot is an allusion to no less than the mythical Phoebus Apollo, the sun god, who was supposed to be traveling across the skies in his chariot. So time and the sun god being equated together, Phoebus Apollo being equated together. So while the argument is going on, all these wide range of associations and allusions are beautifully exploited by the poet. So the identity of the poet and the identity of the lover, they kind of merge together. Yes, as a lover, he has an intention, and that is union with his beloved, but he is no ordinary lover. He can compare time and his passage to the passage of Phoebus Apollo across the skies. Then in the third stanza, the second stanza already problematizes the question of hypothetical infinite time, and he continues in the same line of argument in the third stanza, where he shows an acute awareness of the cruelty, the loneliness, and the grotesqueness of death. Because what is the ultimate that time can do? Of course, time comes in the form of death, and harries human beings. And even before we have lived our life to the fullest, we realize it's time to quit this theater of the world. So the cruelty, the loneliness, and the grotesqueness of death. And he says rather satirically, the grave is a fine and private place, but none, I think, do there embrace. I mean, yes, of course, during our moments of trouble, during our moments of panic, frustration, and depression, we often long for the privacy, the quietness, the exquisite solitude of the grave. But then, the same grave does not offer us the comfort of the lover's embrace. That is what the lover reminds his beloved. And so, with renewed erotic energy and renewed sense of urgency, he implores his beloved to consummate their love. And this word now, it's a very, very emphatic word, because now is the right time to satisfy their passion for each other. Now, therefore, while the youthful hue sits on thy skin like morning dew, and there are several lines which I'm not quoting, now let us sport us while we may. That is the main intention. Now let us sport us, because now is the right time. We cannot wait for a forthcoming day, which we are not sure will arrive. That is the argument. So we should therefore move on. Now that we know what the argument is all about, we will move on to the structural aspect. That is, how is that argument presented in the poem as a plea? So in order to understand that structure, we have to first, recognize and acknowledge that the poem, therefore, can be read on two levels. It is not an ordinary lover's plea. It is a lover's argument in favor of pursuing pleasure, yes, but there is a deeper undercurrent. There is a deeper reflective side to the poem. And this is as a philosophical meditation on time and death. So it surreptitiously moves away from the theme of a lover's plea to the region of philosophy, deep, serious meditation and reflection, which will be also reflected through the imagery of the poem, especially the imagery in the second stanza of the poem, which I shall come to later in the lecture. So the two levels on which the poem can be read is that it is a lover's argument, yes, but it is also a philosophical meditation on time and death. The lover's argument part, which is also the broad poetic argument, the chief poetic argument, let's say, it is structured in the form of a syllogism. Now, students with a background in philosophy would obviously know what a syllogism is, but there would be many students who would not know what a syllogism is. So I have taken the trouble of defining it in the simplest way possible. So a syllogism is an argument in which we arrive at a conclusion by examining two premises. There are two premises, and it is through these two premises that, based on these two premises, that we arrive at a conclusion. So this kind of a structure employed as part of logical inquiry, employed as a part of philosophical inquiry, is what is understood by the word syllogism. And the two premises that we are talking about, one of them is the major premise. The primary premise is the major premise. The next premise that comes after that is the minor premise. There is also an example there for you. So supposing the major premise were a sentence like this: if you were worthy, you would have my blessing. Okay, this is the major premise. The second premise is, but you are not worthy. So the second premise actually counters the movement of the first premise. Okay, if you are worthy, you would have my blessing, but you are not worthy. And therefore, what is the conclusion that we arrive at? Therefore, you cannot have my blessing. So this conclusion that we have arrived at, you cannot have my blessing, the former two premises actually state the reason as to why one cannot be blessed. The particular person in concern cannot be blessed because he is not worthy. And the major premise was that if someone is worthy, that person will have my blessing. So this is what the syllogistic structure is all about. And in this context, let me also point out that since the major premise in this syllogism or this argument that I have cited as an example happens to begin with an if, it also becomes an example of a conditional syllogism. Okay, so let's move on. Let's a bit away from this structural aspect and concentrate on the poem structure. Therefore, as I have already mentioned, that the poem is structured in 3 long stanzas, and the speaker makes a plea to his mistress to give up her coyness and to seize the day. And these 3 sections, technically broken down, would stand thus. The first section begins with had we but, which is nothing but an equivalent of if. The second section begins with an emphatic but, because it is on this emphasis that the lover's plea will eventually come to rest, that he will cite this as a reason as to why they must gratify their passion for each other immediately. And then comes the third section, which is a kind of concluding section, which begins with therefore. In the first section, lines 1 to 20, the speaker says, in a hypothetical conjecture, what would happen if they had enough time in their hands? Okay, and there are a number of things he proposes to do, that they would while away their time, and the mistress would walk by the side of the Indian Ganges while he would collect rubies by the side of Humber in England. So, just look at this very rather comical, but at the same time very, very effective, let's say, geographical mentions of the Humber and the Indian Ganges, because it suggests a vast expanse of time. England and is one continent, and India is on another continent. And the mention of the 2 rivers actually suggests this infinite space, a vast expanse of space. And then what would they do? They would just while away their time doing this and doing that, and postponing their love and the consummation of their love. And the lover, if given such enormous amounts of time, would also be very, very content praising his beloved mistress and courting her forever. Okay, there is no dearth of time, therefore it doesn't trouble the lover, and he promises that if such were the case, then I would love you 10 years before the flood, and you should, if you please, refuse till the conversion of the Jews. I mean, one of the, not only the most celebrated and famous lines of the poem, but if you look at this comical time calendar, it would be apparent that it covers practically all earthly time, because 10 years before the flood, what is this flood? Which is this flood? This is the great biblical flood of 40 days. Okay, so before, God flooded the world and destroyed everything, sparing only Noah's family, if you remember your Bible. So this is begins 10 years before the flood, and he gives enough license to his beloved to keep on refusing him and his proposal till the conversion of the Jews. Now, till the conversion of the Jews is again an impossible thing to happen, because according to the Bible, the Jews will be converted at the time of the apocalypse. When the Jews get converted, it is time for the apocalypse. So, which therefore points to this, all earthly time. But look at the rich, unique wit with which he presents these images. So he says, in a mood of conjecture, that if they had enough time and world in their hands, then he would be content doing this and this with his beloved and not pestering him for a physical union. And he also goes on to enumerate the ways in which he would court his lady if they both had the gifts of eternal youth and an indefinite lifespan. He presents his point of view by means of a series of conceits and a series of very, very witty hyperboles, and builds up a make-believe world of love. Okay, conceits and hyperboles. I'm not going into a great detail into this term, but hyperboles are, figures of speech that imply a unique exaggeration to make a particular point. And conceits, if you remember, they are actually points of comparison between two very unlike and dissimilar objects, things, or situations. And if you read up a bit, conceits can be broadly divided into the Petrarchan type and the metaphysical type. But since our concern is a metaphysical poet, the metaphysical conceit has been best defined by none other than Samuel Johnson, where he says that it is a kind of wit, which is a kind of discordia concourse, discovery of occult resemblances in things that are apparently unlike. Okay, and the most heterogeneous ideas in a conceit are yoked by violence together. This is the most famous definition offered by anybody on the metaphysical conceit. So I think that you may be aware of it. So, however much ingenuity that these poets might display, a metaphysical conceit becomes successful only when it can effectively and startlingly establish the point of comparison. Because otherwise, all this exploration into areas as diverse as philosophy, medicine, and geography, and anatomy, and whatnot, this will be all in vain unless the point of comparison is startlingly put across. Okay, so yes, he goes on presenting his point of view through a series of conceits and witty hyperboles, and builds up a make-believe state of love experience. But begins the second section of the poem. The second section, lines 21 to 32, it presents the problem that becomes the central argument of the poem. It presents the problem and also a warning. This word, but, even in everyday life, it is one of the most ominous words that we tend to hear. This amount of good could have happened, but it did not. You know how life is. So it presents the problem and also a warning with this very emphatic but. It presents the radical limitations of their time. Okay, so they might be engaged in conjecturing, in hypothetical make-believe, but the actual reality is very, very different, and their time is indeed radically limited, in sharp contrast to the infinite time suggested in the first section of the poem. He warns her about the inevitable end of all her beauty and honor in the lonely confines of the grave, while his own lust and passion would also meet an equally futile end. The third section, comprising of line 33 to 46, it presents the resolution with another emphatic word, or rather two emphatic words, now therefore. So now that I have sufficiently explained my reason, now therefore say yes, that is what he means. So due to the fact that the speaker is unable to love his mistress slowly, given the time constraints, and realizing that time is precious and cannot be wasted, he resorts to the most seemingly logical conclusion that consummation of mutual desire is the best way to go. Now let us sport us while we may, and now like amorous birds of prey, rather at once our time devour. He puts forth this idea. Okay, so if we look at the structural, if we consider the poem structurally, then it is two things are apparent. It is a deeply ratiocinative poem in the sense that it develops through a reasoned train of thoughts, because ratiocination refers to this act where, a reasoned train of thoughts lead to a certain conclusion. And at the same time, it is rather argumentative in nature because it proceeds towards a conclusion by seemingly logical steps. Okay, and whether or not the beloved finds logic in it is a matter of conjecture, because she is the silent interlocutor, as we have found. But nevertheless, it is ratiocinative, it is argumentative. So these are the points to note while we are talking about the structural aspects of the poem, from which we shall now move on to the dialectical method of the poem. Okay, so we have considered the thematic aspect, carpe diem. We have considered the structural aspect, the syllogism, and then let's move on to the employment of the method. How does he go about it? How does the poet go about it? 3 sections of the poem, but then these 3 sections, therefore, if we look deeply into it, actually present 3 movements of a thought. 3 movements. A statement is first made in section 1. That same statement is problematized in section 2. And a final resolution is arrived at in section 3 by unifying these 2 previous arguments. It's not as if it comes on its own. There is a kind of a unification that goes on, even though there is no physical union between the lovers. But yes, the conclusion does arrive, through a process of unification of the 2 premises. So this is what we understand by the dialectical method of argumentation, or this is what we understand by a dialectical structure when specifically referred to in the context of a poem. So what is dialectics? So it is a term used to describe a method of philosophical argument and inquiry that involves some sort of contradictory process between opposing sides. So, sides are opposing, but there is a kind of a process that goes on resembling a dialogue, out of which it is expected that a solution or a resolution will turn up. Okay, and this definition, it's freely available on the net, but I have taken it from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which for you guys, I would just like to point out that the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy is a storehouse, is one of the richest repertoire of all kinds of philosophical ideas. So whenever you are in trouble sort of related to reading of literature, some philosophical concept which might be bothering or troubling you a bit, you can look it up. Very easily explained, and yet you get to know all about it in great detail. So dialectics is a term, therefore, used to describe a method of philosophical argument that involves some sort of contradictory process between opposing sides. And it goes on, it happens in the form of a dialogue. In the most classic version of dialectics, we have to talk about Plato, because Plato, the ancient Greek philosopher, presented his philosophical argument as a back and forth dialogue, as a back and forth argument between who? Between two opposing sides, actually. On the one side is the character of Socrates, who was also incidentally, as Patil Sir also mentioned in his lecture, was his teacher. So generally, this debate or dialogue happens between Socrates, the character of Socrates on one side, and some person or group of persons to whom Socrates is found to be talking to, who are, of course, his interlocutors representing the other side. But however, as we all know that when we talk of dialectics, we cannot really afford to not to mention the name of Friedrich Hegel, because the dialectical method of argument has actually come to be most famously associated with this 19th century German philosopher, Friedrich Hegel. In Hegelian dialectics, arguments are presented in three stages. The first stage is the thesis, the second stage is the antithesis, and the third stage is the synthesis. So what is the thesis? It is the positive concept, the introductory concept. One concept, when it is introduced as a thesis, it is introduced as the positive concept, which then develops into a second concept that actually runs counter to the first concept, which actually negates or is opposed to the first concept. So this second concept is what we term as antithesis, and which in turn leads to the third concept, the final resolution, which is the synthesis. Okay, which unifies the first two concepts. It somehow works as a kind of a through a process of unification of the thesis and the antithesis. And Marvell's poem, as is by now apparent to you, it follows a similar argumentative pattern, working on this thesis, antithesis, and synthesis mode. In the first section, the lover talks about his desire for engaging his mistress into a timeless courtship if they had enough time. This is the thesis of the poem. The second section talks about the problems involved in such a timeless courtship, and what is the most important problem. Number one, the ravages of time. Number two, the transience of everything. And number three, the terror of death. Okay, which is so cruel as to specifically attack youth, beauty, and love. Okay, so this introduces the antithesis of the poem, and then the third section provides a logically conclusive solution to the beloved's dilemma in surrendering her chastity by establishing that an immediate submission to the frenzy of their passion is the only way of conquering time. So the lover argues that if we have to escape time, then we must consummate our passion, because it is through enjoyment of our love and passion that we will conquer time. There is no other way, he argues. There is no other way of countering the transience of everything. So this is the synthesis of the poem, the synthesis part of the argument. The question that now comes to our mind is, of course, all that I have discussed till now is startling, is unique, is very witty, and is really enthralling. But then, is it original? The question that comes naturally as a course of argument to us is it really original? Is what Marvell doing so very original? So let's therefore place the poem in the literary traditions. Which is the literary tradition that the poem most exploits? This is the literary tradition of the blason. Okay, and the poem is written in the form of a blason, which is a French word and which literally means a verbal or a written description of a coat of arms. Okay, but when taken in the context of literature, it refers to a particular kind of catalogue poetry in which the poet praises a woman by depicting the different parts of her body, employing appropriate similes and metaphors to compare them with. Okay, now to our modern sensibility, the blason might not work, because in the days with all our ideas about the feminist uprising and the feminist movement and the feminist theories, this excuse me, this fragmentation of a woman into her body parts, is not exactly a favorable idea to sorry, let me have some water, please. Is not exactly a favorable idea in modern sensibility. I'm sorry. But given the time that the tradition of the blason was employed, it was employed most famously by Petrarch and by the poets that followed him, the Elizabethan imitators. But it was also parodied by Shakespeare. The most famous example, sonnet 130, "My mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun." Though the conclusion that Shakespeare arrives at in that poem is, rather acts counter to his former propositions. But nevertheless, coming back and resituating the blason in its own time, it is a kind of catalogue poetry in which the poet praises a woman by depicting different parts of her body, employing appropriate similes and metaphors to compare them with. And what would the poets usually compare them with? With natural phenomena, with something, with celestial bodies, with jewels, with all objects and that were beautiful and that were rare. Because of course, it is an adoration of the beloved. It is in that spirit that the blason was written. Though the convention can be traced to the Song of Songs written as early as 10 BCE, whose authorship is actually ascribed to King Solomon, the biblical King Solomon, it was, however, made popular by Petrarch and used extensively by Elizabethan poets. That's what I just said. It was not just used, it was used, exploited, as well as parodied. And when it comes to the parody that I just cited an example of, that is, "My mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun," the word that is used to employ to describe that kind of poetry is the contrablason. Okay, but not going into that discussion, Spencer's Epithalamion includes famous examples of the blason, and I have quoted just a couple of lines. "Her goodly eyes like sapphires shining bright, her forehead ivory white." So a blameless complexion and eyes shining and bright like sapphires. As I just said, that they were usually in the spirit of adoration. Therefore, it is only natural that beloveds will be compared to all things that are beautiful and rare. So the speaker in Marvell's poem also uses the blason, but at the same time, there is also a slight undercurrent of parody. There is a parody of the Elizabethan love convention when he tends to add his own playful variations, especially hyperbolic variations. Okay, just look at an example. 100 years should go to praise thine eyes, and on thy forehead gaze. 200 to adore each breast, but 30,000 to the rest. An age at least to every part, and the last age should show your heart. Okay, so the poet's contemplation, his enumeration, his adoration of every body part separately, he plays by the rules of tradition. But where is his originality? Look at the lines once again. He is, of course, praising her breasts and the rest of her body, everything. But look at the two other objects that he chooses to praise: eyes and forehead. Eyes, traditionally considered to be windows to the soul. Forehead, traditionally considered to be the seat of intellect. Okay, so this is again an example of how effortlessly the deeply erotic blends with the deeply spiritual. This is what metaphysical love poetry, the best examples of it, is supposed to do. This is why modernists and postmodernists find them so very interesting. Okay, so eyes and forehead in conjunction with the breasts, or rather in juxtaposition with the breasts. You remember Belinda's toilet and what the Belinda's table contained, dressing table contained in a random order: puffs, powders, Bible, billet doux, all thrown in together, suggesting a world of moral confusion. Okay, so similarly, the breasts thrown in with eyes, the window to the soul, and forehead, the seat of intellect, suggesting how effortlessly the poet is able to blend the deeply erotic with the deeply spiritual. Look at the use of the time calendar. I mentioned it. I would love you 10 years before the flood, and you should, if you please, refuse till the conversion of the Jews. Okay, now the poet conjures this calendar to flatter her, to persuade his diffident mistress. Sorry, and this actually emphasizes the theme of seduction that lies at the heart of this poem. What is this poem about? It is about seduction, but seduction not the vulgarized, not a layman's seduction raised to the level of art. Okay, the art of seduction that is common to the Carpe Diem poetry, which conveniently uses time as a means to an end and also as an excuse. So flattery is crucial to the art of seduction. Sorry. Moving on to the tradition of away from the tradition of the blazon, let's just have a look at how the poem becomes a classic example of a philosophical meditation. It is, of course, philosophical in the employment of the dialectical method and the syllogistic structure, because I told you that both dialectics and syllogism come in the context, are part and parcel of the systems of philosophical inquiry. Okay, but other than that, how thematically also the poem actually conforms to the tradition of a philosophical meditation is what we shall try to establish in this and the following slides. The witty, extravagant, and playful images in the first section of the poem very abruptly give way to threatening images of decay and death in the second section. Okay, very, very threatening images, I should say. And so till the time we actually begin to feel that the erotic energy of the poem has been almost entirely displaced by the meditative, the reflective spirit of the poem, by a sustained meditation on the theme of death, which haunts the speaker and, of course, the poet. So the witty, extravagant, and playful images in the first section of the poem give way to threatening images of decay and death in the second section. The speaker uses the technique of shock. This is actually characteristic of all the metaphysicals in varying degrees and proportions. So he uses the technique of shock while presenting before his mistress a panoptical view of the brevity of life, and also the morbid reality of human existence overshadowed forever by a haunting sense of mortality. And in a series of startling images now, this section depicts what havoc time wreaks on human beings. So the erotic energy of the blazon is almost entirely replaced now by the speaker's sonorous reminder to his mistress about time's winged chariot. okay, hurrying near. And also his intense visualization of the grotesqueness of death and decay in the lines that follow. You remember the imagery, right? The grave, the worms eating away at her virginity, and the loneliness of the grave where the lovers cannot embrace, let alone the grave being a place where the lover's song and appeal also would not be heard. So imagine that picture of dreariness, that dreary, solitary confinement, so many feet under the earth with nobody close by. Okay, so the speaker takes his mistress away from the illusion of timeless love in the first section and places her suddenly, abruptly in the inhospitable deserts of vast eternity, symbolic of the infinite nothingness of death. This is, of course, a famous example of the condensed metaphor, because deserts and eternity are both symbolic of nothingness, loneliness, aridity, and so on, both spiritual, physical, suggestive of spiritual as well as physical nothingness. And therefore, it symbolizes the infinite nothingness, the end of everything with death. The lover assures her that if she persists in her coyness, then her body will eventually be violated by worms, her chastity being eaten away by worms. A grotesque image, of course, and not to forget a sexually loaded image. You know, worms trying that virginity instead of the lover doing that. So why are you preserving the virginity to be eventually devoured by worms, and you would still not surrender to me? That is what the plea is all about. So a sexually loaded image, but used in what context? In the context of decay and death. Okay, so as I had mentioned maybe a couple of slides back, how effortlessly it blends the spiritual with the philosophical, the spiritual with the erotic. This is another example, how effortlessly the poem blends the spiritual, meditative, reflective with the sexual, the physical, and the erotic. So these images are primarily employed, meant to shock the beloved, and of course, by implication, the reader. And as I was just telling you that, the intent to shock is a common characteristic of all metaphysicals, in fact. And while, let's say, while Marvel does it through his startling imagery, Donne often does it through that irreverent, abrupt, macho, masculine tone that he employs in his poetry. You remember the famous opening lines, the opening admonition of the canonization: "For God's sake, hold your tongue and let me love." Okay, so this kind of the abrupt, forceful, manly voice, this is intended to shock. I mean, imagine the beloved as the silent interlocutor in front. Again, a gentle woman of the 17th centuries, and the lover rather admonishing her with the line, "For God's sake, hold your tongue." That is unheard of. That is startling. Okay, so the intention to shock is part of their tactics. And the following image that we get, her quaint honor turning to dust and to ashes all his lust, very, very significant image. But if you look at it, it is even more startling in its allusion to several, religious messages. How? Because first of all, it alludes to God's rebuke to Adam in Genesis. After God finds out that having been tempted by Eve, his favorite son had actually eaten the fruit of the tree of knowledge. He is angry and he rebukes Adam with the line, "For dust," this is the punishment he metes out, "for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return." This is how, remember Milton's lines? Death and woe and misery entered the world with this pronouncement. So it refers to that allusion, that situation, God's rebuke to Adam: "For dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return." This word dust is an allusion to all that dust, and also to that very, very well known among us through films and other media, the phrase ashes to ashes, dust to dust, which is found in the Christian burial services. So just imagine, one is talking of love. One is, of course, bringing the image of death, but in order to, the intensity with which he actually underscores the grotesqueness of death by exploiting every imaginable field. He has spared not even theology, not even the Bible. Okay, so this is typical of his metaphysical wit. This is typical of the metaphysical school of poetry. If the second movement of the poem concludes with a satirical dig, you remember the line, the grave's a fine and private place, but none, I think, do there embrace. The third movement, which actually offers the synthesis, begins with an insistence on immediate action. I told you that each section begins with 3 emphatic words. The first section with had, the second section which problematizes that section, that is but, and the third section with an emphatic monosyllabic utterance, now. Okay, and this image of the now, it actually rings through the entire section, underscoring the speaker's sense of urgency, immediacy all through. And from the infinite time of the first section, we now move on to the insistence on immediate action. The lover argues that the only reasonable way of overcoming time's ravages and victimization is by shunning puritanical abstinence and living life to the fullest while the youthful vigor of the lovers has not yet abandoned them. The speaker now exhorts his mistress to engage in physical intimacy. As long as thy willing soul transpires at every pore with instant fires. Okay, this again is not an innocent image. The image of fire again, brings in the dimension of the Christian hell, where the soul burns in penal fire. There have been several critics who have pointed this out, in fact, that yes, there is a reference to Christian burial services. Yes, there is a reference to grave and the Bible and whatnot, but there we cannot but rule out the allusion to the hell, Christian hell, where the soul is consumed by flames of fire, the soul that has been eternally damned. He urges that now is the only time in which they can achieve fulfillment. Now is the time for them to choose whether there will be times poor victims or birds of prey devouring the fearful predator that time is. So again, in order to emphasize their act of physical passion, the actual sexual encounter between himself and his beloved, look at the image that he resorts to, birds of prey making love. Okay, because when birds of prey make love, they were believed to mate while in flight, and therefore this sexual encounter, avian sexual encounter, is part flight and part fight. Okay, and it is so very intriguing that the speaker chooses this image to describe and to seek an encounter of that kind with his beloved. Okay, because in his mind, this avian sexual encounter, part fight and part flight, as I just mentioned, is also about vitality. It is also about animation. And these are the things that he wishes to replicate in their sexual encounter. Okay, so just as birds of prey tear at each other in their violent sexual encounter mid-air, the speaker and his mistress will engage in an aggressive love fest in which they will devour time. Okay, rather at once our time devour. Now, this is a very interesting point. There is a very interesting point that I would like to mention in this context. See, the image of devouring time is directly borrowed from Shakespeare, because Shakespeare's sonnet number 19, in fact, asks devouring time to spare the beauty of the poet's beloved. Okay? But then the epithet devouring before time actually refers to time being the devourer, right? Time being the prey, the bird of prey. Whereas when Marvel uses the line, and now like amorous birds of prey, rather at once our time devour, who is the devourer? Not time, but the lovers. They are the ones who intend to devour time. So it is, of course, a manipulation, a play on Shakespeare's image of devouring time. That is how the speaker proposes to resolve the eternal tug of war between time and death on one hand and love on the other hand. The poem's final couplet, therefore, as a matter of summing up, it contains also the poem's final reversal, okay? Because the lovers do acknowledge, they are aware of the fact that they cannot gain complete dominion over time. It is impossible. They are mortal objects, and therefore they cannot gain complete dominion over time. But there is a way of negating time and his all-important power. What is that way? Their physical union, their enjoyment of the present moment and their present passion, burning with desire for one another, not caring about the threat of time at all, is the only way that a mortal can negate time and its all-pervasive importance, its all-pervasive destructiveness. Okay, so this is the final reversal that we find in the final couplet. Thus, though we cannot make our sun stand still, yet we will make him run. Okay, this is the final couplet, of course. So now we are in the process of summing up, of course. We have discussed the thematic content, we have discussed the method, the structure, the literary tradition against the backdrop of which this poem needs to be placed in order to appreciate and critique it properly. And then we will wrap up our argument today with a reference to its qualities as a love poem. It's not an ordinary love poem. I had introduced my lecture saying that this is a living example of how much can be packed in a matter of just 46 lines, okay? So no discussion of To His Coy Mistress is complete without mentioning its uniqueness as a love poem. It stands out in its distinct opposition to the rich mellifluousness of Elizabethan love songs and sonnets. Okay, I remember having read the critic Alicia Oestreicher, who came to a very fantastic observation that lyric poetry exists between the opposing poles of song and speech. So this is the pole that is directly opposed to the element of song in Elizabethan poetry. It is also sharply opposed to the idealized view of human nature and sexual love, which had constituted a central tradition in Elizabethan poetry, especially the writers of the Petrarchan sonnets. The third point, the vision of love presented is unconventional, because love for the speaker is not sweet, gentle, and sentimental, but rough, violent, and threatening as an animalistic sexual encounter. It is a unique love poem because of the poet's use of explicit religious terminology and references in the context of secular love. Okay, the divine reference to the divine and eternal time frame in stanza, the terminology of the Christian burials in the tomb. There is a lot of echo and audio disturbances. I would request the organizers to please mute a few of the students, perhaps, because it is disturbing with the flow of my thought.
Yes, it can. can understand. Divya ma'am, can you please, ma'am, she left the meet. Ma'am, she left the meet. You can continue.
Sorry?
Ma'am has left the meet. So you can continue, ma'am.
I can continue? Okay, thank you, Dr. Pavitra.
Yes,
Okay, so as I was saying that it is unique in its use of explicit religious terminology and references in the context of secular love. I had referred to the divine and eternal time frame in stanza 1, and the reference to the marble vault, the ashes, the dust that very, very apparently suggests the terminology of the Christian burial service, and also that added and extended allusion perhaps to Christian hellfire. And of course, in stanza 3, his reference to the beloved's willing soul transpiring with the instant fires conjoins the images of soul and fire that cannot help suggesting the hellfire and eternal damnation that I just mentioned. So I am therefore at the very last slide, at the absolute fag end of my lecture, and I would just round it up with these concluding remarks that at the beginning of the lecture, I had said that I would not really go about explaining what metaphysical poetry is, what are the common characteristics and stuff, but rather having gone through the slides, having actually discussed all the aspects with specific reference to this particular poem by Marble, I hope to be able to make you appreciate what metaphysical poetry is all about. Okay, so let's just read through these concluding remarks. It is a metaphysical poem precisely in these aspects. What are the aspects? In its complexity of meaning, its unique blend of sprightly wit and deep meditation, its heady mix of feeling and ratiocination, its sharp insight into the erotic experience, because that is a marvelous insight that the poet provides, sharp insight into the erotic experience, its learned and wide-ranging imagery, its elaborate, its often fantastic, its startling conceits and hyperboles. Its poet is apparently possessed of a very sharp intellect and a deep reflective interest in the human life experience. It is a brilliant instance of the phenomenon that T.S. Eliot, in his essay on the metaphysical poets, calls the direct sensuous apprehension of thought. That is, the fusion of thought and feeling, which Eliot not only admires as a mechanism of sensibility, but which he also argues the later poets lacked because of a dissociation in their sensibility. Okay, so it is all these things that make it a philosophical meditation on love, on time and death. And I'm sure I have hurried a bit because of this 1 hour constraint, and my lecture, as I think it has become a living example of this eternal tug of war between time and human expectations. I hope I have able to do justice to it. And so I end here with thanks to everybody, especially my students, for listening in so patiently. And so it's over to the organizers now. Can we have Dr. Pavitra, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wonderful insight.
Thank you.
You can take up the session.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for inspiring us with your insights on decoding Andrew Marvel's A Coy Mistress. We're enthralled by your meticulous dissection of the poem and such an elaborate and distinct explanation of each and every element of it. From your eloquent enumeration of the blazon to your passionate quoting of the lines of the poem, you've given all of us something valuable to take home for the day. We are sure to benefit a lot from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Thank you for mentioning it to us, ma'am.
This is the teacherly aspect. I can't help,
Well, thank you for that, ma'am. We've thoroughly enjoyed the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dakshata.
Yes, ma'am. So now I invite Dr. Pavitra, Assistant Professor of English, PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, to render the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. As all good things come to an end in life, so is the seminar for the day. On behalf of the Department of English, SF, PSG College of Arts and Science, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks. I'm glad and happy to thank our management, secretary, principal, and vice principal for their tremendous support and encouragement in all our endeavors. I am grateful to all the speakers of today, Dr. Somali Saha, Dr. Patil, Dr. Sudhi K. Matpati, Professor Anuraza Muzumdar for their tremendous input. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and presence. Thank you, professors. I would like to record my thanks to Dr. B. Bharati, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, SF, PSG College of Arts and Science, for her invincible support extended all the times. Thank you so much, ma'am. My gratitude and joy go with the fellow staff members of the Department of English, SF, for their Herculean support they always render us. Thank you, friends. A special word of thanks to the student organizing team from the Department of English, Mr. Manoj, Mr. Darshan, Ms. Abhi, and Ms. Dakshita, and Nivedita, Nandita, Adisaya for their, sorry, I forgot the second name, student name, for their timely role in today's session. Thank you, my dear student. It means a lot to us. Thank you all. I would also like to thank our dear students from both UG and PG stream for their enthusiastic participation. Thank you again, my dear students. Finally, as a whole, I express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all the speakers and all the listeners of the day. Thank you all. Good day to you.
It's been a wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for being here. I thank all the resource persons. It has been a wonderful session. Sorry, we couldn't give time for our students to question. Maybe we'll have it as a separate session somewhere later.
Yes. Thank you very much, ma'am. I thank
Yes,
wholeheartedly the college administration and all the colleagues. Thank you very much. It is a very nice experience.
Yes, so thank you. We'll keep in touch.
It's the same experience here. I'm so glad at having met you all, my respected colleagues, because thanks to the format of the webinar, at least we get to meet each other. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met at all. So this is the kind of a positive side to the pandemic. There are many flip sides, but it also happens to be a positive side of the pandemic, perhaps. So yes, it's been a wonderful experience. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all.
Actually, I want to thank you all also because I was running around and there were so many problems in our college. So my principal was just ringing me into so that's why I have to go to college. Now just I return and I am just seeing that the session is still going on. So I want to thank all of you for just giving me the scope to come over here. And I just thank all the resource persons who are with us. And it's just a grand success. And thank you to all the teachers, all the faculties of PSG College. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you so much.
So with your permission, then we'll be leaving the platform now.
Yes,
Bye, ma'am. Thank you,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, student friends. Like, you've been a great support, particularly the organizers and all these students who have been here. I think in the future, we will have few more sessions like this. Hope you enjoyed this session and it was very fruitful. We would expect your feedback also. Dr. Pavitra will share the link with you. Please do respond. If you hadn't been here, if your classmates did not attend the session, ask them not to give their feedback. We do not just want forms, we want genuine feedback. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all much. Daksh, what is the Taka's name? Daksh, sorry.
Ma'am, Kanishka, ma'am.
Kanishka, are you here, Kana?
Yes,
Sorry, Kanishka.
Yes, ma'am.
All of a sudden it didn't come to me. I don't know why. Sorry, Kana. Thank you for everything. That was a wonderful introduction indeed. She was so happy that you picked her, like, the gold medal.
MC did a wonderful job. MC did a wonderful job.
That's seriously
Well coordinated, and you did give your real feedback, which means a lot to them. I mean, better than what we could have done. We mean it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. I think we'll take leave. So shall we call it a day?
I'm just taking one or two screen shares. Like students have given feedback, ma'am. So I thought I'd just take.
So can I take leave, Dr.